education system, then I don't know what is.
Well, to be fair, I didn't get fired for that. Technically, I think I got fired for posting another one. So.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Great to have you in, man. Great to be here. How you feeling? You must be feeling fantastic.
Many things were successful, so even if I was a little
Welcome.
Yo, it's me again. I was just testing the other server.
You're good.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Okay. Meet the Cosby Kids. Oh my God! Look at this. The thing says "Meet the Cosby Kids."
Who wrote this sketch?
I don't know. But what's funny is that back then that was ridiculous.
Yes. Hey, I mean, Phil Hartman's gone, but all the rest of you, thanks for speaking up. Hey, this reminds me of a sketch that we did.
Right.
How come I just heard of this now?
How come I just heard of this now?
Boy, SNL was funny.
Oh, SNL was great when Phil Hartman was on. The early days of SNL were amazing.
Yeah, was Al Franken working there when they did that?
I don't know.
Because I would think Senator Franken would have said something.
Oh, he's not senator anymore. He got caught hugging a girl.
Yeah, I would think after you got screwed over like that.
Locked in.
Hey, man.
That guy's great, too. Al Franken's a great guy.
Yeah, he had a funny. Sometimes on Conan, this made me laugh so hard. He was saying how the internet, how great it is for kids. You know, my son, my kid just did a third grade report on bestiality, and the other kids just loved it. Like, you know,
That was a preposterous sketch.
Well, you know, John Money, I'm sure whoever wrote that knew about John Money, right? The guy that came up with that. I seen it on.
I bet they didn't. I bet they
that's
just
a bunch
did
of Lampoon Harvard people, right?
Right.
So you're like, oh, the Simpsons, how they predict the future. No, you're near the people that pull the levers of power in college. Like, you're just going to osmosis up their fucking plans. It ain't psychic.
Like, yeah, but they don't broadcast their plans to students, undergrad
Yeah, they
students.
do. What do you think what do you think a Rhodes Scholar is? That's them broadcasting their plans. That's what the great Bill Clinton, I believe you had meaningful eye contact with.
What do you mean by broadcast their plans?
The plans have never been seen. You know, like we're
but the plans were never in the 90s or 80s. The plans were never turn boys into girls.
Well,
this was
not in your department, but I mean, you know how far back this shit go. You know in Rome, the galleys of Cybele. You know what that is? When they were losing to Hannibal, and the priestess of Cybele. It's like Ceybele. It looks like Cybele, but it's Cybele.
Okay.
And the myth behind it is insane. Like, the myth story is this one god that was too horny that had both sets of organs, so they trick him. I love like they trick him with wine and they tie his dick to the ground and come on, somebody went to church on Sunday. Somebody went to a church and learned this.
Tie his dick to the ground like how they do a bull, like through the nose.
Yes, exactly. And then he jumped up and it ripped his dick off.
No, Jesus.
And And then so he starts hanging out with his handsome nephew, and his nephew is faking like he's a great hunter because this dickless uncle, he still has a pussy, the uncle. But these gods sure sound like just LA people. Why do all the gods just sound like LA people? Okay, so my favorite, yeah, the Unicrease. So my favorite writing about it is like, when they celebrate Kyblee, and then the legend or the myth has more of like this wedding gets sabotaged by the jealous, ripped off dick guy, and the women cut off their own breasts, and the men cut off their genitals. And there's an early Christian, I can't remember who's writing about it, but he goes they cut off their genitals and go about shrieking in the street.
They castrate them as a sign of devotion to the goddess.
Yeah, so I don't think nothing's new, you know? I think it's all the same shit repackaged in different ways. So then, you know.
They wore saffron, rose, and clash symbols together as they walked down the streets. So they're basically having like one of those women's protests.
Kyblee was also known as Magna Mater, or the Great Mother. So the doctor, if you heard Phil Hartman, he goes, Mommy says, you know, like a theme that goes through history.
Well, you know what Nero did, right? What Nero did to he took that boy when his wife died. He found a slave that looked like his wife and chopped his dick off and turned him into his wife.
Remember when you had that guy Thaddeus, whatever, the postmodern guy? I was just watching.
Oh yeah.
And I happened to just rewatch it, and he basically told you like nothing's anything.
Yeah.
Like that's why I think the simulation talk is all like. I look at everything as what's the marketing here to me. And a lot of it's like, nothing means anything. So, you know, like, what's a big deal? If you with kids, you could do stuff with, right? It always gets to that eventually.
Well, most of those guys who say that don't have kids.
Yeah. You absorb dude, this is like middle-aged men. You know, by the way, I'm heavily invested in Hot Tool Coin. Let me talk about these idiots.
We should talk about that because I want to know what is going on with the MAGA coin. Here's the thing that we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
The MAGA coin was worth $36 billion.
Yeah.
So here,
Trump coins.
It's not the MAGA coin?
No,
Trump,
Trump
just
coin.
Trump. Okay, Trump coin. So the Trump coin, I'm calling it the MAGA coin, sorry. The Trump coin's worth $36 billion. What that means is 36,000 people put $1 million in.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't even make sense. So that's 36,000 million. That's what 36 billion is.
I believe
right?
it. I'm not good at math.
Isn't that right? That's right.
I know Hawk 2 is
that
going to the moon.
sounds insane.
Yeah.
That you could get 36,000 people.
Yeah, right.
Well, let's say it's way more people, way less money they can contribute. It still seems insane if you're using real money.
You ever been to a casino or something?
But that's the point. We talked about this.
Yeah.
You and I talked about this. It's essentially gambling.
It's degenerate gamblers is how the people that make the coins talk about the people.
Right, but the argument is that Trump is ripping off his fans with this Trump coin. But my question is, like, how is he ripping off his fans? It's basically like DraftKings.
Okay.
like, what are you doing?
So it's a casino, and the thing is, the reason people like, you know, Hawk Tool Coin, people know it's stupid, right?
Right.
But the kind of what people say the scam was, as I understand it, is they thought they were getting in on the dump phase too.
Of course.
So the trick is, almost everybody get in on it knows they're going to have to dump it, and they think they're going to dump it first. So they're not. The pump is for other idiots. I mean, it's built in that another idiot's going to shoulder the whatever happens from this. But what happens is every so often, this is my buddy was telling me who works in it. One of them does turn out to be real. So something like a Trump coin, now I'm more of a Warren Buffett where I wish I had golden Trump shoes because I'll bet those will retain value.
I think I have a pair of those.
Yeah.
Tony has a pair.
I
He
know.
wore them to the club.
I'm like, I wouldn't even wear them out.
Why not?
Those are going to put my kids through Trump University.
What about that Hawk Tua hat? Don't get that sweaty. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this.
That's
That's gonna be worth thanks
I
someday.
feel like to promote Hawk2 coin, it's worth it. You gotta spend money to make money, Joe. Hawk2. Are you familiar with Hawk2? I think it's a surfboard company.
So here's the question. What's the problem with having a coin? Because there's a bunch of those coins. And the thing is, like, it's unbefitting of a president. I get that argument. That makes sense. You know, you shouldn't do that. You should really concentrate on running the company. You shouldn't have some obvious, like, money grab.
What about being completely senile? Is that unbecoming?
Yeah, that should have been on.
Yo, shut up about
What is this?
unbecoming
This is
from now on.
the chart for Trump coin right now, but a lot of that comes from, it shows like the top 10 holders of the coin. The number one would be the wallet who started it. And I
Okay,
guess
so
assume it's his.
that's his. So he owns 80%. So here's the thing. If they don't sell, if the person who owns the coin, say if you made a Metzger coin, and the Metzger coin
Yeah, I did.
was worth $36 billion. Congratulations.
And it is.
You are
I
so
value
rich.
it at that.
By the way, here's
Hopefully
the.
not only at 5.
Oh,
Whoa. I mean, when
it dropped
goes
from
down,
36 to 5?
Yeah.
That's not good.
it was when they were saying it was at 30, whatever. The highest was the coin was worth $72 or $73 a coin. It's now down to 25, 26.
Should you sell? How much do you have in it?
Depends on.
How much do you have in it?
I
I know you got
don't
in on
disclose stuff like
it. He
that.
gets in on that stuff.
Well,
You're
if
the
you can
crypto.
get
I
in,
catch the tweet early Friday
I
night.
knew you
can you
did.
catch it early? You remember that King Pharaoh?
Jamie's gonna just show up with like fucking velour
I
pants
wasn't
on
that
and a
early.
Ferrari.
I wasn't that early.
Dude, please get velour pants.
A velour
I haven't even
jumpsuit.
thought
think I
Bro.
have one.
When a man comes in wearing velour, you're like, you just hit it big on shitcoin, didn't you?
Feeling good about myself.
Dude, I told you I think that's what Kamala was because they all knew she wouldn't win. And they ran a great campaign. They keep saying that hypnotic phrase. Is it, well, great in that they knew she wouldn't win.
Were you able to start a stage?
No. Didn't.
Okay, another option. Another option.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's not. It's not correct. So, did you try?
No, I didn't even want to I didn't want to turn it into a community yet.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes sense.
Yeah, that's all. That's
They all didn't like her, and they all cashed in. They go,
They did
Okay.
cash in. They didn't just.
I might change it over a little bit, but through settings, you can make it basically the same so that the bot is running 24 hours a day, but it's not doing anything else.
Just cash in,
Yeah.
but a lot of those special interest groups cashed in.
she's a human hawk to
You
a
know-
pump and dump.
You know what I don't like is you deleted your Discord, which is your prerogative. You're allowed to do that. But I, as a user, don't get a message like this Discord server is no longer available or something. So it looks like you just banned me. If that makes sense.
Is that what it is? Gotcha, yeah. And that's not.
It's just not a good user experience. You need to tell people what's going on the app.
Yeah, it should say that. It really should have, yeah. I guess I should let you know.
No, it's
basically broken down into no one could see the history, not even me. Only me, but not on my own account, which had permissions. I made Riser a mod with full, like the fullest permissions possible. He couldn't even see the history. the chat history, of which he was a part of, because he was in, so I didn't know what that was about.
I think that if you do these Discords long enough, sometimes Discord bans the bots, like for instance, or the bots just shut down for whatever reason, and you don't know it. Like I've had a couple of bots, like a ticker bot and some other bots that were like I was using, and perhaps that's what it was, but the bot shut down, and so I'm wondering like why am I not getting any tickets? And then you read and it's like on December 14th, 2024, we shut down this bot. Thank you so much for your loyal support. And it's like, okay. So I'm just making you aware. You want to be apprised, or you want to be cautious as well that these bots sometimes just shut down, and it's not anything that you did incorrectly.
Yeah, that's what I think happened. And ultimately, I looked over what was there. It wasn't anything that I didn't mind losing, so it wasn't like super important stuff,
I understand.
There was the time that, if anything, maybe it's good to forget the time I spent in the place.
Sure, I absolutely understand. New start, new year, new start.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Because what was the final tally for the amount of money they spent? At first, they were saying
It's
it was
like $1
$1
billion,
billion, but it's more. I think now they've got it at 1.5 billion. Yeah.
It's like the Tim and Eric $1 billion movie, and I'll bet Tim and Eric voted for it.
They definitely voted for it.
Smart.
It's important when you're in Hollywood to vote right. If you want to get ahead in your career, you have to vote right. You have to vote
Well,
correctly.
if you really want to get ahead, you should do something dirty on tape with another scummy motherfucker that you can hold over each other. That's how our government works.
That's what I heard.
America's national bird should be gay blackmail. Okay, do you know what the eye in the pyramid is? It's somebody peeping through a hole
There
and
it is.
watching you.
How Kamala Harris burned through 1.5 billion
See,
in
they-
15 weeks.
So she's the hot two of this. They're dumping it all on her, even though it was probably Howie Mandel's son-in-law that did it.
She's pressed for more cash since the election, which is crazy. She's asking for cash.
Yo, my girl
Still.
gets Democrat fundraiser things. Back when they overturned Roe v. Wade and then the next day asked for money, that's like the ultimate test of like how much of a cow you are.
Right. They said we need money because they just overturned Roe v.
They
Wade.
held Roe v. Wade. How long did they hold that over everybody's head that you're going to lose Roe v. Wade if you? And I remember Trump being like, I didn't tell him to do that. I don't think he did. I think that's one of those gun rights and doing that are the two, like, how do we emotionally hit somebody to make them do what we want? And since they do a shit job, the mafia that run shit, they're running out of emotional buttons to push on you.
Right.
Plus, they got you pumped full of drugs and make you not feel things.
Right.
So you got to jerk off to My Little Pony eventually, right? I'm sure there's no problem. Dude, remember Temple? Temple Grandin is, right?
No.
The autistic lady that helped them cattle ranchers. She's an engineer. It was real TED Talk circuit kind of person.
Oh, I kind of vaguely remember now.
20 years ago, my friend was there. He goes, yeah, and she realized because she could kind of think like a cow because they'd be spooked by shadows and stuff, and so she understood stuff about them. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. It's very smart. An
Right.
engineer.
Right.
Boy, what a useful citizen. Think of these useful citizens we have now that they're really technically minded and really focus on that. They self-compartmentalize almost.
Yeah.
And you can program whatever sexuality. Like, you're a woman. Like, I am. You can fucking make them fall in love with TV ponies.
And the more vaccines you get them, the more easy they are to program.
Dude, last time I was here. Yeah. Oh, yes. The last time I was here, me and my girl flew, and so I was asleep. I like to be knocked out. I don't want to be awake for any part of the flight, okay? And my girl sitting next to this other girl, who she thought was a kid at first, but was probably a 30-year-old woman. So she was like, she must have been from the Pacific Northwest. She's vaguely Asian, wearing a Pikachu mask, COVID mask, okay? Bright colors,
Okay.
okay? She sits down, and I'm passing. I go looks, and the girls, getting the cookies they bring you. And she has a box with a little Pikachu, and she sits it on the tray and eats cookies with it. Okay, and then
Mm.
and then Jen's like, I fell asleep, and she woke up to laughing because the girl's got an iPad. She's laughing her ass off at Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I
Okay,
didn't say a 30-year-old woman.
yeah, and I go, just so you know, sweetie, that chick will make more money than you ever have in your life. That's the new future. So when you told me that China thing that they were doing some weird intelligence raising experiment. What'd you tell me about?
Yes, yeah, they did they said that they were trying to take these babies and make them immune to HIV. But what they were really doing was making their propensity for intelligence much higher.
So you think? See,
And then the
yeah.
guy got arrested for doing it and went to jail, and then he got out. But he was like this, which obviously they wanted him to do it. Like the whole thing's like
yeah, well, you got a computer. America's going to hand you your ass. I'm sure they got the same story you hear here.
but
China's going to hand us our ass.
they're literally developing geniuses from the womb on
Hey.
purpose.
Hey, so are we. Real weird geniuses.
But here's the question: why wouldn't you do that? If you found out that there was a thing that you
That
could do
doctor
to kids,
mutilating the children?
no,
These kids have been
yeah.
mutilated.
Well, sure, but if it's something just so simple as it just elevates your intellect, if there's a gene expression that they can turn on or off, and this thing that they can do when the child is in the womb can make the child 25% more intelligent.
Right, but they're going to be autistic.
Are you sure?
Well, have you seen the telepathy tapes, which everyone
Yeah,
tells
yeah,
you
yeah,
about?
yeah, yeah. But that's not. Those are nonverbal people. Like,
Well, you turn the crank as to whatever.
Yeah, but
It's a right blend of chemicals.
but how do we know? We don't know that these people are autistic. They might just be just genius. It might not have a side effect. Like there are people that are
The
geniuses.
Chinese ones or the
The
ones
Chinese ones, where they manipulated the genes. The thing is, like,
Look, it's China. It's hard to tell.
there's a lot of geniuses that aren't like socially fucked up. They're just really smart people. So what is that? Like, why does some people have a 9-volt brain and other people have a fucking Tesla battery?
Well, that's the quest, isn't it? That's why we have the Olympics. That's why we have the eugenics festival every 4 years.
Right, but why wouldn't you encourage that kind of manipulation
Well,
in the
I
world?
guess because these people that play God invariably end up being perverts with like weird shaped dicks that they're taking it out on us, like your Epstein's and such. Yo, all these tech dudes, I want their dicks out and I want to see what kind of deformities they have before I let them be in charge of shit. You got a weird dick? I don't think you should be social engineering
What were you
shit.
saying last night about a guy with a flute dick?
Oh,
What were you saying?
He could tell you the story. I don't want to say, but
You don't
I
have
don't want
to.
to name names because that's how Hitler happened.
Do you remember? I think her name was. Is it Stacy Plaskett? Whoever
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah.
and she has this woman behind her that's like this super
Oh.
autistic lady that's mouthing every word.
Yeah, she's like, and I know that.
like looks odd. I shouldn't say she is. I don't
Okay.
know if she is. Maybe she's just a
She
very
wrote the speech.
enthusiastic
She
young
wrote the
lady that
words.
has like very bizarre behavior patterns.
I know exactly what it is because
Yeah, she wrote
I
the words.
talk to myself like a crazy person.
Mhm.
Okay, I have for my whole life. I just that look on that chick.
Mhm.
That looks like me if I'm not even alone. I just am thinking about it now.
Right, but the fact that this girl's on
She
air
wrote
and
the
her
speech.
eyes are, right, but
She
her
wrote
eyes
it?
are wide. And
Yeah.
she looks like an alien.
She's mouthing the words of her
Yeah.
play.
Yes.
She's a playwright, and she's
Yes.
mouthing the words that she wrote. And
She's a writer on a sitcom. And She's
Exactly.
waiting for the actors to deliver
that's
the lines.
and by the way, that's every bit as creepy as psychic puppetry. That's the. Do you understand how creepy that is?
It's very weird, yeah, because you know that lady who's the represent. Watch this. Look at her.
Yeah, I've made that face.
Look at
many
her
times.
eyes, though. Look at those eyes.
Mhm.
Give me some volume.
Page 55.
Yeah, they went over it together.
Look at her, though.
With FBI employee Flores Demlo, who
See, if Kamala had one of them, she could have done better.
Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes.
Wait. I didn't see that part.
Yeah, she
a
made a mistake, and then the autistic girl corrects her.
Wait.
I don't know if she's autistic. I shouldn't say that.
From the committee's interview, with page 55 from the committee's
Wait.
interview, which took place on July 17, 2023. In that,
Wait, yeah, I'm missing the thing I'm supposed to be seeing.
She mouthed her.
which took place on July 17, 2023. In that, to leave this interview, it
Because she said,
was implied that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
She realizes she made a mistake, so she's going to correct her.
Were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged to Hunter Biden.
So she has to correct her. So she leans over and says
Would
something
they
to
be
her.
representing what you said, correct? Answer by Ms. Demlo. They would be representing what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that.
Oh my God. Wait, that's not what I. Whoa, 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 whoa,
Each
whoa.
of those
No, that's not just writing the speech. That's fucking.
Yeah, but let me say they don't all work really well. They work well for the first 3 days or so, but then some of them don't, and then but some of them do. Some of them have been working for like 6 months.
like the lo-fi ones, they work great.
They work really good. Yeah, really well. But yeah, each one. Let me go through them. I won't go through them all, but like basically, welcome. How are you, Pac O2, Pac Oz? What's good? Welcome. How are you? We're just watching Joe Rogan.
What's up, guys? Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah. What's up?
Living the dream.
I know, yeah.
Very well. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm sweet, man. I'm just chilling. I'm watching TV. How old are you guys, man?
How old am I? I'm 39. How old are you?
I'm 22, man. It's nice to meet you, bro.
Pleasure to
Nice
meet you.
you.
How'd you find out about me?
Just been hopping servers, bro. Clicking on links and that, bro, and ended up there.
Very well. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Crack on, bro. What should tell me everything?
Excellent.
I'm happy to get to know you.
Sure. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming now for more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. All the footage is archived on YouTube. This is the world's largest time capsule. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, I dedicate my life to live streaming for the good of the world. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst through the use of digging of wells, which I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Kaninu. I know it's a mouthful, but we've actually built wells in Nigeria. It's worth over $100 million right now. I also want to help promote life straws and, most importantly, desalination plants, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the people. Some other things that we discuss on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure. We discuss faster than light travel, dark energy, dark matter, things like de-extinction. I don't know if you're familiar, but the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003. It was a Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colosso Scientific, is started. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using an African elephant, which is really an exciting project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger into the world, and then perhaps even the dodo bird, which I think are really some fascinating topics. We also
That would be interesting if that does end up happening. That's pretty cool.
100%. We also discuss some things that are important to you, particularly data. Data is its number one resource, and I have more data online than any person ever. So when I go viral, which could be any day now, I want to help everybody who's helped me along the way, including you. Things that we talk about are things like life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. Really to get your average life expectancy up from age 80 to age 100, 120. But then 120 may hit and you may say, okay, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. Now what? That's where the next type of technology comes into play that's very exciting. It's known as mind uploading technology. If I may ask, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
No one's ever told me that. It's just life. You die eventually.
Not necessarily in the traditional way. I have the privilege then of telling you that I think there's a chance that you may not die. By utilizing a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, we may be able to scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every molecule is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. for later download as an android and avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, essentially whatever you want to be. But what I want you to make you aware of is that there's a possibility that you may be able to experience a digital immortality, should you wish, which I think is a really cool aspect.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Excellent. Well, with that, we're just chilling. What are you watching? You said you were watching some TV?
Yeah, I'm watching Little Man, man. You ever seen Little Man?
No, what is Little Man?
It's just a comedy film, man. It's I don't know how to explain it. It's pretty funny. You should watch it.
All right, well, very well. Well, we're watching the Joe Rogan Experience. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah, of course I do, man. He's the guy with the trippy shit.
Exactly. So feel free to enjoy and just chill. You're always welcome here. As I said, I'm live 24/7. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to put an optimistic twist on things and just want to give people hope. So glad that you're here. Glad that
Well, it's
you.
nice to meet you, man. You seem like a lovely bloke, man. So where are you from, if you don't mind me asking, bro? You seem fucking lovely, man.
I'm based in California.
California, beautiful place, bro.
Word no.
Beautiful place.
Have you been?
And weed's legal there. Weed's legal there.
Absolutely.
So, you know, the bonus.
100%. All right. With that, feel free to enjoy. Just kick back, relax, and enjoy yourself.
Weird.
Weird.
Thank you.
I never saw that.
Yeah, weird. Everybody needs one of them geniuses.
Yeah, but that's like
I need
Voice
one
to
sitting
Skull.
next to me on a podcast.
Voice to Skull.
I would like one. Can
What?
you find one? We start auditions
Where's
tomorrow.
Jamie?
Jamie's not the
Yo,
same
he
thing.
knows about crypto, man. Yo,
Jamie's deeply invested in
Jamie.
Hawktua.
tell this fudge about Hawktua.
Do you know where FUD comes from?
I don't know. Bro.
Elmer FUD. And do you know what the reference is from?
No.
Hunting rifles. So hunters and are firearms enthusiasts, like Second Amendment people, like my friend Colion Noir, like people who like make YouTube videos on ARs and that kind of shit.
It's not Colin.
Well, Collins is his real name. Colion Noir is his online name. His real name's Collins.
I've been saying Colin.
Collins is his actual name.
Oh.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
My point is, super firearms enthusiasts that kind of go to like the SHOT Show in Vegas and check out all the latest fucking red dots. They think of hunters that use like bolt action rifles as FUDs. You're an Elmer FUD. You're a dopey old hunter. Like you have an antiquated view of firearms.
I think this is different though, right?
Oh, fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Yeah, it's there.
Manipulative propaganda tactic used in sales smart. I don't think that's what you're saying though. You're talking about FUDs like dorks.
I was talking about this.
Oh,
You don't
you
think
said
the
I'm a
Hawktua is
FUD though.
Yeah, FUD. FUD. But it's got.
But that's a you use that like as a noun.
Yeah, they go the FUDs.
Oh,
I just do I like
FUD
Sigma
factor?
Yeah.
But that's not what they're saying here. They're saying it's a factor. Put a competitor at a disadvantage. The FUD factor.
You know what I'm going off of is Sigma grind set channels where they get going crypto and like don't listen to the FUDs. You know.
So what I'm saying is that like real hardcore gun enthusiasts look at guys wearing hunting rifles as FUDs.
It's both things. It's both.
Yeah,
it's both.
I get it.
They're not. It's not just one thing. It's both.
Right. I thought it was. That's where I thought it was coming from. Maybe it's just like my limited.
No, all that libertarian crypto guys are kind of connected.
Oh, here it is.
You know?
An old-fashioned, unimaginative, or pompous person.
It's both things.
Oh, fuddy-duddy.
Somebody probably took the term FUD and made an acronym out of it. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right, and that's probably why they made Elmer FUD. Right?
Yeah.
It was probably already a term, and Elmer FUD was a dork. So
The gun people and crypto people go together, right?
Yeah. Well, it's all people that are like really into a thing. You know, it's like coin collectors. Yeah. People are like those similarities of people that are really into like collecting things. You find them in everything.
I bet archaeology is the most interesting one.
Well, the people that like actually get like stolen shit, like they buy it from China. They have like Egyptian mummies in their house and stuff. Yeah.
Making things scarce is the best. You know, like diamonds.
That's a big market, you know, for like illegal artifacts.
Yeah.
Like really, really rich guys in other countries, they like to fucking go behind back channels and get like Egyptian shit that was like ripped off from
Especially
tombs.
I mean, when you hear like Templar Knight stories of oaths, it sounds like Raiders of the Lost Ark stuff, don't it?
It does.
Like they were raiding the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
So that goes back. I like that debunking guy's channel because he's not like, you know, he's doing real.
He's great.
Yeah, and
He's coming on soon again by himself.
if I can learn something from you, thing, that's all I want.
Yeah,
so,
no, that guy's great.
Yeah, like the guy that was like to Graham Hancock, don't talk about that; it could lead to racism. Like,
oh, this is Flint Dibble. He's just
Flint Dibble
he
coin,
is
by
what
the
he
way,
is.
going to the moon.
I
Dibble
bet it's
coin.
worth a lot. What
Flint,
is the Dibble coin worth? But here's my question about the whole coin thing. Are they using real money? Is that $36 billion real money that they bought it for? Or are they using fake money? Are they using like
it becomes
Shiba
real.
Inu coin to buy
Probably.
Trump coin? But you know what I'm saying? Like, so I was
Yeah.
watching this thing on Shiba Inu coin explaining that if you bought Shiba Inu coin in the beginning, like if you got $1,000 in Shiba Inu coin, at one point in time it was only worth $2, but
Mhm.
now it's worth like $17 million.
That's right.
Like if you hang on there in the waves, like if Elon tweets about Shiba Inu coin, that fucking shit will skyrocket. And then you got right, and
Might have asked him to do that when he was here before, and he didn't do it.
Look, here's the difference between.
He's trying to break the
yeah.
system. Jamie's trying to Nancy Pelosi the crypto market.
Guess what? Because I bet people got a story about how they had a whole bunch of Ethereum or Doge or whatever, but then the place they bought the coin through was shady, and now they don't have shit. So here's the difference: we get our real money the same way through dark occult magic, okay? But there's insurance on it, right? You get some more money. That's why. So to regulate it, some guy like that FTX creep, they want to be in charge of it.
Right.
This is a time-tested oligarch way to do it. You go, this is getting dangerous.
Right.
We have to regulate it, and then they control it, and then they're boss hog. They need to be boss hog of the day. So what you see now is a mafia shift. The mafia people that used to know what's his name, he's at the McCarthy hearings, and he was pretending not to be gay, and he had AIDS. The famous guy,
J. Edgar Hoover,
the other one from the time that was friends with Trump and
he had AIDS.
He died of AIDS. It's a famous story. He prosecuted
Kicking ass, taking names, yeah,
and
just
the
on
people
Twitter
that stole them.
Spaces, watching Joe Rogan.
I'm
How
blanking
about
on
you?
the name. God damn it! The gay blackmail guy. Him and Hoover. What the hell? Huh? No, that's the knob boss that died of AIDS. Trump's friend, that notorious lawyer, Roy Cohn.
Yeah, I try to stay out of
Roy Cohn.
politics, so it is what
You
it
ever
is.
heard
I
of Roy Cohn?
understand
I've heard the
that
name,
it
but I
is
don't know who he
something
is. Like
that
if you ask me, like, what does Roy
motivates
Cohn
people.
do?
Okay,
I
so
wouldn't be able to tell you.
my guess is Roy Cohn
Doesn't
told
motivate
Trump
me.
where all the bodies are buried, and I really got put on this by dark journalists. I'm telling you guys, great. Daniel List, his name is, because he
why
just
is
the
there a
facts.
wave
Just
of
the facts.
right-wing
Just the facts, man.
mentality?
Yeah, and so
in
Roy
the political
Cohn,
sphere?
the whole network that the whole pyramid scheme it works on, which is blackmail. Okay, Roy Cohn's part of that. And Trump, you'll notice, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs. You know about who he's. Yeah, this guy. So you know who Trump slept with. Like, I don't care that he paid that chick to shut up. Or why would you even try to prosecute for that? Like, I give a shit. You know this shit. All these.
Sure. At my heart, I'm probably a libertarian socialist. So I feel that the state should provide for the people, but that people should be entitled to their individual rights. And so I can see that I do have some socialist leanings.
So would you say you're a national socialist yourself?
No.
In a way?
No.
These other motherfuckers.
How creepy does he look?
He was okay. He wasn't Greek, but
He looks creepy.
So Trump was going in. They wanted Trump to run because then you'd have to vote Hillary. You remember the story,
Right.
Okay, and then Trump won, and it's like Pulp Fiction when Bruce Willis wins and he shouldn't have.
Right.
And because you can't have a guy that you don't have blackmail on.
Right.
The president, if the president doesn't have the highest security clearance, and he doesn't, the president does not. He's supposed to, I thought, but he doesn't. And the excuse is, well, he's only there 48 years, right?
Right.
So already now you've told me there's a deep state with that, just with that.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And now you're telling me that the president has not meant anything for quite some time because so there's secrets we don't get to know or vote for. And that's just how it is. And you saw Men in Black, just trust them.
Listen,
They got Will Smith on the team.
Hey, I don't like the way you're talking.
Yeah,
This is for the good of the company.
What's going on?
yeah,
Excuse me, country.
yeah. Well, dude,
The good of the country.
even if you think of like original sin, the whole concept of original sin, right? That's incorporation. That's like the liability is on all of us for the company. Like that's an incorporating thing. So everything's that. And look, everybody's gonna keep.
Well, you can interpret my words any way that you want. I did not say that. I said I'm a libertarian socialist.
Yeah, but I ain't a libertarian socialist, a socialism, not nationalist. That's our program.
I haven't used the term nationalist within anything that I've said. So I see that you're trying to tweak my words, which is incorrect to do. I'm a libertarian socialist.
You said the government should be for the people, right?
I said that the government should provide for the people.
Yeah, and that's being nationalist.
I mean, you can define it any way that you want. I don't necessarily agree with you, but if you want to live in your own echo chamber where you think that you can manipulate people's words for your own benefit, go for it, my friend.
Keep putting money in these dumb coins, okay? And I'll bet you a Trump coin, and which is bullshit. He's got some real crypto scumbags.
Listen to me. I don't talk politics. I don't want to talk politics. I told you what my beliefs are. I am a libertarian socialist, and leave it at that.
Hanging around him. Larry Ellison, I don't know who the hell is looking at that guy and thinking he should be in charge of anything. Peter Thiel, I watch you talk to Peter Thiel. I've never seen
Doug, what about I don't want to
lie
discuss
so
politics.
artlessly and autistically in my life.
What did he lie about?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna put this out about Epstein Island. Maybe just some guys were cheating on their wives. Yeah, maybe that's all it was, Peter. Some guys were cheating on their wives.
See, the thing is, he's a gay guy, and he's not interested in going to that island, so he's probably on the outs. And allegedly, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he supposedly.
No,
ever
that's
went.
not the only game in town.
Oh, I'm sure there's but you can't gay when a guy's single and gay. Like, what are you going to get on him? That he fucks other guys?
See, that's why they didn't want gay marriage to be illegal. Because what are you going to blackmail with?
Right.
Why did you decide to do that?
Well, it started with me wanting to record my golf swing at a local golf course, and I had never done social media, never been into being on video or anything like that. Really, everything in my life went virtual during the pandemic. So I got more comfortable being on camera. And I decided that if I were going to start to record my golf swings, I might as well stream it. And then from there, I got more and more comfortable with streaming. And I decided to purchase some devices and just start live streaming to see what it would be like.
Yeah.
It wasn't too invasive in my life, and I enjoyed the fact that I was essentially creating a time capsule for the world, and I just continued to do it. And that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I can see you've got a lot of computers and shit.
And there you go.
If you just be gay. Oh, that's right. Worse things. We're going to have to make you do a lot worse stuff now that you can be gay.
Sure.
And why are there still people in the closet in this day and age when there's a goddamn rainbow flag on every corner? That's weird.
Well, it's people that got trapped.
You know the sped.
I don't know who that is. What is that?
Clyde, I'm pretty sure I saw you in Clyde Kick Chat before, yeah. I made him cry, bro.
Oh,
you know Clyde.
Kick? Yeah, you probably did see me in Kick.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I saw you in his chat, bro, and you made Clyde cry, man.
I made him cry?
Yeah, man.
Hilarious. Yeah, I have bots that automatically spam people. So that's amazing that you saw me from there. That's hilarious. Well, thank you for telling me that.
He's a pedo anyway. So yeah.
Well, I can tell you that my bots don't know that. They just spam anybody who's streaming at a given time. So they don't discriminate between those people and normal people.
Trapped, right? So they've been lying their whole life, and the social stigma of it in the 80s and 90s. Like we know, guys.
The Intel community. You just described the Intel community.
Right. This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Right, they got you. They got you.
There's no forgiveness, dude. So look, that's here's the thing, like, you know, like Russell Brand's into Jesus. You know, I don't know what's like true or not, but I do know the way the system works is perpetrator victim forever, and that's the pyramid. And so you're gonna have to forgive people. I don't want to forgive none of them people at all. So it will take a miracle from Jesus to make me feel like that. 100%.
I don't mind forgiving people. I just don't think that they should be in the same positions. If they were using their power to manipulate people and then something comes out about them that shows that this is why they were doing it, that person shouldn't be allowed to continuing it, and we forgive them. They should find a new thing to do.
Yeah, and
because they shouldn't be in control of the rest of the country's life.
Dude, when those files come out, the JFK ones, because you know how much is going to come out. They don't. The reason they overclassify, I think, is you don't need that much threads to pull it apart, and much smarter people than me just do that all the time, and you can still find them. And so when these new files come out, and you know, here's what I bet: it'll be a lot of shit to go through, a lot.
Oh yeah.
I always think with that thing you told me, Judge Napolitano, that if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release it either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I think I know what that means, but I don't obviously.
What do you think it means?
Oh, I think it's Monarch, dude. I think it's part of I hope it is. I hope they're going to get that off their chest, that MK Ultra never ended. I hope we're going to get that off our chest, because that all UFO shit is directly with that. And I don't know which parts are the mind control shit and which parts are some kind of entity. So, and it's on purpose that you're not supposed to connect it, but they're very connected.
Well, I told you my friend Evan Hafer's theory about JFK.
What is that?
That when, so here's what happened. They don't clue JFK in on the bag of pigs until very late in the operation. And air support is critical for the survival.
Oh, the Cubans, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So he pulled, not the Cubans, American special ops guys. So they send in the fucking most ultra violent, best killers we have, but they have to have air support. Well, he pulls.
Can you repeat that, please?
I can't type in Jabba.
Yeah, no one can. I used to let people type in there, but then people would put really gory things in there, and I didn't have time to babysit it, so I just didn't let anybody do it.
Just take pit palms up.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to type something, you can type in the free speech channel, and you can type in the promote yourself channel, self-promotion. So there are some where you can type whatever you want.
JFK pulls air support, and those guys get fucked. And a lot of guys died that shouldn't have died. So those guys come back, and they're fucking furious. And those are the type of people that you would hire to kill people.
Yeah.
Because they kill people already. So if you got those guys, and you've got this president that the entire Special Forces division that went onto that island wants dead. So you have thousands, or I don't know how many people deployed in that particular operation, but you've got, let's say you got 1,000 hardcore killers that want this president dead because their buddies got blown up unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah. I have a question, because they are killers. How come they tried to kill Fidel Castro 600 fucking times, which is kind of high? Didn't get that done. Only tried to kill Kennedy once, got that done.
Well, Kennedy was in a fucking convertible in Dallas, and Fidel Castro was well aware that people were trying to kill him.
It's easier to murder your own people who don't see it coming.
That's true, though. But Castro was having like affairs with women who knew things.
Yeah, he was James Bond. He
was tied in to people that were involved in the potential assassination of him. He was getting inside information. That's why he didn't smoke the exploding cigars. They try to do like a cartoon. They give him an exploding cigar.
This is just public record, which blows me away. They're like 600, because they'll tell you what a monster I'm sure he was. I know if someone tried to kill me
Yo,
600
Doug, if you
times,
keep saying
I
that,
might
I'm gonna
become
throw
a
you out.
monster.
You got it?
Yeah.
The first couple of times I might get different, you know, but
Yeah.
600 times I might get kind of cynical. I might lose my shine.
Yeah, well, he was already a monster. I mean, he was already
I want to know.
forcing
Look,
the dictatorship. of
monster's a
people.
measurement, and I want to know what you're measuring against. I hope it's not against us, because a lot of these guys come up smelling better when you measure them against America. Did you notice that? Such as George H.W. Bush and George W. and Cheney and all those motherfuckers. Look, hey, Gaza, what happened, happened. I guess we're going to move on. I don't want to hear about Russia or China ever the fuck again after that shit. I don't want to hear about Uyghurs ever the fuck again after the shit they let happen in Gaza. I had to do the thing you're going to do and take our money. You're entitled to it, to do the murders you did. But don't come at me with that fucking
moralism.
The morals of the West bullshit ever the fuck again. Because I'm going to tell you, go
I
fuck
just
yourself.
kicked them. I didn't ban
That's
them,
all.
but-
Because there's nothing I could do. I didn't do this shit.
It is funny. It is funny that, like, George W., when he's sitting on the stage at the inauguration, I look over at him. He's clearly medicated. I would just guess.
He's
I'm
a
guessing.
Sirhan if there ever was one.
He's sitting there smiling and look at. There's all these memes online where he's like seeing things that aren't there. But
Yeah.
you have to be that if you killed 1 million people. If you killed 1 million people on a
That's
false
right.
premise, and then how do you sleep at night? Well, they medicate the fuck out of you,
And
and you're
then-
fine.
But what about when you're kind of not a bad person deep down? How do we get people that aren't psychopaths to become secondary psychopaths, which is what they call a sociopath now? Because we need people to do murders. No, I want to join. But we need people to murder for us, and it's not that easy to compartmentalize that.
Mhm.
Okay, our whole public school system is based on how hard it is to get people to pull the trigger. The Prussian system, right? That Prussian emperor invented our schooling because 70% of his soldiers were. They tell you those rifles weren't
They're
accurate.
missing on purpose. Yeah, they didn't want to kill people.
So what the hell? Oh, they were growing up in loving families, and we got to fix that shit, right? So here's
So
the
separate them earlier.
yeah.
Yeah.
Before you get that
Program.
brainwave that tells you reality, okay? And then, do you remember when suddenly pre-K? Outcomes of people who went to pre-K are better.
Yeah.
Why? Because you separate them from mommy earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened with me?
Don't
What?
use
Did I
that
tell
type
you?
of language.
I think one of the things that led me to questioning everything my whole life was that when I didn't go to kindergarten.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I
Yeah.
went to first grade. First grade was the first time I went to school.
Yeah.
So I was with my family, this loving Italian family, nice
Catholic school?
nice home, Catholic school,
Mhm.
first grade. And then all of a sudden, I'm being controlled by this nun who was a fucking ruthless cunt.
Mhm.
It was the first time I'd ever been around a mean person.
Right.
Like, I didn't have like mean people to me in my life. And this lady was
Yeah.
just fucking openly vicious. She said she was going to make me sit on a nail in the closet because
That's hot.
it was a weird shit. She would,
oh.
smack your hands, and
Yeah.
she would hit you. They would do things. She would hit people in class. I don't think she hit me. I don't remember her hitting me, but she hit people in class. And I remember
Trauma bonding.
as a 6-year-old kid sitting there in that class going, okay, I know this is all bullshit. This is not what God would want. These people don't represent God. Because I was like really into God. My parents were getting split up when I was 5, and I was like really lost. And one of the things that I clung to was religion as a young boy. I didn't even really know what it meant, but I wanted to believe that there was a God that made something.
Well, you had
good.
formed the part of the brain where you have a sense of reality and fairness, right? That's why they need to get you young for boot camp. It's boot camp for
I had
kids.
by the time I had gotten to first grade, I had experienced enough bullshit that I realized that this lady does not represent God. This was just some mean old celibate lady.
Yeah.
And it was just, the whole thing was nasty, and the way she treated the students was terrifying. And from then on, I questioned it. It would like literally set me down on a path from first grade. And
Yeah.
it was because they didn't get me when I was 4. They didn't get me when I was 5. They got me when I was 6.
Yes.
My parents had already split up. I'd already seen some shit. I'd already seen enough chaos to know that people are fucking not what they say they are.
Right.
I'd seen enough shit behind the scenes.
No, that they got to get you. That's why.
Gotta get you
It's so useful to have adults that care about Pokemon.
Dog,
They
I'm
keep you
watching this. If
5
you're gonna annoy
years
me,
old,
I'm
one
gonna
part of
mute
your
you.
brain forever. Forever, you're gonna
I
wait.
think that's fascinating.
Well, okay. Look, it's not either or. It's like,
I think it's the
we
aluminum.
noticed this effect from a chemical. Well, we already know public record. They dumped that cobalt, whatever, on black kids in Chicago. We already know the shit they're willing to do to you at any given time. So why, if you notice that some kids get autistic and they get savantism, why wouldn't you just see? I mean, what was the point of bringing all them Nazis over after the war with all their great science if we're not going to test it out? And these fuckers think they can do that to you. They all think they can. I don't know if you remember the vaccine mandates, but there's an example of it. What am I, in the military? I got to take a vaccine because I didn't sign no papers. Well, we're going to nudge you if you want to go to work. Dude,
But that's all a money grab.
well, okay.
But that's all a money grab. That's all
for a certain
sell-
level.
No,
That's
no,
a
no,
certain
no,
level.
no. That's 100% what that is. That's selling the most amount of vaccines possible, and that, just look at the numbers. That's worth hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, you're right.
Hundreds
That's
of
right.
billions of dollars. That's a money grab.
Now, okay.
But here's the
Hold that
thing:
thought,
if you
yeah.
don't mandate them, and you have more people that are surviving and getting
Mhm.
through it, and telling other people it's fine, you don't need the vaccine, that cuts your profits in a massive way.
You know, shit.
A
Wait.
massive way. But that's all that is.
Can I
You're looking into it too deeply. They're not trying to make autistic people.
What do you mean
That-
all? First of all,
that's a money grab.
wait. Okay, never mind the autistic thing. Of course, it's a money grab, and because you're right now not thinking like Hawk Tuacoin, you think like a poor person. Well, what? Like I make weapons. I bet if I made more wars, I could sell more weapons.
100%.
I make fucking cures. I bet if I made more diseases, I could sell more cures. So
Well,
the
you don't
money
make
grab
cures.
is
You make treatments. You don't want to make cures.
Yeah, no, right.
They openly discuss not wanting to have cures.
okay. So you see how openly. This is the thing. Because people will be like, "Oh, you're conspiracies." Dude, I almost never tell the conspiracies, I think. I tell public record shit.
You tell them in the green room, you freak me out.
Yeah, just so, and here's why I do that to everyone I meet, because I just want to see. I just
And
want to
you
see.
corner him. He's a fucking giant. He lurches over people in the green room and he's like, "Oh, did you know?"
Well, one, because when then sometimes people say something so uninformed that I'm like, it is a triggering thing.
Well, you have too much information. I think I've been a friend of yours for a long time, and like we probably met 15 years ago or something like that.
Yeah, at in Canada.
Yeah.
Or,
How many years ago was that?
This is a long time ago.
Long time ago. And I've watched
Comedy
your
Addict.
That's right. No, comedy.
Was it the Addict? Jimbo,
Comedy
it was
Works. Jimbo's. Comedy Works.
I'm sorry.
Comedy
yes.
Works in Montreal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So over time, what has happened is you have, through doing the Jimmy Dore show, you got exposed to all kinds of really fucked up real conspiracies.
Yeah, the
And then-
news. It's
and
called the news.
Yeah, but
before
a
that,
real
dude, before
but a
that.
real independent journalist like Jim,
Right.
who's also a comic.
Right. So before that, but yeah, definitely that's a big part of it.
That
But
was it.
Before, so conspiracy are almost like to relax after having to hear that. Before that was Barry Crimmins, and
Oh,
let me tell you
that's
something. Barry Crimmins used to tell me so much shit that I did not have the ears to hear, and he would bring up Nicaragua all the time and something
yeah.
Reagan did, and I'd be like,
Barry was a political commentator and a comic back when nobody was.
he was also the real deal with it. He wasn't a phone.
Oh yes.
He wasn't a phony about it.
No. He was
when-
a real dude with it.
we toured. Okay, he wanted to tour me with the whole meeting, try to reel me for a fucking month.
Yeah.
Which I always knew they kind of sucked, but what I didn't know is that they just make shit up completely.
Oh yeah.
So that's the real first thing where I noticed there's a big problem. The previous thing where I thought there might be a problem was I had forgotten if we were still in Iraq. It had been some years. I was like, are we still doing that?
I've
Like,
got it.
it felt like I left the oven on, right?
Right.
And I had to Google if we were in Iraq still. And then, so that disturbed me a little bit. But I mean, I moved on with my life, obviously. Then the media thing. And then on tour. And so Barry went on tour with me just to be seen with me because I was getting so much shit because he was a very leftist. He used to say there's no left here. And I would go, you could have fooled me. And he was right. So everybody's saying left and right here. What are you talking about? There's upstairs, downstairs. That's all there is. But dude, it's the same as the public school memos from your Rockefellers and Carnegies. They've written down the thing openly and said what they're gonna do. Alex Jones didn't make up the New World Order, okay? Alex Jones didn't pull that out of his ass. George H.W., 1,000 points of light, a New World Order.
Yeah.
Your best friend Bill Clinton. Like ships passing in the night. You didn't get none of the Clinton charm. You just got the.
I just got the demon behind the eyes.
Yeah.
We just locked eyes.
the
with each other for like
adrenochrome
15
withdrawal
seconds.
eyes.
He just looked over at me, and we looked at each other for like 15 seconds.
The idea of like, do you need telepathy to read his mind? When
If possible, Caspian C, I mean, I would have probably done the same thing. Just mute and deafen them and let them run themselves ragged.
he looked
I
at
don't.
you,
No, I don't.
and
No.
but the thing is funny is he looked at you like almost like a fucking that chick that blew him.
Oh, I understand.
If she hadn't saved that dress,
I get it.
it'll be like, who saves the dress? Somebody that knows they pissed off the Clintons.
But also, you should know your strategy sucks because you got to have me on your side, you fucking idiots.
No, you're fine.
No,
no
they
reason
see.
to
That's the
apologize.
thing. You're not going to them
it
parties
keeps-
you're getting invited
It
to.
just grows the number of people that we
Here's
have
how
in
they're
here,
going to do
though.
you.
we
Here's
don't
what I think.
ban
Is,
them,
they're
we
going to
just
invite you to see a
mute them.
dinosaur be reconstituted.
They have invited me to
Yeah.
see some things like
But I
That's where they-
understand. I completely
no,
understand the
Woolly
reasons.
mammoths.
That's what. Yeah, that's where they'll make their move, Joe.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be tempted.
Hey, dude, if you want to show me you remade a fucking something cool, like okay,
Yeah, I'm gonna go. That's
Yeah.
how they get me. They can get me with science. Barry Crimmins was the glue that kept the Boston comedy
I know.
community together, and he was the reason why there's no hacks. Everybody was scared of Barry. I was fucking terrified of Barry. The first time Barry was nice to me, I was like, whew. When
and the
Barry liked
leftist who
me-
wasn't a hack. You know what's
No.
great is like where'd that go? You know, the guy that's like the Barry was far left. You would call it.
Well, he was far left, but supported American workers, American-made things. He would like drink Budweiser. He would pull
Because there's
Budweiser
other-
out of his
yeah.
jacket on stage. He wouldn't
Yeah.
drink foreign beer. Yeah, he was a real deal and a
Yeah.
really fucking beautiful person.
Well, you know how the left transition. See, it's all about transitioning. Nothing means anything. So what we do is take the meanings of words and we all stick our dick in it and gape the word until all the meaning slides out of it. So nothing means shit. A vaccine don't mean a whatever you thought a vaccine was, a thing that makes you not get the thing.
Right, that doesn't mean
It's
that.
never been that. Oh, I didn't know. Well, thanks for educating me. Oh, don't worry, we changed it in the dictionary. They did do that. But by the way, don't do your own research. I'm never letting that go. I read that in Forbes. You
Don't do
must
your own
never do your own research. Oh, can I finish this issue of Forbes at least? Do I have to put it down right now? Why would you say that?
Well, what's crazy about them saying that is all the things they were saying that were conspiracy theories, because this is all in regards, the do your own research stuff, was all in regards to COVID-19. All the things that people were saying that they were calling a conspiracy theory turned out to be true.
Yeah.
Every single one of them, but yet no correction, but yet they still want to be the people that give you the news.
Hey, you know where the term tinfoil hat came from, right?
I don't remember.
Okay, Control Alt History. I can't recommend this channel enough. A lot of recent history, but tinfoil hat. A guy named Leonard Kyle, Kiles. He had patents on Polaroid camera shit. Okay, he was a smart guy. Thought his girlfriend was cheating on him, and he would fly into rages and was seeing a therapist. Bad luck for him. This therapist was a CIA guy. Yeah, Delgado. Those old things with the bowl where it doesn't charge because they're putting it's a chip. You know, the brain chip has been invented a long time ago. So they put this in this guy's head without telling him, a brain chip, and then it turned him into. It just fucked him up. Okay, and he ended up in a booby hatch, and the pain from because microwaves are transmitted to his chip. So the pain of that in his brain made him put metal trash cans on his because he's smart. He knew science things and what they were using, even though he was in pain. And then they started letting him use aluminum foil around his fucking head. And so we get the term tinfoil hat from a guy the CIA mutilated and fucked up. And now we say it as a joke. You see how magic works? Yeah.
What was the implant they put in on?
What was it called? The one they made in the 90s is called Soul Catcher, which is ominous.
Jesus.
Yeah, Soul Catcher.
Right. That's what
I
they
sent you
called
that.
it?
That was on CNET. I texted it to you, dude. British
They
Telecom.
probably got lost in that
Yo,
fucking scroll.
hey,
that you
if you're
texted.
worried about the new Elon chip, I got great news, guys. They don't need a chip to do the thing no more. They did it. Why do you think people go, hey, what is this woke mind virus? Well, it's a lot like the COVID virus, a thing a guy made. Why would you even work on something like that unless you were going to deploy it? The CIA verifies, oh, they did think it was a leak. Well, guess what? It wasn't a leak. I'll bet you it was on. What I think it was on purpose, because I don't know why you're fucking around with that if it ain't on purpose.
But why are you doing this gain of function research if you're not trying to find a cure? Because they clearly didn't have a cure.
A cure for a disease that doesn't exist yet? That's suspicious. Hey, how come all the new viruses that come out, the explanation, the not racist and good explanation that you shouldn't research, because that's how science works, obviously, not by not doing research, they all come because some guy fucked an animal. All of them? Why do these freaks do this shit and then you get blamed? So they go, so you create a virus in a lab. No, you probably ate dirty bat wings. Oh, okay. There's this pattern of these assholes do something and then it's blamed on you. And it's in everything. The sci-fi. How many times I got seen a goddamn sci-fi movie with because you humans with your war. Oh, yeah, I did that, motherfucker. Thanks, alien. Hey, thanks for picking me up and raping me. That's what they do, right? They probe you. You wouldn't call it that if Puerto Ricans did it, right? And then they tell you not to pollute.
Right.
Don't pollute. And then they erase your memory, so you have to pay for fucking...
Hey, do you know why you were banned in so many chats?
I was doing, they couldn't see my hands and I was under a blanket. Because I was deaf and for too long and they jailed me.
All right. So they really are, they're being douches.
Why?
I just wondered.
That I was being naughty?
No, I didn't think you were being naughty. I figured you weren't, but I just wondered why they were being so mean to you.
I just raced them like that. That's what I'm thinking. Because there's nobody black in this channel. So, Rabbi, what'd you say? What'd you tell me to do after I finish my IT support specialist certificate?
Get a Salesforce certificate.
What about a CompTIA A plus or whatever? You know what that is?
Let me make sure it's the one that I think it is.
You know what the CompTIA plus is?
I've heard of it. Let me make sure it's the same one I think it is. Yeah, that's a good one. I think it'll take longer, but if that's what you want to do, go for it.
You said a Salesforce one is better though?
It's just faster to do.
How long would it take me? Yes.
Maybe 2 months.
Fuck, another 2 months?
Dog, that's nothing. How about go to college for 4 years?
Yeah, you're right.
Get hypnotherapy to remember not to pollute. What is the purpose of that? It was like a guilt trip for being alive. Hey, what's your carbon footprint, Joe? You measure your carbon footprint?
Isn't it just a warning about the direction of the human race? Which
Oh,
is
you know, we have a
easy to
president,
see.
and you could go to his house and stick your thumb in his asshole and give him that information. He controls the nukes, and I don't. What are you? Why would you go to a farmer and say that to him when we got all these leaders that are in charge of that? There's something that's fishy with that, isn't there? Oh, warning accepted. We got to stop being bad. Yo, nobody wants these wars. That's why they voted for Trump. Nobody wants it. Only a few people want it, and they're the ones who seem to be hiding all the information. And I'm supposed to go, whoa, they have to keep secrets. Like I'm a housewife being cheated on. Right? Everybody's dying.
You're going around so many corners that it's hard to follow where you first started
Really?
from. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
you keep going with stuff. We started with autistic people, and now we're at.
It's all the same, dude. It's all the same. I keep seeing the same cycle of like the UAPs. So they're having hearings, and you know Chuck Schumer, you know that paragon of virtue is like, where's he sick of the lies? And he's signing a bill.
He's sick of the lies, Kurt.
Oh, and
He's representing the people.
Dude, you know Lou Elizondo risked his career to tell us there might be something he might have heard and it might be dangerous. And there's a documentary, and I'm going to see James Clapper on a documentary. James fucking Clapper. He gets an attack of the honesties about UFOs. Hunter's laptop, though, he's going to sign that shit, right? But this fucker's going to tell me the truth now. So I don't think there's something. I know there is, because you wouldn't be all like how they're being about it. But I'm sick of this J.J. Abrams mystery box storytelling. You know?
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of propaganda. There's a lot of misinformation that's going on, I think, purposely to try to muddy the narrative.
Why?
I think it's ours. I think a lot of that stuff is, but I also think we get visited. I think that's real too.
Yeah, I think it is real as well. I
don't think it's as simple as one or the other. I think one of the ways to kind of continue to hide it is to have our stuff, and then eventually it leaks that we have advanced technology. But where did we get it? And what are we emulating? And are we in contact? And are all those stories, what's going on under the ocean? Why are there these things that have been documented that go 500 knots under the ocean, which is fucking insanely fast, that they can go from the ocean to the surface, outside, into space, back into the water, documented stuff. Like that, we don't have that capability. So is that ours? Or is that some shit that comes from somewhere else?
Okay. Yes, they
or is it
have
a combination
it.
of all those things?
No, it's not ours. Yes, they have it.
Well, it's not yours and mine, but is it Raytheon's? You know what I'm saying? Like, does the government have some sort of like top secret propulsion system that's 50 fucking years advanced from what we have now?
Everything they have is about that amount of time more advanced, and I'll bet now it's probably more because back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, you sent me the thing. The Beast system the flying saucer that's a flying supercomputer that can spy on everyone and has those.
Yeah.
It's called the Beast system, which the level of significance of that is unbelievable. That they
Right to the
call it.
Bible. Yeah,
Well,
it's the mark of the beast.
Look, what's the here? I'll be Larry Ellison. After you saw his creepy ass thing, he's like, "Yeah, we'll be watching everyone. And if you're a cop, you can't do that because we'll be what?" I go, "You're gonna be watching? Do I get to watch you, Larry Ellison?"
Yeah, that
Hey,
was the
yeah.
creepiest thing. The idea that no one will have any privacy, and that way everyone will behave.
Except for you, right, motherfucker? So what does God get to do? God gets to look at everybody all the time, but you don't get to look. You can never look at God. They're gonna make
Right.
themselves God. It's real easy, and the way you do that, the way these.
Because Santa Claus. He
By the
knows
way, you know
when
what set
you've
me
been
off?
sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So be good for goodness sake.
Who wrote that?
Some creep. CIA. I bet the CIA wrote that song.
Really? It sounds like been around a long time. No, well, all these songs are all. See, you go to school later, right? When you have a family where you feel like loved in it, and you so you've already have established like a base reality.
Right.
You know, they talk about base reality. That's what it is. You gotta. It's not so cut and dry as left right brain, but you have a masculine feminine side. So that your parents to properly pattern those parts of your brain.
Right.
And your subconscious is the input. It's like a network. The subconscious. So
Right.
so they want to get mommy or daddy out of the house. Okay. So you have a single parent skull. Okay, and then stick their dick in your subconscious forever. That's the goal. That's the child they're molesting is your subconscious. So, like, dude, to this day, I think bronies is not a natural occurrence. I think a bunch of people that are on like Lexapro type drugs who are autistic, okay, who are deprived of feminine contact, deprived of it.
Yes.
The kind of people that are going to know about science, and then when an Epstein character invites them to fuck paradise, they'll go. You know, like the ancient assassins, they'll go to paradise and fuck, and you control them.
What? Ancient assassins.
You know, the assassins, that was what they do. They knock you out with hashish. They wake up in a garden with 72 virgins, all that bullshit.
Wait, you're confusing the shit out of me.
You know about that?
Well, I know that if you're a martyr and you die, you're supposed to get 72 virgins.
Well, that's the old, okay, that comes from the old man in the mountain, the assassin, the term assassin. It's in video games. The term assassin.
But you're saying this is like everybody knows it, right? Jamie, you and I are pretty balls deep in conspiracies. I don't know what he's talking about.
This
You know
is
what he's talking about?
historical
Yeah, I'm
facts.
following a little. I mean, he is everywhere, but I'm following.
Okay, these are historical facts.
Okay,
They're
okay,
assassins.
Checking stuff.
Well, what did they
There's
do?
a Sufi order of Islam, and the guy, he would, they called the old man in the mountains. They show in the Marco Polo Netflix series, the old man, he goes to visit the old man in the mountain, and he had assassins, like young men, you know, probably kid to like teen, and they'd smoke hashish. That's why it's called assassin, from hashish.
Really?
And you're knocked out on hashish because you never smoked it before you're a kid, right?
Okay.
Okay, and then you wake up in a paradise garden that this guy has filled with women that fuck you, and then you go to, you smoke some hash, you go to sleep, you come out again, like that's heaven. You get 72 virgins in a garden in heaven.
Okay.
This is like, it's more towards Shia, but I don't think Shia would, they probably call him a heretic. I don't know Islam too well, but that's what that's from. The 72 virgins is not a Quran thing. That's a,
Well, also, it's not. It doesn't mean 72. It means like a fuckload. That's what it means. Like the
Yeah.
term, like when you say 72, it's like if you have
That's heaven,
72
yeah.
wives, it's
But
impossible to have that many
that
wives.
heaven is a kind of a, like a dick Valhalla, a pussy Valhalla you get to go to.
Right.
Okay, but that comes directly from assassins. That's to trick young men into killing people. And so they would kill a guy and get killed doing it, and they had all these ways of doing it. It's a historical thing.
And they thought they were going to go to heaven and be in that place where they had all those girls.
So that's a very effective form of mind control.
Right. Right.
You know, if I can put on a show for you that you believe is real,
Mm-hmm.
you know, whatever it could be. If I put enough Disney magic into it, you believe anything.
Right. And if I have an island, and if I can fly everybody in on private jets, and you know you're going to party with Bill Clinton,
Yo, and you're
and
a nerd.
Nobel laureates.
Yeah, and you get taken advantage of by the kind of girls that go for you if you're a super
And there's other
nerd.
nerds there. There's other nerds.
Dude, think of these nerds, these tech nerds, the kind of women that go for them. They're either like you ever see Real Genius with Val Kilmer? And there's that chick that wants to fuck all the geniuses. And like,
What is it?
Real Genius with Val Kilmer from
The
the
movie?
80s? Yeah, from the 80s.
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, anyway.
Did you see it, Jim?
But there was one girl that tries to fuck Mitch, the main character, and because she fucks all the smart kids in the school.
God, Val Kilmer was a handsome bastard.
Yes, he plays a handsome scientist.
Perfect teeth.
It's a good fucking movie, dude.
Really?
Yeah, I really like it.
Okay.
I saw it when I was really young. But anyway, that eugenics shit, we're like, we're smart, we should breed. you know, just like some chicks like comedians, some like musicians, some of them like super nerds, right?
Right.
So now, let's say I want to control important things like a nerd's brain, and how do I manipulate a nerd? Well, I send pussy to him.
Right.
I make him feel cool. Right. I give him my island, and then I mean, listen, I mean, it's probably easier than bullying Bieber.
Well, it's definitely the best way if you want to push a narrative and you want like award-winning scientists behind your narrative.
We own the science, they said.
If you want to own the science, you have to compromise the scientists.
You're right. I want to ask. I like Eric Weinstein when he's on here because I'm always trying to listen when somebody's picking up. I want to ask, like I watch Brian Keating all the time, and he was telling me that thing about why maybe there's no alien. I didn't really, it went nowhere what he said, but I do like him. But I want to ask all these nerds, who's paying for your scientific materialist nerd shit, compartmentalized view that you have and your respective expertise? Because here's where we're at. All the experts told me women have dicks, and they told me a gene therapy was a vaccine, and I had like. We don't trust the shit that you went to school for, like the pat on the head, Nobel Prize horse shit. The Nobel Prize, is there any more worthless fucking joke of a prize than the Nobel Prize? You got to be a mass murderer to get one of those.
Do you know the history of the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, because so some rich asshole could ease his conscience. But I don't even think it's for that. I think it's to control the fucking.
But no. The guy, there was a false obituary. They made a mistake and thought that he died, and they called him the Merchant of Death.
Yeah.
In the obituary, because he made dynamite. So to whitewash his image, he decides to have a prize that he gives to the brightest minds.
Yeah.
So his name now gets associated with the most high-achieving brilliance.
Yeah, it's despicable, dude.
It's kind of amazing, though, because the Nobel Prize is the gold standard. That's the thing that everybody thinks. He's a Nobel Prize-winning scientist.
It's amazing if you thought it was shit, but once I learned that, I was like, oh, this ain't shit. It's another sweater on a dog. Well, here's your pat on your head. So why are super genius people this fucking stupid? They're just a little pat on your head. I got an A.
They all want status. They're just human beings. They all want to be the best of their group. They all want to be. They all want to achieve in a way that they get awarded. That's why everybody in Hollywood wants an Oscar. They want to have an Oscar on the mantelpiece.
I mean, the programming is so obvious when you look at it for 2 seconds. How you're trained from birth to be a fucking pat on the head dog, and you're trained to, that's why Temple Grandin knows how cows think. It's useful to have people that think like cows.
Right.
It's so useful. You control how they breed. You can tell them, hey, you guys are all gay now. I don't want you breeding. There's too many people. You're all gay now. Oh, I am. Yeah, you're a different sex. Imagine how great that is to have, what do they call it? What was the term from the program? Programmable biorobotoids, I think is what Kissinger called them. Yeah. MK Ultra shit.
Whoa. What?
Yeah,
that's what he called people that were under the spell of MK Ultra.
Something like biorobotoids. A robot means laborer.
Right.
It's just a way to get slavery. It's just a way to get back to good old slavery, which never left.
Well, the experiments that they did with drugs on people, that's literally what created Ted Kaczynski. And do you remember the one?
I'm sure they stopped.
They did it in St. Louis.
Yeah.
I think they sprayed it out off the top of a building.
Yeah, they didn't even use the chemtrail. They did off the top of the building on the black kids in the building just to see.
But wasn't it LSD?
No, that's San Francisco. This was cobalt.
Well, wait a minute.
I don't remember. It's cobalt something. It's radioactive.
Oh, that's right. It was to judge whether or not they'd be poisoned and what level of poisoning they could survive.
But it sounds Nazi-ish, don't it?
Super.
I wonder if Dr. Green was involved. You know who Dr. Green is, right? Mengele.
Oh, let's one step at a time.
Yeah, we brought
Before
Mengele
you go down, Dr. Green. Good. What was that experiment? Someone told me there was one where they sprayed LSD into the atmosphere.
That's San Francisco.
No. Oh. San Francisco was pneumonia. St. Louis, Doris Spates was a baby and her father died inexplicably. She has watched her siblings die of cancer. She survived cervical cancer. Learning the Army conducted secret chemical testing in her impoverished St. Louis neighborhood in the height of the Cold War. She wonders if her own government is to blame. In the mid-1950s and again a decade later, the Army used motorized blowers atop a low-income housing high-rise at schools and from the back of station wagons to send a potentially dangerous compound into the already hazy air in predominantly black areas of St. Louis. Local officials were told at the time that the government was testing a smokescreen that could shield St. Louis from aerial observation in case the Russians attacked. But in 1994, the government said the tests were part of a biological weapons program, and St. Louis was chosen because it bore some resemblances to Russian cities that the U.S. might attack. The material being sprayed was zinc cadmium sulfide.
Cadmium, that's what it was.
Cadmium sulfide, a fine fluorescent powder.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Russians have black neighborhoods, I guess.
The new research raising greater concern about the implications of those tests. St. Louis Community College Merrimack sociology professor Lisa Marino Taylor's research has raised the possibility that the Army performed radiation testing by mixing radioactive particles with the zinc cadmium sulfide, although she concedes there is no direct proof.
Fucking jerk off motion.
Right. But well, if she's saying this, she must have some reasoning.
Do you have weed?
Yeah. But her report released last month was troubling enough that both U.S. senators from Missouri wrote to Army Secretary John McHugh demanding answers. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
So the San Francisco one was a disease thing. Find that, Jamie. The San Francisco one, they were spraying pneumonia into the clouds.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they've stopped doing things like that.
Yeah. What it was the San Francisco one? I think they had the fog coming in, and they wanted to see if they could distribute a disease that way. And so they spread a disease aerially to see how many people were infected.
How many was it?
I don't know. What year was that? What year was it that they did that? I want to say that was the 80s.
I can't look up anything else. It's got to be something else.
No. San Francisco experimented with diseases on its population. Try that. What do you got?
I mean, they just did it to you a couple years ago.
1950 wasn't the 80s. Okay, United States after secretly spraying San Francisco with SM. What is SM? In 1950, 11 patients at a city hospital contracted Saratica infections, one of whom died. The Army deemed the outbreak a coincidence and continued to use SM as a simulant in subsequent open-air tests.
Operation Sea Spray.
That's it. Operation Sea Spray.
That's
Okay, so a bacteria. So U.S. Navy in 1950, U.S. Navy secret biological warfare experiment in which Serratia marcescens and Bacillus globigii bacteria were sprayed over the San Francisco Bay Area in California in order to determine how vulnerable a city like San Francisco may be to a bioweapon attack, killing at least one American and sickening at least 10 more. Imagine, let's find out how we could be vulnerable to a bioweapon on our citizens, and to protect them, we will use a bioweapon on our citizens.
Yeah, that's
and we will kill people.
Yeah, well, so that's the attitude is you're cattle. That's the attitude.
Based on results from monitoring equipment at 43 locations around the city, the Army determined that San Francisco had received enough of a dose for nearly all of the 800,000 residents to inhale at least 5,000 of the particles. This is within range of the infectivity for anthrax.
Isn't anthrax a cow disease?
I don't know, but it's
a cattle disease.
Is that what it started
They
from?
tested cattle diseases on their cattle. Get it?
Jesus Christ. The bacterium was also combined with phenol and anthrax simulant and sprayed across Dorset by U.S. and U.K. military scientists as part of the DICE trials that ran from 1971 to 75. Jesus Christ. There's no evidence that the Army had alerted health authorities before it blanketed the region with bacteria. Crazy. Doctors later wondered whether the experiment might be responsible for heart valve infections around the same time, as well as serious infections seen among intravenous drug users from 1960s to 1970s.
Hey, I want to hear a fun one. You know about Kuru?
Kuru? No, what's that?
You know, the cannibal disease you get supposedly from in New Guinea.
Oh, yeah.
You ever see that creep? His BBC interview because he was a raging pederast. Like, dude, so many. There's another creepy ass thing. Like,
the disease is called Kuru.
KUR.
Is that Jakob's Creutzfeldt?
Put it. Jamie Deluxe is how he says his name. Jamie.
So this
Deluxe.
is a prion disease, right? This is the same thing as like mad cow disease.
But right. So the guy that discovered how it works. No.
Isn't this just nature's way to keep you from eating people?
Well, this guy uses nature's way to do things with boys, and he's interviewed, and he's going, "No, they all jumped in my bed." I mean, it's batshit. When you go back and look at the sci-fi visionaries and the tech visionaries, boy, they really have a lot of weird things in common, which is boys or Schrodinger like girl. You know, the Schrodinger equation from Schrodinger.
Like young girls, you mean?
Oh, he kept a diary. He believed women shouldn't be educated past the age of 12 because their brains don't form past that. I'm going to paraphrase the great Schrodinger.
What?
And you might as well be with them while they're hot because they don't get any better. You know, they're as smart as they're going to get at 12. Yeah.
Schrodinger. Really?
Dude, Marvin Minsky, what do they call him, the father of AI? He's big Epstein
Okay,
Island.
let's one at a time. Let's start with Schrodinger because this is fucking freaking me out. Schrodinger wrote that? What year was that? Schrodinger's cat. What year was that?
Yeah. I don't even know. It goes back a ways. Oh, there you go. The cat is out of the bag. This is in Forbes. Oh, Forbes, can I read this? I might be doing research. Is Forbes okay if I...
Austrian physicist
Go ahead,
Erwin Schrodinger was a pedophile.
Yeah, go ahead. Look at the article.
Okay, well, I was trying to find it.
It was behind... Really? You don't have any more free Forbes articles for the month?
Why don't we have a subscription to Forbes? We should probably have one just for the fuck of it. I don't mind paying those monsters.
$74.99 to find out who's a pedophile. I mean,
listen, man. You gotta know. Don't you think that there's some place for some journalism still online?
Of course there is. You
right?
Dude.
But is there hope for these people? Is there hope that the Washington Post, New York Times, people like that can turn
the companies?
Around? Yeah.
I think Alex Jones should buy CNN.
For today, they've been buying AWOL too for their articles.
Yeah, dude. The CIA was always deeply, Mockingbird and all that shit, right?
Here it goes.
But once Obama signed Smith Modernization Act, dude, they're deploying troops into the media. Do you understand?
Right. Explain that to people. Explain that because we've talked about it before, but it was a big moment. It was 2015, right?
I thought it was 14, but
whatever. It was in that range.
Look, the world ended in 2012.
They legalized propaganda.
Yeah, so it used to be illegal to propagandize your own. The CIA, but the CIA works in other countries. They're not Americans.
Right.
Well, after 9/11, and now they work here, and Obama signed a thing that they can propagandize citizens. That means through the media.
Yeah.
That
legally.
Bots on your Twitter. Yes. They got deployed on Twitter and shit.
Yeah.
And so,
well, not just bots, but it might be most of the discourse.
Yeah, what they call it the dead internet theory. It's not dead. There's living CIA. Yeah.
U.S. repeals propaganda ban, spreads government news to Americans.
What?
Government made news is great.
Where does it say the
phrase? Government made news is amazing. The problem is like with any other job, if you've been wrong so many times, you'd get fired.
Yeah, right? You would, wouldn't you?
If you lied so many times, no one would trust you to be the only people that get to distribute the news.
So why do you think it still? Why do you think it still works?
How is that legal to propagandize American citizens with lies? Not only that, but you don't have to tell people about it. So it doesn't have to go through an approval process.
If you tell people about it, you should go stay in Russia because we're going to try to kill you.
Yeah, you can't tell people about
it. People still hate Snowden. There's people who think that guy did something wrong on any level. Yo, the oath is to you, me,
but
not to the fucking.
Is that you don't. It's not saying you should never have intelligence agencies. You should have intelligence agencies. The world's a dangerous, fucking crazy place.
Yeah.
But also, you got to have rules.
They should be accountable to somebody.
You have to have rules, and one of the rules should be you can't turn that shit on us. That should be the rules. You shouldn't be working in conjunction with a specific party, and your set goal is to establish a specific candidate. And so to do that, you are going to use propaganda on the American public for a particular candidate that's running for president in the United States of America. You are going to decide to lie and use propaganda, and it's legal. That's crazy. You're supposed to do that in Guatemala. Okay, you're not supposed to do that here. You're supposed to do that in other countries.
Dude, they're supposed to be.
And you're not even supposed to do that. But that's what we think you're doing.
Well, you
think you're overthrowing governments in other countries.
I just don't think about it too much and move on. I'm watching Landman later tonight.
It's a good show.
Yeah, it's.
I'm on episode 5.
Well, I like it because it gives you a real education from the petroleum industry. Who pays for it? It's like. By the way, I'm not against it. I don't think that oil is even scarce now. I used to think that, and then I saw that Colonel Prouty thing. See, here's what happens. Once you get to graybeard times, that's when you're an idiot that doesn't know anything all of a sudden, right? And that's what. So Barry, who told me all this shit, that I was like, all right, now I understand what he was telling me, all this stuff. But now I've already aged out of the demographic of who gives a shit what you had to say.
You know, I read a book in like, God, it was probably like the 90s called Black Gold Stranglehold. It's a crazy book. I don't know if it's even been disproven because this is back in the days when I wasn't really reading things on the internet. I was just getting stuff from actual books. So I didn't like research whether or not this book was bullshit. But essentially the theory was that oil is a natural process of Earth and it regenerates. And that's why some wells that used to be dry now produce oil again. The idea that it's a property of Earth that we're tapping into, and it's not as simple as like this is a finite resource.
Yeah,
This is a
like
resource
diamonds.
Sort of, but diamonds take millions and millions
But there's
of years
not
to
a
make a diamond.
shortage. They artificially.
Right, well, that's true. There's not a shortage.
So if
but
you
what
do
I'm
that for
saying is,
diamonds-
but the Earth is not replacing diamonds all the time like it's replacing oil. The
Right.
theory
Yeah,
is
no,
that,
you're right.
yeah.
Yeah.
the theory is that Earth, you know, because Earth has a finite amount of gold, right? It's a shockingly small amount of gold. Have you ever
Really?
seen? Yeah. What they know,
better
they
invest
actually
in
just
gold.
found some new gold in China, so that might change that because they just found they found a huge amount of gold in China, like an enormous discovery. But the amount of gold physically, they've showed it on like football fields. It's crazy. It's like
Really?
a football field of gold. It's like 10 feet high in the whole world. But gold has a very unique property
What is it?
in that you could take a tiny, tiny piece of gold and coat this entire table. Gold can be spread insanely thin. And that's why a lot of things are gold plated. You know,
Right,
like
right.
it looks like gold, but it's not gold. It's
That's very
like
interesting.
steel. But then over that, they've got the thinnest layer.
Right.
And the more amount of gold versus steel is like 18 karat, 24 karat, like the purer the gold is. But pure gold in like a form of coating things. That's why they paint ceilings with it and shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you can get it insanely thin. It's a super, super unique
How heavy?
metal.
Even a thin layer of gold, like how much heavier does it make something? 'Cause-
Oh, it must make something much heavier. Gold's
Yeah.
so heavy. But what's really fascinating is that gold doesn't serve any functional purpose
Right.
to evolving man, but yet in that time period, it became the number one source of currency. Like in the time period before metal, like before we were able to make steel,
Right.
and before people had, you know, electronics, gold, way back in the day, was the thing for no fucking reason.
You know
There's
what?
all these other things that look pretty. Like, why did we decide
You
that
said
this
why.
kind of metal?
You told me why.
Yeah.
Because you can spread it thinner. So you know how like Tom Cruise has to learn to read with Play-Doh?
What?
You know, in Scientology, he has to play. You have to model a thing out
Oh,
of Play-Doh.
Play-Doh. I thought you meant Plato, the philosopher. I was like, what?
No, Play-Doh. The,
Right.
the dough.
I'm so interested to see how you're going to tie this around to gold.
Well, it's like that's like a child, you know, play with Play-Doh. Like
Right.
that's the metal that's the easiest to work like a child. And
Yes,
makes
it is,
So
but
the
it just doesn't
creative
make
act-
sense that people would be, in the time where you needed a sword, why would you be willing to trade a piece of shiny, useless metal for something that's functional, that's going to save your life?
Because if I'm creative, right, and I, you know, the basically all this shit's the endless battle of priest versus king. Now the
Mhm.
engineers want in, but the guy that figured out how to work the gold and read and write and do that, then they started breeding the kings themselves. That's what Egypt is. It's
I think
inbred
the
kings.
better version of it is the Anunnaki version. The Anunnaki version is that human beings are the product of accelerated evolution, and we were essentially designed to mine gold for this alien race that needs it to protect their environment. And
Because you could spread
This
it,
is
you could
in-
smear it all over the environment.
this is in Zechariah Sitchin's The 12th
Yeah, right.
Planet. And so what he said is that the Sumerian tablets talk about how their atmosphere was eroding and that they needed to spray gold at their atmosphere to maintain their atmosphere. What's
Yeah.
crazy about that is this is exactly what these fucking eggheads are talking about doing today by spraying
Yeah.
reflective particles in our atmosphere.
Well, because that
Gold-
Anunnaki shit's from their cult.
Gold would be the perfect metal for that. That's what my point. You
Yeah.
can get gold dust can get so fine.
Yeah.
It's a very weird metal, man. It's weird.
You
and
know, I know.
It's weird that we are so obsessed with it, and it doesn't really, other than like conductors and stuff like in electronics, it has a function like later in life. But it way longer, way back in the day, when you have jade and emeralds
Yeah, right.
and all these other things that should be like super valuable as well. Why gold? Why
Well-
does that become the number one thing that everybody agrees we have to
Because you
have?
can make it into shit and say it's magic.
No. No.
You can make an atmosphere
It does-
or
yeah.
a nice gold chain.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
not
that's
enough. It's not enough to make everybody kill people.
Okay,
for it.
it's no hawk to a coin.
Yeah, but you're talking about this happened at the time where people had animal skins on. You know, you're talking about the time when people like regularly just wore animal skins and made all their tools with flint. You know,
Is
like
this before Noah's Ark? I don't know what you're talking about.
when does gold start being a currency? I'd like to know. 700 BC.
You know what?
Roughly.
You know what I like. The story I like of because you always hear about the Book of Enoch now,
Mm-hmm.
and so they name like the different angels. That the thing of accelerating evolution. If I read between the lines of that with my cynical eye from the COVID times, I look at that as we did bestiality experiments. That's how I read that. If you read like Bale Cycle and all that kind of shit,
Yeah. I don't want to get off track here for a second. No. So this was 200 BC. That's 2,225 years ago, right? That's when they first started using it as currency.
Roughly 700 BC.
But I thought they use it as currency in like Mesopotamia too. I thought like those kind of expensive coins.
I thought it's like associated with the sun and shit. And
Well, they know
silver is,
that
like,
there's
from the
Roman
moon.
coins that are thousands of years old, right?
Is it sun related to people back then? I thought that's the official thing.
That gold was sun related. Look, I'm not
Yeah.
saying that gold isn't like anything that's rare is probably valuable to people. That seems to be a thing. Like we like limited edition things. Like people they specifically like things that are hard to acquire. Like we were talking about like artifacts earlier. That's
Dude,
part of the thing.
I'll bet with golden
Okay,
trunk
here goes
shoes.
5,000 years ago, Mesopotamia. Okay, they stamped silver and gold coins to pay armies. So it goes back further than that.
I would say
So the earliest known mints,
The Mesopotamian
They-
shekel.
they emerged. Okay, the first known form of currency emerged nearly 5,000 years ago.
not necessarily gold though. It was just currency. It could have been made out of
Oh,
whatever.
you know what? Didn't they have currency that was also like beads?
Yeah, that this was saying another.
So then they switched to gold around. So it is the same around the same timeline.
gold became
Yo,
just the first.
I think the
accepted
first
life.
currency is blood. That was the first currency was blood.
Okay, so it doesn't go as far back as I thought. I thought that would make sense why we're so infatuated with gold.
Well, I don't give
But
a
the
shit about it.
Zechariah Sitchin thing, what's interesting is he wrote about that in the 1970s,
Mhm.
and then scientists in like the 2000s started proposing it as a solution to our eroding environment.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, that they
Yeah.
have, because he's a wild fringe theorist, and yet this is why I ask scientists, why do rich people, the ones that pay for you to be a scientific materialist, all your specialized knowledge,
Right.
they believe in fucking Zechariah Sitchin shit? Why? Do you ever ask yourself that? Why do they
a
think
lot of
that?
people don't believe in him, though.
Okay, here's what I do. Yo, that's why you gotta read Joseph P. Farrell. I told you that guy's great. Because a very interesting thing about Sitchin, his background. Okay, he got into it from his antiquing or something. He's in Rockefeller Center. It's like, who funded him doing all this?
Well, you know
Out
what's
of
interesting?
Rockefeller Center. I'll give you a hint. It was Rockefeller Center. So that motherfucker was definitely into that shit. You know?
That shit.
Yeah, like
Meaning?
Shirley MacLaine. Here's an example. Shirley MacLaine used to be like the Atlantis celebrity, right?
Oh yeah. She was one of the first like famous ladies to go a little nutty.
Well, see, that's how they frame it. Oh, remember that one time that happened? But actually, a bunch of these people are like that. And they're smart enough not to jump around on a couch like Tom Cruise. They're
Right.
smart enough not to do that.
Right.
Such as Nelson Rockefeller. So dude, if you want to get power, okay, it's not that you believe necessarily in anything, but what's the thing that might get me power? And I'll do anything.
She claims to have lived a past life in Atlantis 2 million years ago.
Well, so she dates
She
you at 2
said-
million.
She says she experienced memories of this past life while filming the 2016 movie Wild Oats in the Canary Islands. MacLaine wrote about her experiences in her 2016 memoir, Above the Line, My Wild Oats Adventure.
What does that mean? Was she banging? Was she on a sex tour? Is that what that means?
I don't know what that means.
Wild
but,
Sewing You Wild Oats is a sex tour.
but if you know actresses,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
how many of them are out of their fucking minds? So like this is not shocking that someone would say they lived in Atlantis 2 million years ago. Like 2 million years ago, we weren't even people yet.
Well, first of all,
We weren't
that's
people.
not how she remembers it, number one.
Right, but we know that, right? So this is why she's just a kook.
Well, Shirley MacLaine says something different.
She had a dream. She had a very vivid dream.
Okay, so actors, as you know, can, especially like method acting you hear about,
Right.
where they go in character and they're gone,
Right.
right? So how do you develop a talent like that? You have to be able to dissociate out of your fucking body.
Oh yeah,
So-
for sure.
So that's how you get those kind of memories.
Well, you probably have a detached connection to reality when you're a really good actor,
Well, and
because
we
you're
all have
so
that, yeah.
good at like becoming this other person. It's
Yeah.
almost like you're throwing yourself into another body, another soul, another
Yeah,
life.
you'll see people like that are religious make it like they're possessed by a thing, but I'm like, I don't see really a big difference.
They get possessed by a character, like Daniel Day-Lewis in There Will Be Blood.
Yes,
That guy is possessed by that character. Like
So,
I bet
yeah.
he created a past for that guy.
Of course.
and, like moments that
he was
remember-
cobbling shoes and
Yeah.
thinking through the fucking
out
There
of
Will Be
his
Blood
fucking
guy.
mind. Yeah,
Yeah, but so that's what a lot of stuff is like you just take the power of that.
I know, but you went on a long, circuitous route
What?
from Zechariah Sitchin.
Oh,
And I
so,
want to go
yeah.
back to the Zechariah Sitchin
Yeah.
thing because, I had that guy, Wesley Huff, who's a Bible scholar.
Yeah, I
from
saw
the-
it.
Very interesting guy.
Yes, I think he
very,
is.
very intelligent guy. He doesn't believe that Sitchin could really read Sumerian.
Oh yeah, I was gonna have you were telling me that no one
Yeah.
can read Sumerian.
Well, this is what he was saying. And this is a guy that speaks and knows many languages and is a legitimate expert in ancient Bible texts.
Yeah.
In Aramaic, he was explaining the difference between Akkadian and Sumerian and cuneiform.
Yeah, right.
He's a legitimate language expert. And he said, I learned all these other languages, but Sumerian was so hard. Like, it just doesn't work. I just couldn't figure it out. And he said, I don't think that Zechariah Sitchin could read it. I think a lot of people say they could read it and they're lying. He says, I think there's very few people that can actually read Sumerian text.
Who can?
I don't know.
I'd like to ask him who can do it.
I mean, there's courses you can take, but he says it's insane to grasp because it's not connected to any other languages. He's like, there's a lot of these languages that are like similar to other languages, and you can find patterns in them that are. He's like, it's so nuts. It's so like when even we're getting like a translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? Which was in, I think that was in Akkadian, right?
Akkadian, yeah.
Akkadian, brother.
That's
Akkadian's
before
like that.
Sumerian or after?
After they conquered Sumer and their languages sort of intertwined, he explained. But who the fuck knows? No one even knows what any of those words sounded like. No one can say it out loud, which is so nuts. Like
Yeah,
that
right.
language is so gone that you can't say it out loud. So when someone like Zechariah Sitchin comes along and he has his like detailed explanations for all the things that happened and that this planet called Nibiru had these beings called the Anunnaki who come to Earth and they genetically engineer humans and they knew about our solar system and all this. I don't know how he's getting that because other people aren't getting the same thing. And there's a website called sitchiniswrong.com.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't even know if this guy's right. This is the problem. I think this stuff is so weird.
Yeah.
The earliest versions of the origin story of humanity are so weird that I don't think anybody really totally understands how to interpret them properly.
I think there is lots of little groups that think that they have the ancient knowledge of it.
Right.
And it's almost like a Scientology Xenu scam.
Right. Right.
You
You're
know,
right. Yeah.
like what we call it mystery school. That's the
yeah,
ancient.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all that is a religion where I don't tell you what the belief is until you like it in too deep to not believe it.
Right. It's like
That's
that
the whole
movie
thing.
Going Clear when the writer was Paul Haggis when he gets to like the top levels and then he
Mhm.
reads the fucking handwritten notes. He's like, what kind of horse shit?
Dude, so how I got into looking into that shit was I was like, okay, really wealthy people. I don't think Elon's the richest man in the world. I mean like the real like trillionaires. Like what is their Scientology that they're into? I just want to know that. And it's very similar. Like Scientology is almost a knockoff light version of the real thing. So they make it like, oh, it's the most sophisticated brainwashing. No, it ain't. It's just one of many. It's just one of many.
Well, I think for a lot of people, it helps them become successful.
Yeah.
I think having a religious framework helps you become successful.
Yeah,
I think it's
programming.
one of the keys to like these Dagestan fighters in the UFC.
Yes.
Yeah, they're so religious and devout that they're so disciplined that they
Just most-
don't deviate from the path at all. And because of that, they can just keep winning.
Yeah, so my question is, who gave these priests back in the day the sheet of passcodes
Right.
of one weird trick to get in her pants? That's some kind of ancient knowledge that these motherfuckers have. And I'll tell you another great channel is Windows on the World because this dude's talking. You know Wallace Budge, the guy that supposedly Indiana Jones, I guess, is supposed to be based on.
No.
Oh well, he wrote a. Malice has the book. It's Egyptian black magic or something.
Ooh.
And it's all about crowd control. And so all the pharaoh headdress, all that ridiculous shit they wear, there's a bunch of priests that are inbreeding. It's almost like Dune. In Dune, the Bene Gesserits were breeding the fucking people.
Right.
That's that. And then and you spend your whole day preparing for your death as the Pharaoh. And if you actually read the Book of the Dead, it's like it's out of Three Amigos. It's like then the burning bush and you shoot your gun in the air. Remember Three Amigos?
Uh-huh.
It's ridiculous. It's busy work. And so you got an OCD culture now that you got, well, I have to do this and this and this and this for when I get to cross the river Nile and the crocodile man asks me the 3 questions. They would just do this pointless homework, okay? And the priest controlled that. So I want to know where the priest got the method of control from, because I think that's what the big secret is that the Templars got, is how to control crowds. And I think that because it's so obvious, like all the sports is that everything is a little pattern thing to like just keep you on the wheel of Samsara forever.
It does make sense if you're talking about like the Egyptian story of like going into the afterlife and all that stuff. Like they have it all mapped out. We got all the information. Relax, go to work.
Yeah, and then meanwhile the priest, right? And then so this guy had a great, I think his name's Mark Windows. Anyway, he had a great, something he said I thought about a lot, which is Akhenaten. So Akhenaten was introduced monotheism. Here's a way you can look at it. The industry of all these gods of polytheism had gotten so bloated, like the government had gotten bloated of priests where you're worshiping every little rock, right? And he was like, hey, look, we know there's the main god. He's like trying to cut government down. That was his big crime, that they buried him backwards. And his weird shaped head, yeah, he could be alien, or they could have inbred him like a Habsburg. I don't know if you know what happens, but people start to look like fucking aliens after you inbreed them enough, you know? And then you tie their skull up or whatever the fucking weird shit. So I think his big crime was crossing the deep state of his time, kind of. I kind of think that. But I think that what I want to know is, who are these people that they know the weird trick to do this and that, and they think that they're entitled to do it all the time? Like, what is that religion?
Well, I think anybody that's in power thinks they should stay in power.
Yeah.
Like a mayor that's getting voted out, they think they should stay in power. Everybody who's in power wants to stay in power because that's the game. The game is to get to the top. The game is to get to the top where you're the one who gets it. Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor of Dallas, Texas, Bob Smith. And he gets up there and says hi to everybody. It's the mayor. It's our mayor. He wants to stay that guy.
The Koreans call it Squid Games. So. I told you about Hot Tool coins.
But that's what it is. It's just a normal thing. And once you're in power, you want to stay in power. And that's what we saw during this whole election. Was that the people that were in power, we got to see it wasn't even the guy. We thought it was the guy. We thought the guy wants to get in power, so he's got the staff.
People are like, that's okay.
It wasn't even the guy. It was the people around the guy that we didn't vote for.
No.
Like, this is crazy.
If you're like a more sophisticated, like NPR type, fucking loyal Democrat, that's the kind of people that know that and think it's good. Like, no, it's who he has around him that really counts. Oh, the ones I didn't vote for?
It's so crazy to say
like
that a giant group of people that can easily be manipulated behind the scenes are now in control of everything. And they just slide executive orders into front of this senile man who was deemed not fit to stand for trial.
Well, that's what the problem with running a pyramid scheme is, you're recruiting narcissists, sociopaths, the people that really succeed. By the way,
are you talking about Hawk Tuacoin?
No.
Is that what you meant?
Well, what I like about Hawk Tuacoin...
Is that a veiled reference?
No. Hawk Tuacoin is strictly for Sigma Grindset alphas.
What about Melania coin? Yeah, probably.
Dude, I wouldn't mind getting some Melania.
How much do you think... cheers, sir. How much do you think Melania coin's going for these days?
Probably a lot. Yo, if Trump keeps promises, I'll bet the coin will go up.
This is the way they'll compromise me. They'll come to me with a JRE coin idea, and they'll explain to me.
There's still NFTs out there, dude.
That was the best one. That one was like, you can't do it. You can't explain it to me in a way that makes sense. You can't. Yeah. The only thing that makes sense is Beeple, because that's an NFT, but it's actually digital art.
Beeple?
This guy, the guy who made the Giga Chat, the Elon Musk that's Jack. You haven't seen that?
Never.
Oh, it's amazing. We should probably have that on the desk again. Was it distracting? Is that why we took it off the desk?
Never told you. It's only ever been here.
Really? Yeah. I thought we had it. We had it on the desk unplugged and gave it. Yeah, you're right. It never was on the desk. But also, that's the Shiba Inu.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
That Shiba Inu coin is. How much is that worth right now? This is what were talking about before that if you put $1,000 into it when you started, it's worth like a shitload of money now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that real money or is that like Dogecoin and this coin and
It's
fucking
all
meme coin?
magic, Joe.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, is the $36 billion that bought the Trump coin, is that real money? Or is that a bunch of, did you sell Shiba Inu coin to buy the Trump coin? Did you trade it in Trump? I mean,
What do you
what
think?
is that?
If
Like,
you
what's
believe it.
going on?
Well, if you do, I mean, look.
But is that ultimately good? Is it ultimately good to have cryptocurrencies that aren't, no one's in control of? Maybe they're all volatile and crazy, moving all over the place, but it's not a central bank that's dictating the interest rates and telling you what you can do. You know what I mean? It's not something
Okay,
called.
let me ask you this: How can I check to see that it's not
Look at
controlled?
these giant spikes when people just fucking cash out.
2021,
So 2021 it was worth how much?
a lot more than it is now.
Hey,
$7.
Where's Hawk Tua at? Can you check Hawk Tua?
That's a 24-hour volume. There was $8 billion traded that day.
Okay, so what is it worth at that time?
I mean, it's 0.0000645 cents.
Oh, wait.
So what? Why
you
did I
know-
read that thing about people that if you bought it at a certain point in time?
If you bought here, which was January of last year.
No, I think they were saying if you bought at the beginning.
Well,
You know-
yeah, it just depends on what day you buy. If you bought this date, you're fucked.
So if
It's
you
never
bought, but
been-
if you bought $1,000 worth at the beginning, what's that worth now? Can you calculate that?
No, I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot.
But the point was in this stupid thing was they were just talking about the volatility of these meme coins, and how crazy it is, and that some of them actually proved to be profitable. And so the question is, we have so many of them already. What's to stop people from doing it? Or their rule? Is it? I could see someone saying it's unbecoming for a president to make a big money grab and start a meme coin. That I can see. I see that argument. But my question is, who's allowed to make them? If you have a Shiba Inu coin and a Doge coin, you have a Hawk Tua coin, how many of them are there? Let's find that out. How many meme coins are there out there? And what's the rules? Like, who? I'm not saying that anybody should or shouldn't be doing this. I want to be real clear. But I'm saying, what is going on here? And how easy is it to make one of these things? And can anybody do that?
Yes.
Anybody can do that. So isn't that fucking weird? And is that weird and bad? Or is it weird and different? Or is it better than having a central bank that's controlled by something that's supposed to be the Federal Reserve, but it's not federal?
Okay, so you brought up gold, right? So
Right.
Here's the phases of magic. First, gold, which is alchemy, and then dollars, which is sigil magic, and now conjuration, where we conjure it out of nothing.
Right, you can make a
It's
coin.
all, yeah.
And if you're the president, you can make a coin. You make $36 billion off that coin in a day or two, or it's worth it. Or it was, and it went up and down.
That's where it gets real tough because he can't cash out.
Right.
If he cashed out, it would fall apart.
But could you use that money that's in that account to get loans
You
off
have to
of and
use
stuff?
it that day while it's still that valuable, and a smart
right.
person wouldn't do that.
But imagine if you have Trump coin. Let's imagine. I'm not saying that anyone's doing this, but let's say we do a JRE coin, and the JRE coin is worth $3 billion, and we decide, okay, we're gonna take some of that money and not sell the coin, but use it as collateral for a loan to build a $2 million new studio.
Not for that, but essentially that's what the projects are supposed to be for. They're launching a coin almost as a fundraiser, as a new way to be like a stock. But it's just not. It's not a stock.
That's what Trump is. That's what they're saying.
Okay,
well, that makes sense.
Everybody's got their own plans.
That does make sense because then you're essentially crowdfunding the organization, and as long as he's not selling the coins, the question is, like, when does it become a problem? Like, first of all, no one's making you buy into this, so it is what you say. It's legal gambling because you're putting money in, thinking you're going to get more money.
Okay, so
you're thinking you're going to be able to find a moment where you're going to cash out. And I know a guy who got fucked doing that, where his guy sold it at the wrong time. He lost a shitload of money.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he got cheated by the coin wallet he was in.
No.
Because
he got
that's
fucked because he was trying to cash out and he missed it.
You're just not backed up. If something goes wrong, you don't have the backup that you supposedly have with the other one. That's, to me, the main thing. But at the end of the day, you're going to be part of the new Technocracy Inc. energy currency.
Yeah.
You know Technocracy Inc., the Canadian
Yeah.
techno, where the guys wore gray suits, and the whole thing was you're going to have energy credits.
Yeah.
You always hear, and it's splintered into a lot of things.
Right.
You know, that's what Elon's grandpa was in, where they gave people number names that sound like When we said kid name numbers, XH, they would do that.
Yeah.
But his grandpa there left the guys. The guy was like kind of a phony and a loser, the main face man of it.
Mm-hmm.
And but you still hear
well, isn't that
Technate? The Technate. You heard of that?
No, but isn't that a weird thing about people is that there's always in every fucking stretch of the earth, someone figures out like a system where there's a group of rules and laws and there's gods and
you know
controls
why?
people.
It's because human nature is not good or bad. It's programmability. And so the first guy to figure that out is the guy that got to be the first priest, I bet. Well, maybe he didn't figure it out. Maybe somebody told him.
Well, that's how you turn someone into a soldier.
That's how you turn them into whatever you need. That's why we have the Prussian school of school. The teachers aren't there to know. You're like, oh, these teachers can't even pass an English test and they teach English. Well, just so you know, the system was set up not for them to know shit. The system was set up with psychological things. So whatever rich guy is in charge that week, that's the So remember Common Core that everybody, all the liberals complained about Common Core. I don't have kids, so I didn't know how bad it was. But that's the Bill and Melinda Gates are going to be educating you now foundations fucking thing. Right. And it's all psychology. They don't give a shit if you learn anything. They give a shit if you're going to be a problem. And the reason I know is they wrote it down openly. John Taylor Gatto, all his books about education, unbelievable. If you look, the Fauci book was interesting. Wow.
Really?
Yeah, John Taylor Gatto, he wrote a good essay called Against School. And so the history of it, see people get old and die out. You got a new generation of suckers born that don't even remember, right?
Right.
But yeah, there were people shooting at the feds when they instituted public school.
The whole idea of having someone like Rockefeller figure out the education system is so wild.
Carnegie helped. Don't think it was an autocracy.
Right. There's a few people involved.
A bunch of plutocrats.
They had a design. They had a design, and that design could have been different. And who knows what we would be like if it was. But here's the other thing. I think there's some aspect of school forcing you to sit in those classes, forcing you to pay attention. But there's some aspect of that really gives you the motivation to not live that life.
Well, that's how I felt.
That's how I felt.
I went in when I went to school. I already could read, and so I was more fully. How you describe that thing? Yeah, I was still pretty. I remember like crying as I couldn't get in line. I didn't know the deal.
But don't you think that's what makes like musicians, comics, artists? That's what makes it's like the resistance to want to be in that world.
Oh, you know what I think it is? It's like you know when they say how foie gras is made. It's only bad foie gras is made this way, but all the geese are like this, and they're just force feeding poison into them to make their liver soft. And that's what
it's just grain. They're giving them grain.
Well,
so
it's
they
not
overeat.
really. It's not how good foie gras is made at all. They treat them well for it to be good.
Do you know that? Okay, but do you know that the ducks actually walk over to the feeder? Do you know that they want that to happen?
Well,
they
what
want
I'm
to have
saying
full
is,
bellies. It's gross that they do it the way they do it. They jam it. The ducks want it to happen.
No, I know. But look, I'm just saying that the imaginary
Bourdain told me that. I'm like, no way. He showed me a video.
Dude, Joe's Voice had an article years ago about it, and the guy was like, look, if it was different, I'd tell you, but I'm telling you what I just saw.
Yeah.
But we're not in that good system. We're the ones from the story like this, and they force poisons in you, and then sometimes you lay golden eggs. And that's what it is. You're a medium. You're big, like a water balloon filled with blood. You know, they make snake venom where they bite the horse and they use the horse's hormones to make. Well, people are good. That's how we probably invented medicine. Was using people with venom and then taking their fluids and making drugs out of it and shit.
Like what?
Yeah, you never heard of this?
What are you talking about?
How medicine was invented?
Well, it was mostly the Rockefeller method. Was they were using oil, right? Wasn't that like he converted pharmaceutical drugs to petroleum-based production?
A little gold in it.
Wasn't that like his under his direction?
Oh yeah, no, dude. These eugenics didn't come from the Nazis. It came from us. It came from our billionaires, and they're real into it.
Right now, RFK Jr. is having his hearings.
Oh, dude, he's interfering again. New World Order, not Alex Jones. That's the thing they said openly. Bill Clinton said it. You could tell who the whole gang is because they all said it. Then they change it to the rules-based international order. Every stupid like parrot phrase, I can never get out of my head now. Do you know what I mean? Like going back Iraq, the terrorists go to the sound of the guns. That fucking shit about why Iraq was a good idea because instead of attacking us, the terrorists will attack the soldiers in Iraq
Right.
because they go to the sound of the guns. You hear it 3 times, and now it's a fact. Democracy's on the ballot. Democracy's on the ballot.
Yeah.
Democracy's on the ballot. And then if I've been pre-primed properly with some good MK retard programming, and I hear democracy on the ballot, I react differently than like your old people that still watch CNN who are just like, I heard democracy's on the ballot. I might be triggered to go Sirhan. What? Remember all those guys that went to kill Trump? Remember how weird they were?
Yeah.
The guy with 2 different color hair.
Well, the first guy's the weird one because the first guy had like 5 phones. His house was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in his house.
Yeah.
He had no online social media profile, and he was 20 years old.
Yeah.
And he was in a BlackRock commercial, and there was some sort of metadata from a phone that traveled from outside of the FBI offices in DC to him on multiple occasions.
Those folks were behavior modification therapists.
Jeez.
Is that weird? Hey, does he? I mean, I don't want to tell tales out of school. Yeah, that's
Good
odd.
news. It's a girl.
Dude, I can't wait.
That guy was the perfect Lee Harvey Oswald. They'd scrubbed his past. There was nothing there.
Dude,
Wait, but you know how nutty that is if he pulled that off? We're in
there's
an
always more than
alternative timeline. We're in an alternative timeline.
Seems like the same old timeline to me.
No. The timeline took 2 big shifts. Mark Andreessen brought this up, and I think he's totally right.
Yeah.
The first big shift was Elon buying Twitter. That was
Yeah.
a big shift. The second big shift was that bullet missing Trump. Those are giant shifts.
The
Different
bullet missing
timelines.
Trump
Because then he
is-
wins. And then when he wins, and then now he's trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Look, it was all foretold in the Illuminati card game. I don't know if anybody knows about
Did
that.
you see that thing that I sent you? I think I sent you, Jamie, where they're explaining how this new technology's mapped out 55,000 NGOs. That showed it to you last night?
Yeah, it looked like the galaxy. It looked like
It's so crazy. It's like there's a
what's an
sophisticated
NGO?
non-government
Yeah.
organization.
So that's the shadow government. Hey,
So
what are
the
these weird
government
things?
is funding non-government organizations.
Yeah.
This is what's nutty. So Fractal Technology maps previously hidden connections between 55,000 liberal NGOs, revealing how tax dollars allegedly flow through major institutions like Vanguard and Morgan Stanley to groups like the Chinese Progressive Association. This breakthrough tracking system can now monitor every dollar going to every NGO, exposing intricate funding webs that traditional tech couldn't detect. Example, Black Voters Matter Fund's $4 million distribution network was invisible until quantum mapping revealed dozens of subsidiary organizations. The unprecedented mapping reveals a previously hidden web of financial relationships. So if you look at this crazy web of financial relationships and like what is being done with all this money, it's just like shell corporations. It's like this convenient way to hide where all the money's coming from. And then this was a big part of what you were saying, like how much Kamala Harris spent in the 1.5 billion. Well, a lot of it was to groups. A lot of it was to NGOs.
Yeah.
Literally
gets their payout.
The most egregious example, whether it's true or not, we haven't been able to substantiate that celebrities were paid to endorse her publicly.
It just looked like it from their faces and how they performed.
Well, also, like, it looked weird. Like, the Beyonce thing was weird. People thought they were going to go see Beyonce perform, and Beyonce talks for 10 minutes. And makes
great campaign.
$10 million.
Have Beyonce and don't have her do the thing.
Yeah.
Have her tell you her feelings and then leave.
Ever tell you how to vote without saying. But also, it's like, did you really do that? Like, did you really? What's wrong? Did you really fucking pay someone? And is that legal to pay someone to endorse you? That seems crazy.
It sure
to get
is.
like a famous person and. Look, it's one thing you want to endorse a Toyota. You know, like this is my truck. I really love these Toyota Tundras. They're so reliable. It's an awesome car. But it's another thing to endorse a political candidate and to be paid for it openly. That seems crazy.
Well, but we're fighting against Trump. So don't you understand? Trump.
50 Cent turned down Donald Trump's $3 million offer to perform at Madison Square Garden rally.
He still wants them Chelsea Handler blowjobs. Still.
Yeah,
that's how I read that.
So I guess what this is saying is that the Republicans do it as well, but this isn't endorsing him. This is just performing.
Yeah, I hope nobody has party loyalty here because you are a chump if you do. You cannot go by the look. we don't even know what a woman is. How are you supposed to know what a Republican is?
Well, also, that's not like a good audience for 50 Cent, to be clear. He said it on the radio show, and afterwards, Trump officials or people on the campaign said that it was not true. But,
yeah, you have to also figure in they might just be saying bullshit. Boy, I'm getting sick of that.
Yeah. Well, someone knows the truth. There's got to be paperwork. You know?
Yeah.
There's got to be paperwork.
I mean, I love the constellation. We had to use a quantum computer to figure out. Did you see Planet Biden family over in the other quadrant of the?
With all that money.
Yo, dude,
it's so weird that it's legal. They just flow money around, and I think that's a part of this whole spending freeze, right? Isn't that a part of this whole government spending freeze?
I mean, look, I could believe that it's so out of hand that you had to invent an AI to figure out how much money's being stolen.
Right.
I can believe that, but Richard Grove from Grand Theft World Podcast has drawn a map of the connections of, and his are like, they're not like a cult or something. He just did all the research and has a map of it, and you can see all the little groups. They really do multiply like that. Like they fractal.
That's wild.
And,
it's just so wild that there's so many of them. They do multiply, and it creates this like ecosystem of people that are there to support a very specific thing because their livelihood depends on
a pyramid, if you will.
Yeah, and well, this is another thing that did this happen, or did someone propose banning federal workers from posting on social media? And this was to prevent astroturfing. The idea was
they'll get around it,
but this is the idea. The idea is there's no federal funds can be spent paying a federal employee, and that federal employee then pushes propaganda.
Wait, but I thought we have military to do that for us.
But the idea is they're going to stop political parties from doing that. They're going to say that you can't do that anymore. So you can't astroturf. You can't you have to hire a bunch of people that send a bunch of things, and you're paying them. Because they do pay social media influencers.
You think they're gonna?
You know that, right? They've offered to pay people to endorse.
When I Google stuff about the Hatch Act keeps popping up.
In general, all federal employees may use social media and comply with the Hatch Act if they remember the following 3 prohibitions. On duty or in the workplace prohibition, employees may not engage in political activity while on duty or in the federal workplace. But they can do it when they get it home. I think this was something that Trump proposed. Pull that up. Trump's first order hit workers, construction, AG, federal. No, see if you find anything on that. Because someone was talking about it last night at the club, and I said, I got to find out if that's real. That sounds crazy. And they were saying that it was to prevent astroturfing. But if you say that federal employees, including like Congress people, they can't post, or AOC can't post on Twitter, that's crazy.
Yo, get rid of the FISA court. Here's some things on the list that I hope that he's going to do. I hope. The FISA court thing that Tulsi had to be like, no, I'm for it now to maybe get appointed,
right?
And I think they're not buying she's for it or something. I don't know.
Don't you think that like the solution is that, of course, everyone can post on social media because you have to be able to explain yourself, and to limit someone's ability to explain themselves while they're federal employees, that's a weapon that you could use against somebody.
Yeah.
So they all have to be able to, but they should probably have to only post with their site. That probably should be a law. Like they can't have sock puppet accounts. They can't have bots. They can't. They can't hire a bunch of people to post stuff for them.
Okay,
that should be the thing.
If you're in that Smith Modernization Act deployed to do that, you just compartmentalize this so this one group can't do it. But don't worry, the intel community is still going to do it.
This is the question. Like, should there be a law against hiring a bunch of people to pretend that they're regular people and post stuff for you?
Well, I mean,
should there be a law?
Because I guess I have to go over it. Look, I hate dishonest motherfuckers, so my knee-jerk reaction is, of course there should be.
Right.
But I'm sure, like with every goddamn thing, like when I was really for the Patriot Act because I was such a patriot, it turned out it wasn't about patriotism. It was about spying on you.
Right. I found this is nothing about a ban, but this is something along the lines of what you're saying.
What is it?
So a subreddit called Fed News found that active worker daily activity on the subreddit is high during the middle of the day.
Oh, they're working from home? Is that what they're saying?
Federal employees to post on Reddit.
Yo, make them come to the
Yeah.
office. You'll fix half of that.
Yeah, they got their screenshots.
Federal workers post. Stop. Go back. I couldn't see it. The way federal workers posting their strategy to clog up the works in revolt embodies exactly why the U.S. population is so eager to jettison so many of them.
I don't know how
Yeah.
to use it,
Well, I'm sure it's there's a lot of people that are complaining about having to go back to work.
The act of simple sabotage. I mean, it's like these people don't need to read it. You lived it yourselves.
Go back to that. What is it saying? The act of simple sabotage?
Yeah, you've seen how to like
put it up again. The CIA has you covered with their Art of Simple Sabotage manual. The main points can also be found here in case you would rather not be accessing a sabotage manual hosted by a spying organization's website when said organization is now part of whatever the hell this administration
they were
is.
good before.
To summarize further for anyone too lazy to click either link, organizations and conferences insist on doing everything through channels, never permit shortcuts to be taken in order to expedite decisions. Make speeches in quotes, talk as frequently as possible and at great length, illustrate your points in quotes by long anecdotes and accounts of personal experiences. When possible, refer all matters to committees for further study and consideration. Attempt to make the committee as large as possible, never less than 5. Bring up irrelevant issues as frequently as possible. How wild is this? Haggle over precise wording of communications, minutes, resolutions. Refer back to matters decided upon at the last meeting and attempt to reopen the question of the advisability of that decision. This is crazy.
Well, that's an old manual that they're passing around online now. It's been out for a while. And see how it accurately describes everything that's going on around you?
Advocate caution, be reasonable, and urge your fellow conferees to be reasonable and avoid haste, which might result in embarrassment or difficulties later on.
Wait, I thought the Soviets were doing this.
This is so crazy.
Yeah, remember the speech about the Soviets demoralizing
So what
us?
is this
It's them,
called?
these motherfuckers.
This is like another Reddit post about federal workers or something like that. That's what I was trying to.
In making work assignments, always sign out the unimportant jobs first. See that important jobs are assigned to inefficient workers.
Oh, but this works really well with
This
the fire
is so
department.
crazy.
The LA Fire Department really could use this info.
Is this real?
Yeah, this is old though. You didn't know about this?
What is it called again?
It's like a manual to overthrow countries for the CIA.
I understand. Go back. I understand.
Comments on a post that someone even commented on another post, and that's what I got to figure out.
Right, but what is it titled when you click on the first one? Yeah, that one.
Supervisor told us to stop posting on Reddit.
The Simple Sabotage Act.
Oh, that's not
the Art of Simple Sabotage manual.
Part of it, right?
But this was the manual.
Yeah.
So what we're reading is straight from the manual.
Yeah.
Maybe that's again.
The Art of Simple Sabotage manual. It seems like a way
That's
to
a
clog
real
up
thing.
the gears of society. And look, if you're a George Soros type character and you're funding these ultra liberal progressive DAs to leak crime back out onto the streets and be as lenient as possible, like that would be a way to do the same kind of thing. Like
Yeah,
create
it's not
more
just
chaos.
him.
The same thing is keeping the border open. Don't
Yeah.
check no one. Let the gangs in. Have sanctuary cities where you don't even arrest the gangs.
How much do they got to do it on purpose before you figure it out?
Well, it seems so on purpose when Trump cleans it up like that.
That's when you know.
That's when you know. The Art of Simple Sabotage. So this is on the CIA's website. So Jamie, now your computer is fucked. I can't believe you clicked that link, you son of a bitch.
Dude, they tell you this stuff they do all the time. That's the thing. Nothing is classified. I mean, it is, but it's not. They tell you. And
So
then
they
you
were
forget about
teaching
it.
people to do their jobs badly. OSS, it's like when you're on a union job and they're like, hey, slow down.
It's
You're
mafia.
making us
It's all
look
the
bad.
mafia. Everything's mafia. Those are mafia tactics. Rules for Radicals. You ever read that book?
Yes.
Glenn Beck used to bring it up, but the way he made
Yeah.
those people fart a lot in the theater. It was like the end of Dirty Work.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Telephone at the office, hotel, or at telephone switchboards, delay putting calls through, give out wrong numbers, cut people off accidentally, or forget to disconnect them so that the line cannot be used again.
Yeah, we have AI to do that now.
But they were doing this like way back in the day, trying to make things work shitty.
It's demoralizing, isn't
It's
it?
demoralizing, and it keeps people from figuring out that you're doing something.
Yeah, if you live in East Palestine, Ohio, I bet that was pretty demoralizing.
What a fucking bizarre world we live in. This stuff is being revealed now for the first time in mainstream life. Because all throughout history, if you were talking like this, if we were in the 80s and you were talking like this, you were a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, well, here's what's funny. The term conspiracy theory, lest we all forget, came out of Alan Dulles at the CIA after they murdered JFK.
Yeah.
And he told his minions in the press to keep saying conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
So that's where we got that from the people. I mean, that's mind-blowing.
Yeah, and people didn't want to be labeled a fool, so you didn't want to be labeled a conspiracy theorist, and so it shut down the conversation.
Well, Diddy should tell that to the judge when he goes in on his RICO. Oh, Your Honor, this is just a conspiracy theory. You know, how come that's a crime you can be prosecuted for? I call it a collusion theory.
Yeah.
Remember they started saying collusion? Because they burned the word conspiracy, so they had to say Trump, because what you're accusing of is conspiring with Russia, but they had to keep saying collusion because they made that term suck for intel purposes.
Right.
And every time they change the brand name, so UAP, it's because they go in the water. We have to change it. Do you? That's why? Oh.
No, it was the word got muddy.
Yeah, the word got
UFO
muddy.
got
Who
brought.
muddied the word, by the way, again? Refresh me on who muddied the word. Oh, you assholes.
No, a lot of things muddied that word.
The people in charge.
But UFO was also muddied by crazy people.
Oh, I know. They're useful to help muddy waters.
Yeah. Listen, man, they do it on their own. There's a lot of people that do it on their own.
Well, okay. Once you tell the first lie, yeah, all kinds of speculations are going to happen. Why the fuck are you allowed to keep these secrets, motherfucker? I know I'm supposed to go, oh, it's a complicated world. Yeah, lying does complicate the world.
That's true.
A lot.
That's true. Like, if they do have secrets, that's true. But what I'm saying is that the UFO stuff was muddied up with the same reason why the Loch Ness stuff was muddied up. It was like people that got high at parties and annoyed the shit out of you with Nessie stories. You know, you're like, enough. You're a fool.
Okay.
You're wasting all your time paying attention to something that's not real.
Yeah, it's a wheel of Samsara for you.
UFO got put into that category for a long time.
That's where you hide it. Here's where you hide things.
But this is the thing that happened. They shifted it in 2017. So in 2017, when the New York Times makes that report, now all of a sudden, this is a real story.
Was COVID happening yet?
Not yet, no. 2017.
Oh, good.
So
we got prepped for maybe some disclosures. Yeah.
I think that they needed to do that in order to slowly leak what they already have.
I want to know how they're going to tell anybody anything, because here's why you got to keep the secret for a long time. The secret's real bad. So how am I going to tell? It's like somebody's cheating on their girl with a horse or some evil shit.
You were lying to Congress. So if you lie to Congress, you're in trouble.
They own Congress.
But this is the thing. If it comes to a trial and it gets exposed,
right.
Some people get sent down the river. You know, some people get sacrificed. That's probably what happened with Epstein, right?
People get sacrificed. And fucking Hugh Hefner made it to the end.
People get sacrificed.
He's a good operative. Boss Hogg served with distinction.
Yeah.
You know, Boss Hogg was CIA. That's
you were telling me that last night. That is so crazy.
He spoke 5 languages. He went to Yale. He was a
Boss Hogg for the Dukes of Hazzard. He played a moron.
And it was Strom Thurmond and somebody else he didn't like. That's the voice he was doing for Boss Hogg. And he's wearing a padded suit. He's not even fat, I don't think.
No way.
Oh, no, he's a bonesman? It's Boss Hogg? Oh, yeah.
Skull and Bones, you mean?
Yeah, he was Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
I think it was Vietnam he served in. I
Find Boss Hogg on the Dukes of Hazzard.
Nobody says, I've never heard any bad, MK shit about him ever, by the way.
Are you allowed to play Hogan's Heroes on TV? Because they have a bunch of swastikas.
Swastikas?
Are you allowed to? Yeah.
I mean, Chase Bank has a swastika, so why can't they?
Here, he was... But,
you know, Chase has a swastika for a logo, right?
What? Hold on. Hold, please. One step at a time. You're scattering on me. Brooke was fluent in English, French, Japanese, Spanish, Russian, and Italian. Holy shit. They also say that he fussed with a half a dozen other languages, such as Arabic, Mandarin, Chinese, Dutch, Persian, Polish, and Swedish. One of his hobbies was moving into and restoring rundown houses. In 1981, he lived in a modest home on a modest street in Los Angeles, where he did his own gardening and carpentry. He called his Boss Hogg character despicable, but enjoyed meeting fans of the show.
I did not like Strom Thurmond.
Despicable.
5'6", 185.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, actually, that probably. Oh, he wore padding to seem fatter. Just Google a scene, Boss Hogg on Dukes of Hazzard. Let's watch a scene. He was
I
definitely
think-
a little fat.
No, I think Bob Odenkirk got his impression of Southerners from when I used to watch Mr. Show. I think he was doing Boss Hogg. I might be wrong.
My question was, you can't show the Dukes of Hazzard anymore because of that fucking General
They're
Lee.
just some good old boys, never meaning no harm.
Detroit Assembly line.
Let's see what colors you got here. Oh, orange. I like this. That's good. What's this one? Blue. That's pretty. Yeah, what color you got here? Red. I hate red. Look what you did to me.
Hey, boss.
Hey, boss. You don't
Listen, boss.
Go here.
I just come in to report. Ooh. What a horrendous gunshot wound. How come you're still standing? All right. That's one of you cutthroats done shot the boss in the gizzard, huh? That's no
Will you hush up, you dodo? That's just Pete. Steve.
That's just Pete.
This shows you the evolution of culture because that might be one of the dumbest scenes I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
It's amazing that this was a popular show.
he's mocking a guy he doesn't like with that voice.
I know, but the
like Looney
show's,
Tunes.
show's terrible. It's
Dude,
so bad.
Go back and look at all the '80s movies you ever watched,
Oh,
and
yeah.
the messages are kind of strange.
That show's so bad.
Dude,
Like, at least that scene in that show is so bad. But the point is, because of the General Lee, because of the Confederate flag, that they pulled it off of television.
yeah, right.
So you don't see it anymore. Which is like,
I heard Bill Cosby bought it, so you couldn't watch it.
didn't he did that with something, right?
The Little Rascal, supposedly. I don't know if that's true or
I don't know
not.
if that's true or not either. That
All
was-
these rich people, they get to a level like your Rockefeller. We have PR thanks to Rockefeller because nobody liked that motherfucker, and so they invented PR to help sell him.
right.
That's why we have who's your favorite billionaire, right? So you're like, people hate Elon Musk. I'm like, oh, which billionaires do you like? Are you like Gates,
Yeah.
Bezos? You should pick one like a feudal lord, and you should serve under them and fly their banner. And you could do it with these great. Now I serve Hawk Coin. I don't know if I brought that up, but my lady, Hawk that's the programming is so obvious, and Disney's not going to be woke anymore. We're going to go back to Bavarian fairy tales. It's all Nazi shit. Every single thing. The programming is the Prussian school. We brought Nazis after the war. They helped us go to the moon at NASA, right?
Yeah.
Was everybody just moving on from that? You think they shot JFK because not Nazis? Like CIA is covering for Nazis, and what if JFK gets rid of the CIA? Who's going to protect the Nazis? You don't think they would be super
Well, I
smart
think
guys?
there's a whole bunch of factors, like we talked
No,
about.
it's a corporation.
With the special forces guys. There's a whole bunch of factors that wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah, shell companies.
He seemed to be doing a lot of the same kind of things that this administration's kind of doing, like trying to clean house.
They try to shoot Trump twice.
Yeah. That's what's nuts about the whole JFK story, is that he like openly talked about getting rid of the CIA.
I know.
Like,
Looking back now, it feels kind of stupid that I thought they didn't kill him. Now I'm like, why would I think? Who else would have done it? Like, maybe it's the mob. Maybe it's the something like. Oh, it takes a village, you know.
Yeah.
If you read Hillary's
Why
book.
would you only have one guy do
Yo,
it?
what's
Especially
up,
back
Tropic?
then.
How are you?
Like back then, it was so easy to keep a secret.
Welcome.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead.
Hey, is that video deep faked or not?
Perhaps.
In comparison.
Well,
to
how did what's his name? Lee Harvey Oswald get out of Russia with the daughter of what are they? SVU? So their intelligence agency, military intelligence. The daughter of somebody from that.
Yeah.
Who the hell got him in and out? Well, that's when we worked with Reinhard Gehlen from the SS. Remember when we
Right.
all that Project Gladio shit?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much everything. Like everything you hear about the Devil's Chessboard in that book. That's when we merged with the fucking Nazis, but they were like good WEF Nazis. Like, do you know what I mean? They think globally, they act locally.
Well, it's all fact. Operation Paperclip was a real thing.
Well, we should forget about it and just not connect it to anything. I think it would be best if you didn't connect
It's
things.
funny that people don't want to admit it. It is interesting. It's interesting like that it puts so many other things into question.
Yeah. Well, now that I don't believe in God, I got nothing. So I got to believe in this forever, don't I? Now that I know I'm a scientific materialist, I know there is no God, because what else can I rely on except the promise of transhumanism? One day I will be a robot man.
Yeah.
These fucking weirdos say this shit.
Uh-huh.
There is no need. When I'm watching Bad Thad on here, there is nothing There's no essence of anything. It's all like not, just name it and claim it. Like, do you know how insane that is? What just came out of your fucking mouth? But they think that.
Well,
He
it's
told
just
you.
intellectual gymnastics. They're just doing intellectual gymnastics. They're playing around with ideas, and they think they're smart enough. Their ego is so silly that they think they're smart enough to take an illogical thing and promote it as logical because it makes them look like a contrarian or like an abstract
Yeah.
thinker.
Well, how do you make your money? And then
Yeah, you make
and then-
your money by being a bullshit artist.
So if I'm in
pretending to be a
yeah.
rebel.
if I'm on
Yeah.
a shape, if I'm a Bill Gates that's just so concerned about the health of the children of the world, I mean, he's a good guy, wants to help. It's not just about the money. It's about my fucking Pharaoh's tomb I should have. I'm going to fucking get people like that care about the money, and they're going to be under me in my little pyramid.
Isn't it interesting that we always know that that has been the case throughout history, but we don't want to believe it's happening with the elites of the world now? Like, in our minds, we want to separate the people of today from the people of the past that did the same thing over and over and over and over again
Yeah.
throughout history.
Hey, I don't want to believe I'm bald, but guess what? I got to wear a Hawk Tua hat wherever I go. Name it and claim it.
So, you were saying that the Hawk Tua girl has gone missing? Is
No,
this true?
I don't think she probably hasn't posted online. I think that now's the time to get in. But Jamie was telling me she's supposedly missing. But it's like when Suri Cruz
How
was
old are
missing.
you?
Didn't she make a statement saying she had no idea what the fuck was going on? Like, she didn't understand.
Yo,
Would you-
CoffeeZilla had a thing
How
about it.
old are
Like
you? I asked you a
the dude,
question.
DJ Hollywood or whatever. He's married to Howie Mandel's daughter.
That
He's
doesn't
known
matter.
for starting these up. So it's like the George Foreman grill. George Foreman didn't invent the grill.
Right.
They're like, this is your grill, George Foreman. That's
Right.
what they did with Hawk Tua.
How much, how many different crypto coins are there, Jamie? Did we find that out?
It's honestly, it's innumerable. I want it to be dead ass. Like,
Innumerable. So it could be a million?
Yeah, we could start 10 right now, and they could all be called the same thing.
Now, do you like Boy
So,
Hawk
like,
Tua,
how much money
aka?
you putting behind it?
But this is the thing. It's like, if you're a crazy person that invested in NFTs,
I am.
if you're one of those people that gets in on these things, like, why wouldn't you get in on this stuff? It seems like some people are
You're probably better
probably
now.
just like some people are professional poker players.
That's exactly what. That's exactly it.
There's
Right.
a coin called Fartcoin that started up.
Yo,
that
can you
has, it's like $1 billion
text me
market
that?
cap. But how it was started, I was trying to get into was someone turned onto it like an AI, maybe two AIs, and gave it some parameters, and it created this coin. And so then someone launched
Oh,
it.
that's the thing. My buddy
They
was
launched it,
talking
but
about.
now it's worth $1 billion.
But like why it's that is all the parameters and the project and everything it's supposed to do and what they're supposed to do is all laid out here on this website, which almost all of them are. I think you're supposed to have that.
Okay,
But
here's the big question though: where's the money coming from? If it's worth $1 billion, is that real money? Has someone spent $1 billion?
yeah, someone fronts $1 billion. Like if in theory, if you think there's $1 billion to start, someone put $1 billion.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, so you
it
have
doesn't
to.
come from nowhere.
Wait a minute.
Really?
So you can start a coin, but you need $1 billion of real money?
That's the pump.
Jesus.
You gotta
Christ.
pump before you can dump.
So it's actual
Oh, that's a
money,
good rule of
or is
thumb.
it crypto money? This is the question. Like what I was saying, like, is the Trump coin? Did people take their Shiba Inu coins and buy Trump coins? Is
It
that
almost
what?
doesn't matter.
Look,
But
I've
it does,
heard-
wait,
exchange
it
for
does
dollars.
matter because if you put it on your American Express
No,
card at the end of the month, you're gonna have to pay.
In order to do that, you have to make. In order to do what you just said, you have to go to an exchange to exchange it into a coin. but
Right.
Then you're exchanging.
you know, you sound like Poor Dad
website.
from Rich Dad Poor Dad.
I've never watched that.
Oh well, Rich Dad says go into debt. That guy's a billionaire in debt. You never seen Rich Dad Poor Dad?
No.
His real story is so much better than his fake story. It's so interesting.
Here's my advice: don't go into debt.
Well, that's what Poor
Real
Dad used to say.
Real freedom is the ability to do what you want when you want to do it.
My
And
rich dad told me only poor people work.
See,
You only have
I
one
think it's
dad,
part of the
right?
deal too. I think Trump's under some about $1 billion. Like if I owe you $1 billion, it's your problem.
It is.
You
And
probably-
can you say he's wrong? And that's why I let.
yeah. Oh my God.
Well, some of these are pump and dumps, but I say Hawk 2 is a keeper.
That's the weird thing about getting wealthy is you have to
Yeah.
meet other wealthy people
Yeah, and so
and
imagine
hang out
like
with them.
it must be fucking weird.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
It's so weird because I'm pretty normal. Like I'm pretty much the same person.
Well, we'll
Like
get to you.
pretty much, I'm like a better version of who I used to be. That's what I strive to be. That's what I think I am.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, like what is the draw of like being a part of like these elite groups because people want to like be a part of this. You want to be in the secret meetings
to get as
You
much
wanna-
power as possible.
Yeah, you want to go to the conferences and speak at the conferences and be around all these other rich ballers and rub elbows with all the elites.
Have a drink, and then when
Yeah.
you wake up and I show you Godfather,
Your
you
liver's
wake up
on
in a
trays.
tub, or you're in a tub with another kid, yeah, and now
With
I
a
own
dead
you,
kid.
motherfucker,
Yeah.
and then now you're, how this person just starts singing a different tune out of nowhere.
Right,
How much of that you see?
right.
It's
A lot.
really odd, almost as if somebody had something on them, isn't it?
Real weird. It gets weird.
What happened to Bernie? That's a broken man. I wonder what they did to him.
Didn't he just tweet something ridiculous?
He better, or else something's gonna come out he don't like. That's how I think
He
it.
tweeted something ridiculous. So I read that. I was like, this is just not even make
Dude.
logical sense.
All these people saying shit that makes no logical sense.
You know,
If
my-
you're,
my
if you're
favorite-
motivated, you'll say the shit that makes no. If you're properly motivated,
One of my favorite things was when the Bernie people were mad at Bernie for making money off of his book because he made like $1 million off his book.
yeah, right.
They're like, oh, you're a part of the problem now.
Yeah, no, his part of the problem happened in legislation, not in the book part.
I think
That's pretty honest, actually. The book, because most of them get paid out the ass.
I think the idealistic perspective of what he was trying to do makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, well, that's why they pick a guy, and he's the guy that's allowed to say that. But he ain't gonna back it up.
Well, they were worried that he was going to. They were worried that he was going to be able to make it into the actual White House, which is why they sabotaged him in the primaries.
Yeah,
They were worried, and
but
that's
don't
why
worry, he
that's
would have
that
thrown
was
it.
my first attacks. This when CNN said that my show was sexist and racist and transphobic.
Yeah, you know those
and
Bernie
homophobic
bros. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a catchphrase, a Bernie bro.
Right, you turn him into a scumbag. You turn him into like a clown, a Bernie bro.
Well, you
He's a
get
bro.
identity. See, identity politics. The great part of that is you can take
Yeah.
instead of talking about shit that matters. You know, the economics. Let's
Right,
say,
right.
you can talk about shit that doesn't matter, which is your outer shell,
Yeah.
and you can pretend and you can turn the superficial into the most. And that's where we live now
Yes.
in MK retard land.
Yeah.
I mean, gold. I can see how they start using gold. It works.
Well, it's not as old as I thought it was, which kind of throws my whole fucking theory into a monkey
Can't spell
wrench.
gold without old. That's what we say in the gold business.
It still doesn't make sense to me that even thousands of years ago we all agreed on these stupid metal coins. But it does make sense that you kind of need something. Like if you just logically.
They probably had a prehistoric Jekyll Island where the cave JP Morgan and the rest of the boys met, and then they're like, we're going to use gold from now on.
You know, it used to be salt. Salt. They used to go to war for
Yeah,
salt.
that's why I never believe, and I think it's not true about salting the earth to make crops not grow. Like, can you imagine you're Roman and they're like, you got done with the battle, like, all right, we're going to dump, let's your pay.
Right.
Can we not dump my paycheck on the earth? Like, a rain's going to wash it away.
Salt was worth so much money because you could preserve meat with it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you couldn't have meat because they didn't have refrigeration. So they would take everything, they'd cover with salt. So salt kills bacteria.
I should probably eat more salt to preserve my meat.
Well, people think that salt lowers makes your blood pressure higher. There's like so much stupid shit that's connected.
It
with
turned
salt.
out was the thing that where they pay to pretend it's not that, like your fructoses and your
Well, it got lumped into that whole thing where they were trying to connect saturated fat and heart disease because the sugar
shit.
companies.
What you lived through when they flipped
Yeah.
the polls on what's got good and bad like several times.
Well, that one's documented, right? Because that one they bribed scientists. The sugar industry bribed scientists
Yes.
to lie. And so that flipped it on. And then they were looking for other reasons why people were getting fat, other reasons why people were having hypertension and all these different things. And salt got thrown into the mix there. But the problem is salt's an essential mineral. It's like a very important thing for human life.
Yeah,
You
like
need-
carbon.
Yeah, you fucking actually need it.
Dude.
You should put salt in your water in the morning. Take some Celtic
Yeah.
salt, sprinkle it in some hot water in the morning, and put it squeeze a little lemon in there. It's fucking good for you. Salt's very important.
You should never get any sun, right? That's what I was told.
You should get sun.
Get
It's
no
super
sun on
important.
your-
This idea that then the bad skin cancer that people get, from what it makes
Jimmy
sense.
had it. He was the whole fucking thing.
He did.
It's like he
Yeah.
had the kind that where it's
It's
not
no big deal.
Yeah.
And the kind that's bad, generally you get because you're not exposed to the sun.
Boy,
when
what
you
a
get
blooper.
exposed to the sun in like a big burst and your skin's not prepared
What
for
a
it.
blooper they made with that one.
They did that with so many things, man. With the downplaying the positive impact of exercise and diet on health.
Do you
You want
think
to
that
pretend
was-
that
that
all
was
health
suspicious?
comes from a fucking injection.
Wait, do you think that was even?
How about that? How about global health people, the people that aren't healthy? How about that? How about look at them and you go, that guy's not healthy.
You don't want to fuck Peter Hotez? Like, ew, RFK, he's 70 and he looks like that, and look at this fucking.
Well, when I had Peter Hotez on, we talked about food and diet. I was like, this is the most crazy, unscientific perspective. I was very kind to him about it, but I was like, you don't eat well and you don't take vitamins.
Yeah, take that lab
That's
coat off,
crazy.
motherfucker.
And you don't exercise. This is crazy talk.
Yeah.
This is absolutely crazy talk because there's a fucking giant amount of scientific literature on the positive impact of all those things. So if you are not addressing that science, and your only science is I have to stick you with a fucking experimental needle.
And I happen to make the thing that we stick in.
Yeah.
I happen to be a guy that makes money off that,
And
but don't worry
promotes it.
about that. You think I would promote it if it wasn't the best thing?
Jesus Christ. It's just that we don't want to believe that that's how people in positions of authority would ever behave, because the responsibility that comes with being in that position where you're the person that informs everybody else. And
Yeah,
you're,
right.
you're knowingly going through this with fucking huge blinders on. That even when you get exposed, you don't realize, oh, it really is hypocritical of me.
Yeah.
You know, I should actually supplement my food with vitamins. I should stop eating garbage. He's like a junk food junkie. He was talking to me about getting junk food.
Yeah.
But he likes to get cheeseburgers and fries. Like, hey, buddy, that's so bad for your immune system.
Yeah,
All that
well,
stuff is terrible
I
for you.
read it
That's
in
your
Time.
diet.
I think it was Time magazine that said actually processed food probably isn't that bad.
Isn't that funny they said that? You know what the most recent thing? They said actually aluminum in vaccines isn't a bad thing.
I thought there was no aluminum. In it. Wait, I thought they said there was none of that.
No, there is. There has to be.
Hey, here's one.
It has to be an irritant.
So, I was in a doomsday call. Jehovah's Witnesses predicted famously the end of the world in 1977. And boy, that was embarrassing when that didn't happen, huh? What jerks. And then, meanwhile, climate change has predicted the end of the world. I can think of like 4 times off the top of my fucking head. So now they have a worse record than Bible people. The climate prophecy is less reliable than the crazy religious people.
Well, not even Bible people. Jehovah's Witnesses.
Everybody, like a lot of people, Harold Camping and predict the end of the world. That's embarrassing. But Al Gore made a fucking movie that wasn't right. The coral reefs are supposed to be gone, but they're back now.
Yeah.
The rainforest. As a kid, I was afraid about this. There's more than ever because it turned out they breathe carbon. I never heard of this. Have you?
Yeah.
The trees breathe carbon.
Yeah. So I heard.
Oh, it's going to be a desert. Why? Because there's too much oxygen for the trees. There's too much tree air. Oh,
there's more. The Earth is greener now than it was 100
oh,
years ago.
fossil fuels. Remember we were talking about oil?
Mhm.
So that's Sinclair with the brontosaurus on the can, right?
Mhm.
And that's marketing. That's,
Yeah.
If you look up Colonel Prouty, Prowty, he's like a guy that hung out when they came up with this energy policy. Because the military came up with our energy policy.
Right.
And that Rockefeller made his money really kind of transporting the oil because there was oil all over the fucking place. So guys got to control, like diamonds, let's say.
Right.
And then because it governs like everything, your energy,
Right.
they could just control all kinds of shit. And then they could say it's scarce and we don't have enough of it. And then they could do your carbon footprint. And then BP came up with that term. And people say it like an asshole. Oh, my carbon, not their carbon aspirin. I have a big one if you want. But your carbon footprint, like I should, like I'm Catholic now, but of climate change.
Right.
Well, why was I born?
Right.
I shouldn't even be on the earth. I'm so bad for existing. Why don't I find Jesus if we're going to do that game? Right? Where I feel guilty for being around.
For carbon.
Well, guys on a goddamn plane, private jet telling me that.
Well, it offsets it. Global health work.
Yeah, that church thought that you could offset saving it by paying for it, and then they had a schism, I think. So I think it didn't work out.
The fucking Al Gore movie is so wrong in so many ways. If you go back and watch that movie, didn't he say by like 2005 the fucking polar ice caps were going to be gone? Like, the whole thing was so nutty.
Yo, more shit's coming true out of dumbass Revelation book in the Bible than anything Al Gore said. Isn't that disturbing?
It's very disturbing.
I mean, if you like,
it's very disturbing.
Yeah, like they wrote it and are fulfilling it themselves. Disturbing is how it feels like today.
It's,
like,
but
dude,
it's one of those things. Like, you're a vaccine denier. You know, it's the same kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a climate denier, yeah, you denied Christ.
Yeah, well, Fauci's got the what do they call it? The Jesuit look, the wire glasses, and that you could see it like transferring that weird cat. Robin DiAngelo, she said it. I want my Catholic guilt to be your policy on race now. Oh, yeah. And then so it's like you're racist because you were just born a Caucasian. You have to understand that. So because you can't help it, you're racist. I need you to be racist against yourself from now on. That's what they were teaching. And you're like, okay.
The people right now that are still on Fauci's side, that still think he did a great job, and that he was. There's still people out there that really think that he didn't know about the lab leak theory, and that he didn't coerce people into changing their stories, and didn't have the power to grant money.
And they're not going to look into it.
They're not going to look into it. They think that Trump is an evil man because all Fauci did was do a good job, and he's.
I just invited a couple speakers up here. The first one is Rabbi Rothschild Discord. What's going on?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Do you mind if I share my project with you?
No, please, sure.
Thank you. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. Some of the things that we talk about on the stream that are important to society are ending world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of desalination plants where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the people around the globe. We talk about some other things that are really interesting to the world, like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark energy, dark matter, faster than light travel, things like de-extinction. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with de-extinction, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was successfully de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colosso Bioscientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephants, which I think is just fascinating. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So these are just some things that are on the agenda for some really, I think, groundbreaking companies that we cover. Other things that we cover that really affect every person in here are things like life extension technology, utilizing things like stem cells, human growth hormone, nootropics, things like ambrosia therapy, things like cold shock therapies to extend the average life expectancy of the people in this room past age 80. Excellent. Past age 80, past age 100 into 120. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, how I'm just an average person, how am I going to take advantage of any of that? That sounds really expensive. According to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource. And I have personally archived more data than any person ever. I'm live on 10 different YouTube streams right now and have been for more than 3 years. So when I go viral, I'm going to help everybody who's helped me along the way. And when you get to be 120 and you say, Rabbi, okay, now what? My body's starting to break down. That's when the next type of technology comes into play. It's fascinating. It's known as mind uploading technology. Mind uploading technology is where we, with your consent, scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want everybody in here to know is that there's a possibility of digital immortality, and I appreciate the opportunity to tell you about it. Thank you.
That was an amazing pitch, dude. You got covered a lot. I don't know about you guys, but I know Massimo was digging in at one point especially. If any of that was found interesting to you, you can go to his profile and you'll see, I guess he's got a Discord. We're really big on not clicking links around these parts for safety reasons in the crypto realm. So at the end of the day, if there's a better way for them to kind of find you, you said kind of like the Truman Show, film 24/7, 365. whatnot. Is it on YouTube, I'm imagining, as well?
Absolutely. Just type Rabbi Rothschild, my name, in YouTube and filter by live. You'll see all 10 of my accounts right now. You'll see me live. If you want to find out more about me but not have to click any links that are off of Twitter, just go to my expanded biography. I have the longest biography, perhaps in the history of Twitter. They allow you to have 50,000 characters, and I use every single one of them. So you can learn more about all of this technology that I discuss, such as faster than light travel, nuclear energy, nuclear fusion, cold fusion, things like perhaps prion vaccines, things like perhaps megastructures. In closing, some of the other things that I discussed that I think are fascinating is perhaps a Bering Strait tunnel. I think it could do a lot for world peace, really, to connect Asia and North America through an undersea tunnel. And if you think it's that long, it's only 51 miles that need to be dug, and essentially then you'd be able to take a road trip from New York to Paris or from Los Angeles to Cape Town. And the other really project of which I'm an advocate in those terms is the essentially creation of a road through the Darien Gap, which is about 90 miles between Panama and Colombia that need to be cleared in order for someone to be able to drive from Buenos Aires to Moscow or from Rio de Janeiro to Pretoria. These are all really good ideas I think that we may see over the course of the next generation or two. And really, as I said previously, I do this for world peace because I feel as if we are ever going to explore space, if we're ever going to have space tourism, terraforming other planets such as Mars, Venus, terraforming other planetoids such as Europa, and getting into interstellar and intergalactic space, we need peace here at home. So for those people who say, well, we're never going to achieve world peace, it's just a matter of time. And with that, thank you so much for the opportunity. If you want to send me a follow, I always follow back, and just appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell everybody about my project.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome stuff there. Absolutely awesome. Do you have a coin?
I'm actually sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It has over $100 million market cap. I've been live in their Telegram for more than a year and a half. So I personally don't have a coin, but I am sponsored by cryptocurrency. I wear their merchandise 24 hours a day. Absolutely. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Their website is pos10i.com. It is essentially a coin that's been around since May of 2023. It has a wonderful community. We have over 15,000 people in our Telegram. If you want to go to the Telegram, it's t.me/HPOS10i. Thank you so much. And really, you guys are... Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like a real life Truman Show. So you can watch me eat, sleep. I've gone to the bathroom on camera. I've showered on camera. You can see all my interactions with people on camera in 360 degrees. I don't just do it on one stream, not just two, not just three, but over 10 different streams. Additionally, I live stream in Discord. So I'm live in over 12 different Discords right now. I'm the #1 streamer all time at the Aiden Ross Discord, #1 streamer all time in the iShow Speed Discord, #1 streamer all time in the Kai Cenat Discord. I am live on, like I said, over 10 different YouTube channels, but I have over 100 different YouTube channels. I have over 200 different Instagram channels. I have over 500 different Twitch channels, over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever.
I swear to God, I thought it was just kind of hidden online. I was like, what? You say 1,000 TikTok accounts?
That's correct. Yeah, all handmade. So essentially, the reason why I do it is because I want to be uncancelable. So I've had many accounts, of course, that have been banned due to copyright infringement or any other reason. I watched the Super Bowls on this stream. I've watched 3 different Olympics on this stream. So I am someone who sometimes gets my accounts banned. But that's okay. I have redundant streams so that when this goes viral, and I really think that it will, I'm going to be the most famous person on earth, perhaps the wealthiest person on earth, and I want to give back like a Robin Hood. I want to help everybody who helped me along the way. I really mean this. I am someone who's very positive. I want to be a positive light in your life. I want to be a pillar to society. I want to be an optimistic individual, and I want to give people hope. A lot of times people haven't heard that there may be an opportunity to escape death in the traditional sense through some of these types of technologies like life extension technology and mind uploading technology. And when they hear that, gives people hope. And I am just someone who does their best to be very positive to everyone with whom I have any type of engagement, and just appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you about it.
It's amazing. I mean, honestly, it's amazing. You know, one of the biggest things about our project is we say it's not just a meme coin, it's a movement. And we want to inspire and uplift and motivate and encourage. And so our community is full of, you know, flat out love. You know, it's imperative, you know, to find the silver lining in some of these tough scenarios. So I definitely love the message. I like that you kind of rock it like the Truman Show. Really, really interesting. And I like your concept of having so many different accounts live at the same time, just in case somebody does, you know, get you canceled, and you still got a way to run it through. So, man, kudos to you. There's a lot of hard work and dedication, man, with the consistency. We'll definitely get those successful results. So keep that shit up, dude.
Thank you so much. Shout out to the Lotto community. You guys are now on essentially the time capsule of society. You're on the world's largest timeline, and this will pay dividends for you. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but within a year or a decade or a century, everybody's going to know about your coin just because you were kind enough to allow me to share my project with you. So thank you so much, and just hope everybody has a wonderful day ahead.
We appreciate that so much, man. Thank you very much. And just so you know, if you ever want to get in more depth with what you got going on, traditionally we do the shoot for the thrill of it on Fridays before we play poker. So you see us here on, running a space call. Yeah, you always got a mic, dude.
Thank you so much. I'll take you up on that. I appreciate it. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Thank you again.
You're very welcome, and thank you again. Man, that was cool. That was different, right? Normally we get the crypto talk all up front. It was actually something kind of opposite that way. I was kind of cool. I didn't expect that. A lot of fun information in that. A lot of fun information. And then Parker, you know that guy. Yeah, right? I'm watching his suicide.
Yo, what up, Parker? How you living, pimp? Word, dog. Shout out to Parker. We're watching Joe Rogan right now. Shout out to Parker. Shout out to Parker if you're seeing this. You're the man. Thank you for watching, big dog. Shout out to those guys. Shout out to Parker. Shout out to that guy who hosted it. Very kind. I'm going to look up your name right now. I've been trying to get in on your discussion for a long time. Shout out to my man, Ghost_AF.
And he saved millions of lives.
How we do it.
Do you know that the vaccine saved millions of lives? You got to repeat that.
It did?
It saved millions of lives.
Not even arguably in there. It's going to work.
Millions and millions of lives.
Well, I'm surprised just because after I got it, I immediately got COVID, so I'm a little surprised.
Well, here's the thing.
It slowed the spread.
You're not scientific, and you don't trust the science. And that's why we're having an argument about this, and I have to clap back at you. I think it's called clapping back.
Yeah, a James Clapback from James Clapback. It's a CIA invention. You give him a clapback.
We don't even know how many people
I didn't
saved.
say Hunter's laptop was Russian missing. I said it had the earmarks of a information operation.
Yeah, and someone who's on crack who just films his dick 24 hours a day
Dude,
does
the
have the
legends.
earmark. Yeah, I mean, the guy did it so wild that it seems fake.
Why is Hunter not a political streamer with this level of degeneracy?
He really should have a fucking Twitch channel. He would rule.
Dude, Hunter, just play
Just go hard. Your dad's dead. Go hard now. You can go
Yo,
hard now.
his-
Get back
dude,
on the wagon.
His piece soft. Let me tell you, nothing to sneeze at. He took a lot of. China knows now. I'll tell you
Everybody
that.
knows. Everybody knows. But they knew already. That was one of the reasons why they were paying that guy. Like,
Why did Biden pardon Bidens that I've never heard of?
because they were all guilty, apparently.
Yeah, and why? I didn't know banks were reporting suspicious activity. You know, because he has, you know, the shell company Galaxy.
A bunch
He
of
has-
suspicious
By the
activity.
way, a normal person has 20 shell companies. I don't know if you know that.
I have 80.
Yeah, well, you're smart.
I keep them in my pocket.
The shell companies.
The whole idea behind a fucking full pardon, there's almost none left. You want some more? You get more made.
No, I probably enough. But go ahead.
The whole idea behind pardons is supposed to be there's a crime that you did that we think you served enough time, and the president has enough information, or they whatever. They
You're
think, you know
admitting
what?
to it.
Well, it's like this weird power that you have to commute sentences and to pardon people for crimes, alleged
Well,
crimes
as-
they were convicted for.
Do you know that the Justice Department under Biden, as they so eloquently said to the January 6 people, if you accept it, because remember they were like, Trump's going to do preemptive pardons. Remember that?
Right.
Biden would never do that, if we recall. And they got letters. Just so you know, if you accept the pardon, that means you're saying you're guilty, and it doesn't unring. It is the quote, unring the bell of your prosecution. And they're right, it doesn't, because now, and that's what what's his name was talking about with Fauci, like you can't plead the fifth ever again if you take a pardon.
That's what we were talking about last night.
So if Fauci's
The
going to
problem
rat
is,
people out, that's cool. I hope we stick with it.
if they bring him in and they make him sing, the thing is like he could perjure himself. Like if they know something and you say something that is not true on the stand, if you lie on this, if they determine, now you have a whole nother crime.
Yeah.
And the thing that they didn't pardon him for is the stuff that happened during the AIDS crisis. I don't know what the statute of limitations on that stuff is. But if you go back and
yeah.
you want to try him for what he knew, I mean, this is the Dallas Buyers Club. If you want to try him for what he knew about suppressing other therapeutics other than AZT, or if you knew that he had the data on AZT and how quickly it was killing people.
Yeah, well, once you do the first batch of mass murder, it's easy to go from there, isn't
But
it?
in the 1980s and 90s, like no one knew what the fuck was going on. There's no internet. There's no
Yeah.
RFK Jr. spreading the word with his book. Like no one gets that information. So that happened for a long ass time. And then when he tried to do it again in 2019, the single fucking solution is the vaccine and the vaccine only. People will drop their ideological bullshit
You
and
saw
get
the-
vaccinated.
You know, Matt Orfalea does those great compilations of him saying the opposite in the same breath.
He's crazy. That's a person that's in an extreme position of power that probably got drunk with it, and and is able to justify a lot of wild shit.
Okay, the way they can justify it is because most of these people are controlled by some kind of intel. Hopefully ours, but maybe not. And we still do gain of function. Hey, good news, we do gain of function with China, our adversary still. I don't know why that would be.
But wasn't that also the talk about Ukraine, that Ukraine has bioweapons labs?
Peaceful. No, they had. Let me quote: "Peaceful biolabs."
Oh, peaceful.
Now, I don't know if you know the nuanced difference between a peaceful biolab and a bioweapon lab, but it's real nuanced.
Peaceful biolab is where they grow mushrooms.
That's right, buy my mushroom gummies.
Yeah, it's the name
Peaceful
of the company.
biolabs.
By the way, if mushrooms become legal, somebody please make a product called
Peaceful
Peaceful
Biolabs.
Biolabs. It'll be fun. Like,
Dude.
it's like a tribute to the show.
Yeah, well, I love in the Korean War, those soldiers, they want to come home, right? And this is what started the mind control race in the Manchurian Candidate and all those movies was these soldiers wouldn't come back. They defected to North Korea, and they said the United States has been using weaponized viral, germ warfare on the people of Korea. And so that's when we knew they must be under mind control to say such nonsense.
Right. There's no way the government would do that.
Yeah, so we
on
knew.
other
So
people.
that's how we knew for sure that's what it was, and so that started a nice mind control race, and that's why we have the story of the Marion Candidate, because China was whoever the fuck was going to do it. Guess what? When you hear about what our enemies are up to, that's how we fund what we're up to by scare. Oh, they don't want to tell people the truth because it'll panic them. When the fuck do they not want you panicked? Is this a different government that I haven't heard of? The number one thing they love is you to be traumatized and then forgetful.
Right, but the UAP thing, they don't want you to be traumatized by something more powerful than them. The problem with the UAP thing
Shout out
is
PK
it
Finch if you're
dissolves
watching.
our
You're
faith in
amazing.
government because government is just as useless as us.
Yeah, I
There's
didn't think they
something
were God.
Yeah, there's something from another planet that's
Right.
so beyond us that it has complete control of our nuclear program, complete control of our internet, our grid,
Yeah.
controls the population, can't be totally invulnerable to weapons, and comes down
So
and
God-
takes over. Well, a superior race.
A bunch of people already believe in the thing you said, but don't think it's aliens, and they're fine with it. In fact, like, I think it's, people are going to go crazy, and then they're going to come at us, is the fear.
All right,
Because
baby.
that,
Let's
Orson
keep
Welles'
the
famous
fucking
thing, I bring it up all the time. Everyone panicked because they thought it was real. That's not
momentum going.
fucking true.
Well, some people panicked, but it wasn't nearly the hysteria. People that tuned in the middle that didn't know really freaked out.
I think it was not even that. I think now that we know the papers didn't like radio because it was much like podcasting is to CNN, they were trying to kill that, is what I think.
Really? Well, it was
Yeah.
greatly exaggerated, right? The negative impact.
And then taught as fucking science for
The
many
people committed
years.
suicide.
So-
that was the thing that we were told in school.
They told you people killed themselves from that.
Yes. Yeah, when I was in high school, I remember they were talking about Orson Welles, and the teacher in high school was explaining. 90.
That's what I was going to say. If you look at, the chart is so.
I have the largest Twitter. Any user on the platform. Please join my Discord Damn. Yo, shout out to that fucking those people I was just talking to. They're really nice. Dude, I gotta follow all those people back. Follow back, follow back. Follow back, follow back. Follow back, follow back. Follow back, follow back. Shout out to all of you. You guys are amazing.
%, sure of this, the foggy memory, because I was probably 15. But in that foggy memory, I'm pretty sure they were talking about people committing suicide because of it.
Yeah, hilarious. So that's before Roswell or whatever. That
See
what's
if
the use of that?
there's any evidence that people did commit suicide after War of the Worlds. Because look, there's a lot of schizophrenic people, unfortunately.
There are now.
Back then too, no?
Yeah.
Okay, while the War of the Worlds radio broadcast is often associated with mass panic, there's no credible evidence of any widespread suicides directly caused by the broadcast. The idea of people killing themselves due to believing in Martian invasion was real and is generally considered a myth, though some listeners did experience significant distress and fear due to the realistic presentation of the fictional event. I'm sure that's true. So the suicides is probably what always happens, right? People exaggerate shit.
Dude, how long are they going to use suicides as an excuse to, like, lie? Or, like, climate change right now, that's like a dog you blame farts on. That's what climate change is. Dude, the fires, it's unbelievable watching that.
People calling the fires climate change is crazy.
How would that absolve Newsom and the gang if it was climate change? Either way, shouldn't you have water in the fucking hydrant? Shouldn't you have more water
You
because
definitely
climate
should
change?
have water in the hydrant. What is this?
This was the opening to the 1984 Olympics.
Wow.
Fake alien.
So that's back.
I don't think they told people about it either. I'll kind of skim through.
Is it Michael Jackson in there?
Whoa, what was it?
They used some Disney people. Apparently, they went through a couple tests. This is a jet engine of some sort, flying a flying saucer in. They had a bunch of lights on it.
Oh my god!
They didn't tell anyone this was going to happen either. They just started doing it.
Oh my god, dude! Imagine.
And then there's an alien.
How big is it?
What's the alien
I think
look
it's like 50 feet.
Holy shit! Oh, it looked like there was a helicopter above it, dude.
Well, they're flying over Olympics. This is the open.
Right, but it's not suspended by a
I
helicopter?
don't believe so. No, I was trying to read into how they did it.
I thought I saw a helicopter above it.
Here's the.
Let it go for a little bit.
What's 10 minutes long?
They should
Yeah,
do
but
this
just
at
let
the
it go
mall in
for a little
Miami
bit.
sometime.
Look at that. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Boy, in 1970 or 84, rather, when this was going on, you probably scared the shit out of people. They probably thought the real aliens were actually landing at the Olympics.
Finally.
God, look how excited people were about the Olympics back then.
Our ritual has attracted the sky gods.
Yeah.
Dude, why do we have
wild,
Olympics again?
dude. That's wild. Well, because people want to make money off of athletes that work for free.
Yeah, it's called eugenics.
Look at this. Look at all the lights flashing.
Now.
Oh my God.
That is no one from the still. That is a man 7 feet 8 inches tall.
What?
She's got.
Whoa! So that's how they practiced it. So they practiced
When they talk about Blue Beam,
an
like,
alien
Blue Beam's are
invasion
means-
back then. They
Yeah.
practiced it in 1984. They
It's
practiced it.
fun.
I want to know how they powered that spaceship thing.
That's how I was getting into it. They had a article in 2004, and they're bringing it back up, and the guy from Disney was explaining how they did it.
So if they could do that in '84, and then the government with all their Black Ops funds,
They had laptops in the 70s, and it's just a matter how expensive it is to make. And then that's why you're always like 30. Just as a rule, you're about 30 years behind the best shit they got.
so you think all these things that people are seeing are ours?
Well, the drones,
No,
Yeah.
the UFOs, the things that go underwater, the things that, all these things that fly through the air at insane
They also
speeds.
made this in 1974. This
Yeah.
one's called an X-Jet.
yeah.
It was really loud though, so like
19 what?
this was in the 70s. It
So this guy's
disappeared.
flying around in a flying
Yeah.
chair
I looked
in
up
the 70s.
just to go 60 miles an hour, go up to 10,000
Dude,
feet.
you
How many
see,
people died testing that?
They only tested it with 3 people, as far as I
How
found.
many?
And they didn't.
Shout out
They
to
had no
Otto.
flight experience. They wanted that on
This
purpose.
is nuts.
so do you
This is nuts.
dude, there's a bunch of shit
Wait a
that
minute, it says no propeller?
Yeah, it's a jet engine underneath. Yeah.
Oh my god, how hot does it get? What does it do to your balls?
I don't know.
What does it do to your balls? Probably cooks your balls.
I
I probably.
read
wow.
How do you not get
It
cancer from
affirms
that?
your gender and flies.
Damn. There are a shit ton of people. Oh, holy fuck. Ape spaces.
And you know what? It's not like that's a uncommon thing, but that's actually unfortunately a thing where you go in somewhere and like a new person who doesn't know crypto, and again, let's face it, like this is a weird world,
Why is your
You're not even supposed to fucking wear earbuds anymore. Everybody's saying the EFI
What?
from those. That's why I saw you last night. I was like, what are you doing with Bluetooth earbuds in?
Oh,
It's
man.
supposed to be bad for you.
Hey, it's too late now, dude.
And even the
I
wired
had the
ones,
shot.
the wired ones are like slightly better. But everybody's saying like, oh,
Yeah.
the EFI.
If they just look at us, dude, all the shit you worried about, they done did it. It's done.
You're not
They did
worried about the earbuds?
it. No, I'm not worried because I can't sleep unless I have a TV on, just the tone. So do you understand the amount of damage that has been done from the blue light from the screen? They signed that into law too. That's other Obama hit.
Oh,
You know, the energy saving light bulbs and all that, where you just get blue light and it ravages your dopamine. But with the principle of casinos. Everything's a fucking casino.
so all the blue light that we have in our house is like with LED lights. All that's bad for you.
Yeah, but you could find out more about, like, I'm not an expert at by any means, but you could find out about
You
people.
sound like an expert. I'd like to give you a doctorate. Would you accept?
Yes. Now,
I
here's,
think you need an honorary doctorate
can I
from
tell
like
you? Yeah.
Conspiracy University.
I'm a doctor of hot tool
Maybe
coin.
Austin U when they open up here.
I don't know, dude.
Helicopter, you're right.
Oh, so it was elevated by a
Yeah,
helicopter.
it had to be in
Wow.
light enough to be carried by a big lift helicopter.
Yeah. See, that's what I thought I saw. I thought I saw a helicopter above it. That makes a lot more sense.
You saw the Charles Hall video, right? Is that guy Charles Hall talking about the tall whites?
Yes.
So, because that one, it was one of the first
We
ones.
talked about that yesterday on the podcast with Jay Sands.
Yeah, so but this is also how I started. You know, now conspiracy stuff would be like this to me, is not story.
Right.
So this story is so interesting because it's like what made me laugh. So I started looking at this as a joke. So it's making me laugh when he's trying to tell whites treat us like we're like, you know, this is like the Philippines to them, like a base for doing something. If you we're as strong as apes compared to them.
Jay Sands met one.
Well, as they're talking about it, I'm like, this sounds very familiar. Like, is this like the Congo to them? Like, are these space Belgians? And I'm like, oh wow, that's hilarious. At the top, there's even whiter people.
But doesn't that make sense that if human beings evolve more, we're going to evolve more into like weaker and weaker things with stronger and stronger minds, and that's what they look like.
Well, I'm sure
They're
that
like really
I'm sure
frail. We said that when it ran,
Fuck hell. All right, dog. Who's the next person? Who's our next victim? Chill and Chill. That's the one I fucking want to get in. It's so big. Ape Spaces. Let's chat. Pirate Radio. Fuck yeah. A lot of people, they're having serious conversations. What's next, Rabbi? X Money Coin. AMC. Bone Coin. Baby, we need this spaces. Oh, Ghana. Shout out to Ghana. Drop the mic. Havana Nights music. Open mic. Solid. Yo, let me in. Let me in on this bitch. Booker? Yo, let me in on. Oh, dude, I know this bitch. I know her. Damn, she's got a ton of fucking people. Shout out to you too. What is this bullshit? And wait for you. Sweet of hands and twist of fate, and bed of hands she made me wait. And wait for you. With or without you. With or without you. The silver make me down. With it all, but I want more. In a way for you. With or without you. With or without you. I can't live with or without you. You give yourself away, and you give yourself away, and you give, and you give. And you give yourself away with everything that I can have. Nothing to live. Here we go, kids. Nothing left to lose with or without you. and you give yourself away. And you give, and you give, and you give yourself away. With or without you, with or without you, oh, I can't live. With or without you. Oh, 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 without you, with or without you, oh, I can't live. With or without you, with or without you. Thank you, Fucker. Yo, dog, too much Spanish. Chill space and me talk.
If you can't chat up, don't bother. But it's a simple, stupid game. I don't know if anyone's played, but it's a game where of numbers is a winner for each quarter at halftime, third quarter, final score.
Dude,
Super simple.
this motherfucker's talking about squares.
So, like, let's say you get Kansas City 7, Philadelphia 0. If the score is 27 to 20 at the end, you're the 20 at the end, you're the winner. So it's just a way. It's a
Dude,
fun
let me
way
in
to
on this
engage
bitch.
without betting on sports. Like, if you ever like more Super Bowl parties, you know, in the States, they'll throw it up on the wall so all the ladies can, bet, kind of have a part in the game.
Dog, what is this bullshit?
Commercials. But that's why I threw out 10K per square because we're all making money now. We're broke except for JK. So we have to change that up, but we'll try to fill it up. Usually there's a man in the next week, so we'll see what happens. I am trying to get permission for everyone to beat up on JK, Cold Water, and like bet on fucking Taylor Swift to be show.
Dude, this shit sucks. What exactly does Web3 mean? No one knows. Oh, fuck yeah. One of these African spaces where everybody talks for 15 fucking minutes. Let me in on this bitch. You talk too long. What is that shit? Knife talk. I'll give some bitch a daily facial routine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Next type. Go!
Prisoners and the cop kids ended up doing some fucked up shit to the kids. They gave them PTI. There's a movie that was all never do those, right? Like those people, like actually. So like,
Let me in on this bitch.
Stanford is weird because their mascot's a tree. Yeah, and honestly, the games, it's like a tree.
Okay, that's cool. That's a really great story. No one gives a flying fuck. Let me in on this space, dog. Yo, let me in on this bitch, dog. Let me in on this bitch. Okay, dog. Yo, dog. Let me in on this bitch. No, no one cares. Look, I'm fucking cool right now. I'm fucking mainstream. Let me in on your fucking call, dog.
that'll come back, right? But I think a lot of that shit, for the most part, is like it's gonna get quiet because like the young kids are all based out here, and I'm just like, shit. And it's like fucking kind of smell. I agree with that. So I'm not saying from a voter perspective, I'm saying from like culture perspective. I remember like being on UC Berkeley campus and everything was like blue hair, extreme.
Doug, no one cares about the UC Berkeley campus. They care about Rabbi Rothschild's project. Let me fucking talk.
There's gonna be fucking the rest of us who've just moved on with it. Like, do you think 99.9% of people care about January 6th? I think the only permitted two are Washington, D.C. 81. I think the rest of us have moved on. My vision was 2021. Bro, the market has moved it up twice since then, bro. Like, one of those guys was just killed. They got out. Or anyway, he might have been a house. Like, he was a dirty guy. That was fucking payback, bro. That was payback. I mean, here's the thing. We can handle this. That fucking plane crash, I don't trust it, bro. The fact there was a Black Hawk that ran into that bitch, bro, I don't trust it. The Black Hawk ran into the back of the plane. The back of the plane wasn't like a head-on collision, bro. I agree 100%. I don't trust black helicopters. Honestly, I don't trust black helicopters. I don't trust Apache helicopters. I wouldn't trust a Jewish helicopter if that was the case. You know? You really gotta think about it. Helicopters are dangerous, bro. Those are the worst type of things for getting in the air, bro. Like, those things took Kobe Bryant out. Why do we like
Bro. Let me fucking talk, G.
So much going on in those helicopters. Why hasn't like military tests going on during fucking actual just like takeoffs? It's been a military, but it's not constant military. No idea. No, so I know it's the DC airport. So was it? I guess my argument, which I don't know if this is maybe like, well, if it is like that one that has so much crazy trauma, like that should be like the most important. It has the fucking checks and balances versus it just being like, you know, it's not finished, it's not finished. That's why it's confusing because it's like, it's just, to how many other people like her.
Yo, dog, let me fucking talk.
That's the, like, to me, it's like, I was kind of laughing when Trump was like, oh, DEI. I was like, man, he's just trying to get a head burner. I was pissed him off, right? And it's just like, all right, here we go. This is what I signed up for the chaos. We just gotta be able to, we're not gonna keep letting everyone's be mad about this for 2 days. Now we got so much going on. You got really kids about.
Dog, you don't have anything else about which to talk about. Blah, blah, blah. Let me fucking talk. Let me in. Let me talk, dog. Let me talk. Nobody's thinking about gay bars, dog. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants the view to talk to Rabbi.
This is not he doesn't understand. You know what? He's like, do you think Teddy dropped tonight? That was hard. What do you got there? Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Dude, no one gives a shit about your fucking video. This is the worst.
I'll send it to you, bro. So you can give us the two calls. I'll show you the next house. I'm not gonna say send it. Of course you will. What I have to understand is Tony
Please watch Rabbi Rothschild, dog. Come on. Let me in on this bitch. Knife Talk sucks. Everybody knows it. Worst stream ever. Let me in on this bitch. This is the worst. Just terrible, terrible people. Yo, dog, come on. Come on, dog. Let me in on this bitch. Hello, do you mind if I tell you about my project? Thank you so much for the opportunity. You're very kind. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming like The Truman Show for more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I want to help world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, cloud seeding, and vertical farming. I want to help end world thirst through desalination plants, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. We talk about some things on my stream that aren't normally discussed, things like data and its importance. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Yes, I have robots that I create. But just one moment, let me tell you about my project. No, just robots. May I please tell you about my project without being interrupted, please? Okay, so other things that we discuss are things like anti-gravity. Oh, fuck. The space has ended? The fuck is that? Man, it's difficult. You gotta really fucking pump it out, folks. If you're watching this, no, it is not easy to show. That's all right. Get it next time, kid. Yo, dog, these guys, if you're watching this, from Africa, talk for so long. Yo, dog, let me in on this. I'll say this, the people who have these African spaces, they're very long-winded, but they do let you talk usually, except that one fucking guy. Yo, dog, quit with the talking. These people yeah, these people talk. Hook a brother up. Shout out to Eunice, you can get it. Eunice Shriver, your account is locked. Fuck you. How did my account break the X rules? Five followers. Fucking record breaking, folks. Dog, let me talk. What up, dog? How are you? Can you hear me, Caspian C? Kicking ass, taking names. I get so frustrated. So I had a very good, like when you shill, you have to do it really, really quickly. I feel you have to do it really, really quickly. You have to keep people's attention, and then you're basically done. Then you take questions. And I did one earlier that was very successful. I got some really good follows out of it. People saying that they support my project, retweet my shit. That's good. And then I get these other ones that are like just people who think that their shit doesn't stink, and they just cut you off and, you know, make all kinds of comments and things like that. So I have to, I just know I got to keep grinding, but it's hard. It's not an easy thing to just be in front of, like, even though it's like just a phone call, to be in front of like hundreds of people to just be like, all right, here's all the shit about me. And basically any one of them can cut you off at any given point just to do whatever they want. But I did have a successful one, so that's good. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Not much, just
Did you see that? Did you see that plane crash yet?
I did. I didn't look into it, but I saw people talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. So I am just at the point where I've kind of said to myself, I'm going to get in people's Twitter spaces as much as I can. Well, let me say this. You know, when I have my robots going, I've got two devices that are going on Twitch, that have been going on Twitch now for like a month. And I just don't get a lot of influence from Twitch. On Twitter, I do. Like, it's so much easier for me to just talk to people in a Twitter space, to explain myself, explain what I do, and they're like, oh, okay, great. I get it. It's just, it's hard to get on many times it's hard to get on the panel to be able to speak. But when you do, you can impact hundreds, if not thousands of people in some of them. So I've just got to say to myself, I have to overcome the anxiety that I have when it comes to talking in front of some of these people. I mean, they don't intimidate me. It's just at any given second, I know I can get cut off, and that's difficult because, you know, it's just like they can. I hate being interrupted. Yeah, exactly. I hate being interrupted, and when I am, then I have to go back and kind of like make sure I covered everything. I got a good, you know, my spiel is very refined. I mean, I have it pretty well memorized. And when I did this like more than a year ago, it was good, but it wasn't like it is now, where I know that you could basically do it at this point. And so it's about, I haven't timed it, but it's about probably like a minute and a half or so to get everything out. And then I gotta say, the people when I actually get it all out, they're like, that is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. They're really, really positive towards it. It's just, you got to let me get it all out. I get girls who are like, you know, we're really supportive of your project. I get guys who are like, you know, how can I donate and things like that. I have people who are like, I want to buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu just because they sponsor you. So it's like, all right, man, if that's what your deal is, go for it. I don't understand why the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community doesn't do this. And I think it's because it's just really hard to do. It's like to just chill, to keep chilling. It's exhausting because you have to like wait. You have to wait to get called up or like your request to be taken. Then are they going to take you seriously? Are they going to make fun of you? And then you got your like minute or whatever. And I don't know why we don't do it more as a community, but it's, in my opinion, the best way to make somebody find out about your project. So I'm going to utilize it. And I just got to say to myself, for the entire month of February, every single day, I just have to show these people until everybody knows about me on fucking Twitter Spaces. It's just like, oh, we've already heard it. We get it. We'll say it for you. That's kind of the mentality I have. Right. I have, when I fell asleep yesterday, I had 75 followers, and I have 139 today. Not that that's a big deal to me, because I know at any given time my account could get banned. But yeah, I mean, that's good. I'm happy about that. So, and they're real people who have, like, it's one thing to get people with follows for follow, where you follow me and I'll follow you and we'll kind of grow together. But it's another thing to just get random people who hear you in a Twitter space and follow you. Those are the best ones, and just got to keep grinding it out. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So if you hear me just talking to these people, I'm like yelling at them. Like, I'll be like, dog, shut the fuck up. Let me fucking speak. Like, it's just showing my frustration. Like, these assholes haven't allowed me to come up. And so you might hear me say that. But then when I chill and they give me the opportunity to do it, I don't think there's anybody better in the game. So we'll see how. Excellent. I even chill so much or so well at points where these guys tell me, hey, we're having another space tomorrow night. Feel free to come by and do it again. I'll be like, all right, man. You don't have to tell me twice. Yeah, definitely.
It almost was like when it was moving fast, it was almost like it was running into the wind. Like, it was very awkward. It was like physically the thing.
Did he say what Charles Hall said about it's not that they're telepathic, they have a thing they can wear that looks like an Xbox headset?
No, he said that it was making noises, but he was reading its intention in his mind. And when the thing experienced disgust and anger,
Caspian C, do you ever do Twitter Spaces?
No, not really.
Have you ever talked in one? I'm not asking you to, I'm just wondering.
I don't think I have.
Have you ever listened to one?
Yeah, I've listened.
Okay, so you know how to find it and everything? Excellent.
experienced disgust and anger. That it was some sort of telepathic link between him and
So that's the difference in the story. So
Obviously, this is just who fucking knows what really happened. The guy's telling me he met an alien.
Well,
right?
I look for
I'm
differences.
not saying this definitely happened.
Of course.
What I'm saying is this is his story. The thing had giant eyeballs that were twice the size of a human's, and it had such a light-colored skin that he thought that it was suffering from hypothermia, and that it was wearing military dress uniform. So it was in a pristine, totally clean uniform, and one of the guys in the car said, "Hey, he has no ears." That's the first thing the guy said. He said, "This is what it looked like." He said, although the nose is a little bit rounder. So he said this thing communicated with him and essentially imparted in his brain memories of the structure of this thing that it was looking for. So it was looking for some specific type of metal that he didn't know what the fuck it meant, and we still couldn't.
Oh
figure
yeah,
out
I
what he
saw
meant.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but bizarre.
Right. So,
But if you
yeah.
think of like us to Neanderthals to them, like it's gonna move in that direction where they're spindly and weak. They're not gonna use their bodies anymore.
Yeah, sure. The main part I'm focusing on is the relationship that we have with these supposed white creatures. Why? When I first heard of them, I remember when I saw Charles Hall, and I'd forgotten about this, but like 2011, and it was in, I want to say Newsweek, and it was like a wacky news item that around the same time as the Israeli guy that said he worked with the Federation, that ex-Intel guy came out and said there's a Canadian ex-Intel guy said
Right, there's like 14 different star federations or something.
So some Farsi newspaper said Obama works in league with some extraterrestrials called the Tall Whites. And I'd never, ever heard anybody called the Tall Whites. I think they meant the Bush family now. I believe it was George H.W. Bush looking back, but at the time, because X-Files time, when, you know, what was the thing they push on your narrative? Not saying whether there's aliens or not, but clearly they don't want you to know the real story. So what's the narrative they program you with? So in '84, that's the Steven Spielberg era. You know what I mean? Right. Like coming off the sci-fi thing. So all I'm doing is listening to this story, and I want to hear themes, and I want to hear the differences. So the guy, Doty, the guy who's the ex from Mirage Men, that movie, and he now is like, I'm not lying anymore because I'm retired from lying. And so I'll listen. I'll hear your lies out.
Right.
But then I'll listen for you changing, like just basic shit, like the details when they change, and they're always slight. I'm like, wait, that's different.
Is very dynamic, and they feel like different moving parts, and how they come together like they are building the new internet. And they're building the parts that we need to have the new internet in a decentralized fashion. I think that's important. And decentralized community platforms is something that one of the things I loved about Web3 was just letting opens you up to information environments. Some of the most talented developers, artists, moderators, human beings, and better in developing nations, right? And seeing the professional opportunities for black people in the space has been very great. That's something I've been very passionate about, is that like Web3 creates a fair world. It kind of sucks if you're a talented person in the development.
Doug, no one gives a shit about what you're saying. Allow me to fucking speak. No one cares about your fucking NFT collection. Everyone cares about Rabbi Rothschild's product. Let me fucking talk, dog. All right, that's great that you made her the richest girl in your village. How would you like to be one of the wealthiest motherfuckers on earth? Let me fucking talk. Dude, no one cares. No one fucking cares about cool custom artwork. Everybody cares about live streams. Dog, you guys suck. Awful. Chill market. Chill market. Chill and shit. Fuck. Chill market discussion. This space is not available. Oh, because of this asshole. Fuck this guy. EZZ_ETH. You suck and no one likes you. I hate this guy. Ban me. Chill and chill. Bear weed and chill. How about that one?
Get on and fucking like play like at-home energy drinks, fucking sweat stains, fucking sweatband, basement dwelling, neck beards, bro. I want to get on, I want to kill some shit. It's something that might take skill, and it's not just who sees each other first. I know I'm not gonna get in this conversation with fucking everybody. Hear me out. I was already good at the game. I played it for fucking 10 years. Doesn't matter. Apex isn't bad, but if you're trying to tell me that the fucking sweat stains on those dudes' armpits and the coordination, I'm not trying to play it. I'm trying to get to play it like full time. I want to get out, kill some shit, coast into some conversation, and then just fall asleep. That's all. It's like when we were first starting, there's like the proximity mode, where like if you're around like another team and you're not in the party chat, they can hear you. And you just fucking talk shit. I think I hear someone over here. Shut up, don't say anything. They can hear us, guys. And it would make the game even more fun. Because like if you're in that chat, then you also have to be wary of like your comments, to one another. And that like adds a whole other element of having to be quiet and sneaky. You know what I'm saying? Or like if you're in the same house as someone, come in here, I'm fucking get prestige, I'll blow your head if you come through this door. Come down the stairs, bitch. Like, come upstairs, bitch, if you're funny. Shit. You ever standing in the middle of the living room and you come in? Yo, I feel like Medici would be a master troll with that shit. I remember Proximity Sound for Halo 2, bro. Oh, dude, do you remember rain mode when you would crouch walk and go off radar? Your fucking fat fucks breathing in the mic. You're like, dude, I know you're right above me, fucking maggot. Like, fuck. Yeah, it's like, dude, I can hear you breathing. I know exactly where you are. Or like at the end of Halo 3, rounds, dude, because there was like in ranked play, there was a proximity chat when you were in the game, but when the game ended and you're in the post-game lobby, like everyone could talk to each other, so like the game would end and everyone would be like, shut the fuck up, you're a fucking piece of shit, like just so many things at once, and you're just like, Jesus. Apex, do you know all those voice logs are saved on the dark web, dude? What do you mean? All the voice logs from like the last like PS3, Xbox 360, and Halo 2, they're all fucking saved through Microsoft. It got leaked. Dude, all that shit's fucking online. No way. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you'd probably find me saying some great shit in there. Yeah, I know. Alright, hey, go ahead, Rabbi. Yeah, let's just shit about you're not saying good things.
Shout out to the Bearweed community. Do you mind if I tell you about my project?
Wait. First of all, are you on XRP?
I am not.
What the hell, Bobby? Why do you do this? We're in the future.
As am I. My project isn't financial related.
I guess TLDR, Bravo, TLDR, 30 seconds, bro. What is it, bro?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming for more than 3.5 years. This is the largest compilation of data in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. That's fine. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to be rude either. Let me please finish. You said I could have 30 seconds. Doug Medici, no one wants to hear you right now. They want to hear me. They want to hear about this project. Okay, well, let me try and we'll see. I want to help end world hunger through technology, such as just one moment, such as floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, agricultural drones, vertical farming, things like hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through desalination plants where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I know you said I had 30 seconds. I don't want to take any more time, but I would appreciate a little bit more time to be able to tell you what else I do.
Just said, what do you think? Buddy, that sounds awesome. It really does. And I admire anybody trying to feed the world, bro. Because there are a lot of people who take for granted what we have. And there are a lot of people out there that, you know, are hungry right now. And that's sad.
I'm 100% in agreement with you. Other things that we talk about that are of interest, perhaps to people in here, are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, faster than light travel, things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you all was probably about age 80. I want to help increase that to age 100, 120.
You know Mel Carbide?
May I please finish? And then I'll take any questions that you have. I want to help increase your life extension, life expectancies to age 100, 120 through the use of perhaps growth hormone, things like stem cells, things like ambrosia therapy, perhaps through the use of nootropics, cryogenics. But eventually, you may say, Rabbi, we are at 120 years old. Now what? Well, the next type of technology is the really exciting thing. It is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, like a Medici. You're very rude.
Yeah, I know. Get the fuck out of here, bro. This shit sounds crazy as fuck. Rabbi dude trying to raise money to give away money sounds weird.
No, I don't want to raise money. I just want to give it away.
You said you stream your like full time and you're trying to
100%. No, people who are adults, perhaps people in their 20s and 30s, and helping people in their 80s and 90s.
So younger people's blood to older people's.
Yeah, but not children. Consenting adults. 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old.
That's where it starts, bro. And then all of a sudden, fucking kids do this.
Hey, Medici, remember when everybody wanted to listen to you because I don't? Thank you.
Yeah, fine,
It is so fucking difficult to talk over people. What the fuck was in there? Barely.
I'm sorry, bro. That shit was. Yeah, we were doing that. That's fucked up as it is. Yeah, but it was like, I mean, that guy that what else did he say? Stem cell shit. Like, I was like, yo, that guy's literally like naming all the shit. That's not kind of that joke reminds him of that fucking like intergalactic Batman, fucking all that shit. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. I'm sorry, bro. That was weird as fuck. And it's not bad. You know, I mean, so fucking dude. That dude, he's kind of like a commercial. You wake up to it 2 a.m. and you can't shut up. It's just like, what the fuck? Well, it's just to me, it's a little weird. Just like, I don't know. It's like it's not the right. You gotta read the room. You're walking into a room with a bunch of stoner, fucking gamers, and you're just like, let me talk about this stuff. And then when people are like asking you questions, because that's just kind of our attitude here. He's like, let me finish. And you're like, all right, guy. You overstayed your welcome with your power trip almost, and this isn't your space to learn it. It's like a Norman walking up to your fucking door, and you're just like, I'm not interested. He's like, shut up, you're interested. You're just like, shit. Like, all right, dude, I'm sitting here chilling. I'm sitting here talking about babies and fucking great worlds and streaming your wife. And I'm just like, where do you have to get from cold to me and Halo to this, bro? By the way, I've sent some invites out to you fuckers on holidays.
Losers. Yo, dog, you literally have no one listening to you in here. Let me fucking talk. Worst stream ever. Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I tell you about my project? Okay, please be respectful. It's neither of those. I would like to tell you about my project if you would be respectful. Thank you. These people are so fucking mean.
peace or something. Yeah, right. I heard people say that. I didn't get that. You upset so many people for no reason. Yeah, they just don't know where to put their money. Read my profile. So speak, please. Rabbi Israel. Take your time. Yeah, take your time. Was it okay as a rabbi? Yeah, he was. Now he's scared me. This is what I heard. Okay, you better go.
Hello, how are you, Giga community? I hope you're doing well. May I tell you about my project? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. It's the world's largest compilation of human data in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. It's essentially a real-life Truman Show or a real-life Big Brother. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, specifically agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and perhaps even cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the use of desalination plants, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Other things that we discuss on this stream that are relevant to perhaps the people in here are things like cryptocurrency, anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, perhaps even things like life extension technology. Everyone in here probably had a life expectancy of about age 80 when you were born, but I want to increase that to age 100, age 120 through the use of different technology. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million. Fucking people are so mean. Oh, these people are so fucking mean. All right, you mean motherfuckers. I'm back, baby. Crypto open mic. That's what I'm talking about.
Why did they get Reagan Beers if she's going to be taking 8 shots again? Positive bites, text, and layout in self-eyes to reduce the average burning of your finances. So, any decline mortgage rates below 7 starts to put extra horsepower in the tank.
Different than the. So what I thought about tall whites, but this is, I guess, the tall white technology of back in the 60s, was they couldn't just do it with their mind. They had a headset. Charles Hall is very specific about how they did things.
Okay.
And he was like, they're not like gods. They have it stood out because it didn't have any of that ESP kind of. He goes, they had voice to skull. They had a thing where they could talk into your head. Like,
Well,
voice to
maybe
skull is real.
this thing was wearing a hat. Maybe the thing was under the hat. Or
Yeah.
maybe the hat disguised it. Or
Yeah.
maybe it was the thing disguised as a hat.
Another thing that stuck out with Charles Hall that made me remember his story compared to other alien stories is they were not environmentalists. They thought it was weird we ride horses and shit because they said on most civilized worlds.
Our author Charles James Hall claims to have lived with aliens for 2 years in Nevada. After a few months, he finally overcame his fears and started to communicate with the extraterrestrials.
When you hear him talk, you'll understand. I mean, let's say
it says overview. What is it? A movie?
Yeah, walking with
called?
it's like, yeah.
Oh, I know what I'm watching tonight.
Yeah. So
do me a favor,
yeah.
Send me that. Send me that in a text message.
So because here's the thing: if you look up as a joke, I was like, okay, what is the racisms of aliens? I want to know like the lore.
The reptilians. Those are the worst.
Right. And I'm trying to look. So because I was looking that up, that took me on a whole different track. So then I started hearing about the Nordics, right? You know, the other alien. There's not tall whites. People say they're the Nordics.
Oh, they're not?
No.
The
tall whites are Johnny Whitten, Edgar Winter albinos.
Okay, and the Nordics have hair.
Are the bad guy from the first Die Hard that fights Bruce Willis. Right?
The albinos. Yeah.
That's from all the descriptions. That's what a Nordic looks like. They have that big head.
Right.
And so there's a bunch of these.
And then there's the Greys.
Right.
Yeah, there's the Nordics.
So
Nordic aliens. They look jacked.
So
they're all like built like Aquaman.
Yeah. So let's say let's pretend that they're real, and I don't know if they are or not.
The women are hot.
Yeah, they're not Nordics. They're fucking Germans if they're real.
The Germans didn't have that color hair.
No, they had a breeding camp. Remember, Germany had a camp to breed people that look like Nordic space brothers,
which is crazy because he didn't look like that.
Right, he did not look like that, did he? That's
You want everybody to have blonde hair, blue eyes, but bitch, you don't.
But dude, that guy's not the fucking ultimate evil, by the way. He's a fucking farm team of, who funded Hitler? They say Prescott Bush, right?
Well, I heard it was OxyContin.
Well,
Oxycodone.
You're thinking of the nation of England, the biggest drug cartel empire. That's why the king's the king, because they're opium.
Well,
empire.
that's why China has a grudge against the to this day because of the opium wars.
People have a hard time forgetting when you force them to imagine instead of fentanyl just coming in, right? The cartels were saying, like how they do with other stuff, you have to take this.
Yeah, get the whole country hooked on opium.
So we're more classy now. We just privately do it to your experts that you trust, like a child, right? So all this. That's why I laugh when they're going to invade Mexico. Oh, you're going to get the cartels. Train the Zetas, the famous Zetas, right? TV SEAL Team 6. You know that, right?
What do you mean?
The training them to be the insane killers that they are. Who do you think went? Because we got to fight commies.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Do you mean
the Zeta?
In guys like an actual deployed team?
Hey, it's called Black Ops because it's a crime.
Are you talking about people that have retired and go into the mercenary service?
There you go. Oh, Fort Bragg. That's where the fucking
U.S. trained cartels terrorized Mexico. Founders of the Zetas drug gang learned special forces techniques at Fort Bragg before waging a campaign of carnage. So Fort Bragg there's so many connections.
The PSYOP one,
right?
they're called Fort. They're not called that anymore now. They're called something new.
But there's recent connections, like a bunch of recent connections to Fort Bragg.
Well, they go back quite some time actually.
One of them was the guy who got arrested on the golf course with the AK-47, and he spent time at Fort Bragg.
Oh, the fake ISIS guy and the Tesla truck guy. Yeah.
The fake ISIS guy was the guy who drove through the crowded New Orleans, right? And then the guy who was on the golf course with Trump. Both those guys had come through Fort Bragg.
Of course.
And then this.
The PSYOP division, right? There was an 8th Battalion or 4th Battalion. The one, dude, we played it. The thing about...
Bragg units also led the way in the Korean and Vietnam Wars and the War on Terror. Today, Fort Bragg is one of the largest military installations in the world and continues to train and field the U.S. Army's best. It's the largest military base in the entire world, built in 1918, around the end of World War. So it probably has a section of that base that's
the Ghost in the Machine commercial. Remember that? Ghost in the Machine out of Fort Bragg about the PSYOP division. Did you see it?
No.
Dude, you've seen it, right? Ghost in the Machine. It's on YouTube.
You say it's like, have you seen Gladiator? We all see Gladiator.
No,
we haven't all seen Ghost in the Machine.
Well, no, it was a recruiting ad. It was a recruiting ad.
You know what he's talking about? Have you ever heard of it? Have you seen it before, Jay?
Irregular recruitment for an irregular force.
Listen, we're running out of time, so we'll wrap it up with this. Let's see this. I'm a little man, this is a little town, but there must be a spark in little men that can burst into flame. John Steinbeck.
This is the second one. This isn't the first one.
Wait a minute, let's see.
Who really don't understand.
There's two.
The most powerful weapon.
Has many difficulties.
Oh, this is a crazy commercial.
First one's worse.
They're going to be in the hand of the oppressor.
Freedom is indivisible.
It's the mind of the
One
oppressed.
man is enslaved, all are not free.
Modern war has become a struggle for men's minds as well as for their bodies.
Whoa.
Today we face an enemy who spends enormous sums of money and manpower all over the globe in an attempt to subvert the thinking of the people of the free world, confuse, divide, and ultimately to subjugate.
It is a contest unlike any we have ever faced in our history as a nation. Contest for the minds and hearts of people around the world. All people.
When power corrupts, poetry cleanses.
This is a movie I kind of want to watch it right now.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
The art is not a form of propaganda. It is a form of truth.
Go on.
Behind every idea.
To be gained by understanding the stimulus response pattern.
How creepy that is?
A belief.
Things become associated with these kinds of stimuli, probably by a process called conditioning.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Cyborg. Oh, that's a weird title.
Behind every. Okay. Pause it. Let's find the other one. Ghost in the Machine 1. So who put this out?
Fort Bragg.
That is so nuts.
Oh, no,
This is Ghost in the Machine 2 again.
Ghost in the Machine 1. Is
Try to find Ghost in the Machine 1.
Real quick though.
What?
Fourth PSYOP group.
Yeah, they're
YouTube channel. I clicked on this from like the U.S. Army's website.
I know.
Yeah.
Guys, they have a PSYOP channel.
Well, because they're recruiting, dude. If you're the kind
I
of
understand, but let's see Ghost in the Machine 1. Okay.
Oh,
here,
that's this one. This is my favorite.
Here we go. If your opponent is choleric temper,
I am.
seek to irritate him.
I am.
Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant.
I am.
Sun Tzu.
Oh, China.
Art of War. China.
Clown Worlds. Where'd that come from?
This dude dancing around. Have you ever wondered?
The peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Who's pulling the strings? Question mark. God.
Wolves hiding nearby.
Born from the ashes
Around me.
of a world at war. You'll find us in the shadows. At the tip of the spear.
China.
You say
A threat rises in the east. This is crazy.
No.
Russia invades Ukraine.
No.
Warfare. So this is a recent film.
It's from like 2017,
The
18.
soldier who edited it.
No, much more recent. It said Russia invades Ukraine.
Oh, that's true.
They're staying nameless. They don't want their name to be out there.
Well, why would you?
Whoever edited it
Yeah.
is nameless. Yeah,
They're
okay.
staying in the
I get it.
shadows.
I get it. I get it.
Wait.
I'm freaked out for the rest of the day. Bye, Kurt. Let's wrap this up. I gotta get out of here. Appreciate you. I love you very much.
Hot to
You're
it.
awesome. Hot to a
To the
coin.
moon. Hot
Get,
to it
get
to the
yourself
moon.
some Melania coin while it's hot. Much love to you all. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Okay, Joe, what's happening? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Steve.
Both you guys were in the program, which is that's why I wore my Roswell shirt. The UFO disclosure documentary, all about what's going on behind the scenes. Why don't you tell everybody before we get started, Jay, tell them what your background is, what you do.
I'm a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force for 22 years. Retired 2007. Started off as an airframe guy, ended up in Intel, and that's when things got strange. Had my second duty assignment as an Intel guy and got introduced to the program. And that's how I ended up in the Navy, because I had some strange experiences that I could talk about that were unclassified. So I came forward, and that's where James found me. And we got it all along pretty good. And everything's a history from there.
And Logan, you were in the documentary as well, so tell everybody what you do.
So I am a.
Pull this up to you, folks.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. So I'm also a retired Master Sergeant from the Air Force. Started off as a B-52 crew chief, cross-trained into Intel, retired after 21 and a half, and I ended up being part of the UAP task force. And I was one of the first people to come across Jay here and some other people. And from that, James found out about me and said, okay, we need to talk. So him and Leslie Keene approached me, and I was like, yeah. But I kind of got outed by Jay Stratton. Everybody was ganging up around him, and he was like, why are you asking me? Logan worked for me. And everybody, and he's like, okay, I guess I'm out.
Oh boy. Let's start with you, Jay. What was your first introduction to this whole concept that we are in possession of alien crafts, or that we have communicated, or there's been some contact? Like, what was your thoughts about it before you had these experiences?
I had a childhood experience with a UFO previous to that when I was 10 years old. So I didn't really get an interest in UFOs at all. I just thought it was strange. It was a shared experience with my mother.
What was the experience?
Well, it was just a red orb that came down. It looked like it came from the atmosphere, distance, and then kept approaching my bedroom window and ended up kind of hovering near the bottom of the street. And I was screaming to my parents, there's a strange light outside. And nobody responded. So I ran out to get my binoculars, my dad's binoculars, and ran out to the front lawn. And finally, my mom was the one that responded. And we both got to see it taking off as it came across the rooftop of my friend Eddie's house at the bottom of the street. And that's what she's got to see when I.
Did it make any noise?
Real noise. No, it just looked like a total mirror, completely polished mirror, kind of oblong kind of a ship or craft.
How big was it?
It was about 30, 35 foot.
Really?
Maybe even 40 foot. Yeah, it was about half the size of my friend's rooftop, if you were to measure it from front to back. So, it was pretty big. It was enough for probably your eye to stand up in it and walk around a little bit.
And your mother has the exact same recollection of the experience?
Actually, I've been asked to write a book, so I've got her writing her part of that. And I'll have the same thing. I've had another couple of experiences that my family members and other friends should probably write up some.
And so this was all when you were young. And so you had this memory in your head when you started working for the government. But when were you introduced to the whole idea that this is a real thing?
When I was on mission, because I just kind of filed away that UFO experience at 10 years old for many years. And I just was kind of even skeptical sometimes about, well, maybe it was just something, an aberration in my mind or eyes or something. But anyway, so I got really convinced that this was real when I was at Wright Pat on a mission, when I was in the program. And we intercepted some calls that literally were speaking about an NHI presence in the program. And they were working in labs.
So Wright Pat, for everybody, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio, and NHI, non-human intelligence, right?
That's correct.
And so they were saying, what were they saying? How much can you say? Like, is any of this top secret, or is any of this?
I can pretty much talk about the culture and the presence of the NHI, but I can't talk about like weapon systems and the technology they're developing. That's all going to have to be national security stuff because we don't want enemies to know what we got.
Of course. So what was this talk of NHI? What did it entail?
Well,
when you first heard it?
Well, it was between two people that were talking about the day's interview with this NHI that they had. They called Neben.
An interview.
Yeah, he had an interview with him, and he was relaying what was talked about in that interview to another individual, probably his boss or somebody that is going to, pass it on to the rest of the folks in the group or whatever.
Did you see this written down?
I did not. I had it recorded just like you would with anything else that's, it's recorded in such a way that it can stand legal forensic kind of analysis. That's the level of stuff that you have to do as an intel guy, is you have to be really specific about what you're recording and make sure it's accurate. Even whether you believe it or not, what's going on, you have to be able to transcribe that word for word to where it goes.
So you heard the recording. That's how you found out about this non-human intelligence thing.
Well, it was an active phone call. That's what I did on the red team that I was on for the program, because I was monitoring for the Air Force. And in this case, monitoring for the program.
Can you say how the conversation went? Like, how did someone bring up non-human intelligence? What was was there any discussion before this non-human intelligence of UFOs at all or aliens at all?
Yeah, there was quite a few times. We had a scientist on the team. He was an officer. He was a nuclear scientist, and he was able to give us some insights and stuff like that, because we'd have some really strange things like things that were turning at 90 degrees, and how do you not break that piece of machinery or not kill the occupants? And we were hearing stuff like that. And they had like very technical parameters that I cannot discuss, but they were talking about these, and we get the scientists to come and talk to us, and they say, oh yeah, that's this, and this.
This episode is brought to you by Me Undies. When date night comes around, you want to look good for your partner. That's normal. So here's some advice, guys. If you want to impress your date, it starts with some nice fitting clothes that complement your body. And I'm not just talking about a suit or slacks or a blazer. Wearing a nice pair of underwear can go a long way too. Me Undies knows how to make an amazing pair of fucking underwear, like their contoured and ball caddy. It helps you look and feel amazing. And like all of their other clothing, it's made with their signature fabric that's breathable, stretchy, and comfortable. If that's not your thing, MeUndies also has plenty of other options for you to choose from, including loungewear. And everything else comes in a range of sizes, colors, and prints. There's even some fun Valentine's Day prints and styles like electric hearts or lovebirds. You and your partner can get a matching set to make the night extra special. Try them for yourself. If your first pair of underwear isn't a match made in heaven, it's on MeUndies. This Valentine's Day, good things come in big packages at MeUndies. Score huge site-wide savings at MeUndies.com/Rogan and enter the code Rogan. That's MeUndies.com/Rogan. Enter promo code Rogan for huge site-wide savings. MeUndies. Comfort from the outside in. And so, how does the conversation go where the non-human intelligence gets brought up?
That was just like the two of them. When I picked up the call and started the recording on it, there was some guy that was there at Right Pat, and apparently he had been talking to Steven. And he said, "Yeah, up today's session, we've got some more information you need to hear about. This is what is going to happen." He says that there's going to be another meeting, and that if we don't return the equipment and the prisoners, there's going to be some bad things happen.
We have prisoners.
Yes. This is what they said on the phone call. The other guy's like, "Well, hey, what if we can't get them, to return all the equipment and the people?" And the guy that had given the interview, he's like, "You don't want to do that." And the guy's like, "Well, why?" He said, "If you don't, they're going to be put to death." And I was like, I literally stepped back for a minute, and I was like, "What's going on here?" So I had to finish out the call. They talked about sundry other things, the stupid stuff.
Can you be a little bit more clear? Like, who's going to be put to death?
The program folks that are responsible for keeping the tech that's not theirs, and also doing things to these extraterrestrials.
How did they allegedly acquire this tech?
Retrievals.
Retrievals.
Yeah, when I was first introduced into the program, one of the very first things they asked me was, "Do you want to be part of the retrieval program?" And I said, "Well, tell me about it." And when they said the things they said, I was like, "No. Number one, it sounds gross. Number two, you probably can't give me enough PPE gear and hazmat gear to make me feel safe around these things. And no, I'm not interested in that. Thank you very much."
So how do they describe it that freaked you out that much? They're talking about biological entities that are retrieved along with the crash?
Yes.
Why do they crash if they're so fucking smart? That's always the big question, right?
Well, I think the new guy on the block, Jake Barber, he's describing some of the ways that you can do this psionically. I guess the psionic team is going to start showing some of that to the world. That some of these craft are manned and piloted by consciousness, and apparently they have a psionics team that can actually get in that headspace of these craft and cause them to land. So it's not really a forced landing; it's just kind of a mutual thing.
So wait a minute, the United States government has the ability to contact or interact with these craft and force them to land?
Yes, and then there's other ones that are done kinetically, which is more the scary side of it. The ugly side of the program is that what you got here is it's not so much the military doing this, but the corporate people like Lockheed, Northrop, and all these other companies. They treat this stuff as very high value target kind of stuff, and it's very valuable for them to get the retrievals. So you've got really what amounts to a bunch of treasure hunters that are hired with mercenaries involved as well. They go out for these retrievals. And that's where Jake Barber comes in, is that he sees some of these people that are hired to come out and retrieve this stuff, and he's done that.
So the idea would be that the retrievals would be very valuable because you could back engineer the tech,
Exactly.
figure out how it works, make weapon systems, make superior crafts.
Exactly.
How long has this supposedly been going on for?
Decades. It's been going on for a very long time.
So if the tech that we have now that allows us to tell them to land didn't exist before, why did they crash before? Like, what is Roswell?
Well, Roswell, the most accurate account is the one where the microwave radar waveform upset the onboard avionics inside these craft that the NHI were flying on that day in Roswell.
But radar's just a detection signal, right?
Right, but if you look at the stuff like Gary Nolan said about how, even at the very molecular level, these things are organized very minutely. So you can imagine even a flow of electricity, if it affects it wrong, or it's at the right wavelength, it does break down the electrical current and the electromagnetic or whatever drive that they might have. And that seems to be what happened in Roswell, is that they actually accidentally went in and was just sweeping like a radar, and it caused this craft to crash.
What a shit design. You know what I'm saying? Like, imagine like if you bought a Tesla and the wheels fly off when it rains out. You'd be like, what the fuck? You guys have this like super advanced vehicle that you can come here from another planet, and radar makes you crash? That kind of stuff makes people incredulous, right?
So,
Please.
I'd like to add something here. Someone gave me an analogy to say, think of it as there's a type of metal that is totally non-magnetic. But as soon as you put a current through it, it becomes magnetic. All right? And he said, imagine this. You're in Roswell, you're cruising along, you're checking out everybody doing their thing. And then, because remember, that night there was a huge electrical storm. That's one of the big things they keep talking about. If one of those things gets hit, and all of a sudden they slam together because now they're magnetic, and then they bounce off. And that's why you had one that landed in Roswell area and the one that landed somewhere else.
Yeah, there were two.
So that was what someone told me. Now, I've never been able to figure out if that's the actual truth. But the two most likely possibilities is that what Jay just said.
There's actually another person that was approached by, the same race of NHI. And this guy says that they actually recounted what happened, is that they thought they were attacked by a directed energy weapon. And then they quickly found out that, no, this was just accidental, and that this was some sort of a radar system that just caused their onboard computer to go haywire for just that second enough to cause the crash to happen.
But it almost doesn't make sense to me, because like if you're going to go visit an uncontacted tribe in the Amazon, you would assume that they have weapons. You'd assume they have bows and arrows. And if you got hit with an arrow, you'd be like, this is crazy. You know, I can't believe I got shot by an arrow. But you wouldn't be surprised if they have arrows. Like, you would probably read, hey, man, we should be real careful that they might have arrows. They might shoot us. So if you're visiting the human race and you're so advanced that in 1947, you can come here from wherever, another planet, another dimension, whatever you're doing, wouldn't you know about radar? And wouldn't you have like a system to prepare yourself for storms?
Yes, and that's something that might have taken them by surprise, because you're talking about 1950s. Radars were not all that new, but they weren't all that old either.
When was radar invented? Do you know?
It was World War II, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was World War II. So it was right around the 1950s, right
around the same time.
Right. So it may have been unexpected technology for them, and maybe they just didn't have their countermeasures up or something.
And there could have been some type of arrogance there, because think about it. If we, based on our understanding, we believe that they've been coming here for thousands of years. Nothing's ever happened. And then all of a sudden,
this new technology, and it caused their ship to crash.
So you have to think about the time frame of when this radar stuff was actually being, and besides that, they do not always, I intercepted a different call that states that they do have a periodicity between when they come and go. They're not always here. Right. They're out doing other things, I guess. And
I treat this like a segment on the Arsenio Hall show. Things that make you go, I'm not sure. It just seems dumb. It just seems dumb that radar could take them out. But one of the things about the Varginha crash, which is another James Fox documentary, which is excellent, which is all about the crash in Brazil, which is like heavily documented, including the guy who handled the body wound up dying of some unknown bacterial illness that they have no idea what it was. He was a young, healthy guy. He supposedly carried this being, put it in his patrol car, took it to a hospital. They wouldn't accept it, had to take it to another hospital. And then 2 weeks later, this guy's dead. I mean, he got unbelievably sick. There's nothing they could do to help him. They flooded him with antibiotics, all kinds of different things. There's nothing worked. He died very quickly. When you hear about that story, the big thing was that there was some sort of like crazy electrical storms that night.
Yeah.
But again, you're going to have a Tesla. You would assume the wheels won't fly off when it rains. And you're going to come here for another planet. Like, what's on that planet? Oh, well, they occasionally have lightning. Well, let's not fuck around if they have lightning. Let's not go into the storm. If you're in a plane, you can go above the storm. You know how, like, the pilot says, we're going to take this plane around 45,000 feet to let you know. And then you look down, you can see lightning below you in the clouds. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. How come they can't do that?
You got me. I was born in '63. This has happened earlier than I even got there. I'm just trying to go off of what I heard on.
I understand. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
And I agree. I kind of had the same thoughts, but at the same time, we've made similar stupid decisions when it comes to battles. And
I know, but I would just assume they're way better than us. right? I would assume
100%.
they, like you were talking about arrogance. I would assume they don't have that anymore. Like,
No, it's not.
fucking work that out of the system. We should work it out of the system.
Well, I think that's true to an extent, but I think also they're very common. They have things in common with us as well. That they do have, the same sorts of desires to want to live their life well and all these other things. are part of it. So yeah.
Well, it seems like if you want to go and do something, anything, like you want to explore the universe, you want to accomplish things, you want to make technology, it almost seems like some kind of self-acknowledgement or some kind of ego has to be present.
Yes.
Like otherwise, there's no motivation to do anything. Like this was the question about artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about this, and I said, but if artificial intelligence doesn't have any human needs, it doesn't have the desire to spread its DNA, it doesn't have the desire to achieve status.
Yes.
Why would it do anything? Why wouldn't it just sit there and just observe and just watch us be stupid? And maybe it would say logically it would interfere if we were about to blow each other up or something crazy like that. But other than that, why would it do anything? Why would it have any desire to take over?
Well, look at us, and this is where I think there's a commonality between us and the NHI. We're intelligent people.
Some of us.
Some of us. And then but,
go on TikTok.
I've seen that stupidity. You're right.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, take back what I said. But actually, though, they
obviously intelligent. I'm joking.
But they probably have a desire for entertainment, which we do have a great.
Oh yeah, we're very entertaining.
We love that. Yeah. And they probably have a curiosity as well.
They have to, right? If they're exploring, why else would they explore?
Yeah.
So it's whatever it is that made us, from ancient primates to what we are today. A big part of that is all these needs and desires. And you got to wonder, like at some point in time, does that get engineered out of the biological system? And if it does, that system seems like it wouldn't need to just explore at all, unless it's facilitating a process, unless there's a very delicate process where advanced life forms like ourselves are experiencing this new technology. And a lot of the people that are in possession of the technology aren't even the ones who created it. So they have all this insane responsibility, but they've done none of the work, and they have power over this technology, which is where we find ourselves today, which is real weird. Imagine that's a process that all intelligent life goes through as it's evolving all throughout the universe. Maybe they know this. Maybe it's a precarious thing, and maybe it has to be monitored because, like, Star 15. Remember that third planet? They fucking whacked the whole planet.
Yeah.
We got there too late. And they realized, that took like 4 billion years to make intelligent life that could figure out cell phones. And these dipshits blew each other up.
Yeah.
And now there's nothing but, microbes, and it's going to take billions of years, and it might not even work because they might be too far from the sun by then.
Yeah.
And
now for another test case.
yeah. So let's prevent these territorial primates from killing each other. And just maybe that's a thing that they do throughout the universe, like farmers.
Yeah.
Like, make sure the wolves don't eat the calves. Just like protect it until it gets to this next stage.
And I have to say that on mission, that I did get that feeling that no matter where the NHI were mentioned, it was not a copacetic, free-for-all exchange of technologies at all. It was very controlled by the NHI. If there was a lab environment, the NHI demanded that no human be in the lab while they're there, or watch what they're doing and record what they're doing. And then they would leave, and then the humans would come in. So it's a very precarious little game they're playing.
So how long have they supposedly been having these interactions with NHIs?
I'd say since...
I don't like calling them NHIs. I like calling them aliens.
For me, again, I wasn't... yeah, I like just calling them aliens or whatever. But yeah, I think it happened in the Eisenhower days, that's when it really started to come, because that's what they're saying, that this UFO came to Holloman and landed and actually talked to the president at the time and all that stuff.
Imagine the UFO talking to Trump.
Oh yeah,
he'd probably try to tax him.
So my biggest question, anytime someone brings up NHI aliens, my first thing is, which one?
Which one?
They talk about it as if it's one entity. Oh, they did that. Oh, they did this. But when you break it down, we're hearing some like us and want us to evolve. Some don't like us and want us to kind of
pull back.
And they want to control certain things. So I'm like, well, which one? And then they look at me with that deer in the headlight look, like, I don't know.
Right. So there's the idea that our superiors, that the military, the top levels of government, they are not given all the information.
Correct.
Because probably we're like a bunch of children. You know, we're like, you're too stupid to figure this out. I'm not going to tell you what a nuclear bomb is. Just duck and cover.
However,
the table.
we could be the greatest show in this part of the universe.
Oh, I'm sure we're a great show.
Yeah, I mean, imagine when we talk about the things with the nuclear bombs where the missile silos, they started counting down or whatever.
Right.
Maybe it's like, hey, let's see how far they'll go if we do this.
Right.
And then everybody gets all excited, and then I was like, okay, we're just kidding. We'll turn it off and go from there.
Well, perhaps. I mean, listen, we run experiments all the time on animals. All the time. We have collars on bears. We send them loose. Like, let's follow the bear. Where's he going? We do that all the time. We do that with all kinds of species.
We do. And
Like,
I think
it only makes sense that they would do it with us, especially since we literally have the ability to annihilate all life on Earth, and we're pointing at each other
multiple times.
Mad
multiple
world.
times.
Yeah, mad world.
It's a mad world. I had that argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was like, why would they be interested in us? I'm like, what are you talking about? We go to the jungle to study a frog. You know, like, of course they would come here. We're so strange.
We protect the turtles in that one little area that EPA says, oh, no, you can't mess with those turtles.
Yeah, imagine Elon gets to Mars and we do find life there, and we'd be so interested to figure out how it works, what makes it tick.
They believe they found actual water on Mars, not frozen water now?
Yeah, on the poles. Yeah, I heard about that.
That's nuts. Because if there's actual water in there and they can find something in that water that's alive.
Yeah.
But if we're going to expand out into the universe, which is what Elon Musk says, the fact that we don't have to bring water with us,
right?
That's huge.
Bro, I ain't drinking Mars water. I don't drink tap water, and I definitely ain't drinking Mars water.
It could be better than Red Bull.
Bro, imagine if it's like filled with crazy minerals, and you drink a glass of Mars water, and you just feel incredible. And we have to ship Mars water from Mars back to LA.
That's a war right there. That's a war right there. People are going to be like, how come they have it, we don't?
Right, there'll be water wars. What if Mars water just makes you go back in time? Like, you look 20 again.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I mean, who knows what the fuck's in that water?
I don't know, but those are the kind of things you're right, though. That's kind of how we are. It's that we're very curious about what's on that planet and how we can utilize the resources that are there, like the water and everything else. And we're going to learn some stuff. And it's going to take a long time.
What I'm really curious about is what was Mars like before it lost its atmosphere?
Me too.
And was there a time a few billion years ago where Mars was like Earth? You know,
it seems to be what people are saying.
That's the craziest of all theories, right? And the most interesting. But if Earth still exists 5 billion years from now, and now it's cold and dead, and there's nothing, how much would be left? How much is left after a couple of billion years? You know, I mean, what is really left over? What does it look like? Does it look like Mars? Because Mars looks completely desolate. But we know that Mars had water, and we know Mars had a warmer climate. So you kind of just assume there was something growing there.
Yep.
What does it look like a couple of billion years later? Probably like Mars.
Yeah.
Which is great. If we do find out that Mars at one point in time housed biological life, or maybe there's microbial life or something like that that still exists on Mars, just the climate is so harsh it can't advance past that stage, that alone would just change our whole view of the universe itself. Because then we would start to consider, okay, maybe this isn't just this one thing that happened. Maybe the Fermi paradox is just that we don't have the ability to detect all these things that are out there.
Yeah, we don't.
Or maybe they really do pass by and keep their doors closed.
Can locks.
Right, we're fucking shooting fireworks at 4th of July. We're nuts.
Yeah.
We're the craziest species on this planet by far. Everything else is normal. Everything else just kills what it wants to eat. Everything else, does normal stuff. They fight over resources, but that kind of makes sense biologically.
Honestly, after my experience in the program, I found that it seems the more I think about it, the more that they are very much like us in a lot of ways, but they have probably a world government that we do not have. In other words, they can get along in their own society much better than we can, and their form of government is not broken up.
I think if you branch out into the solar system and then into the galaxy, like as you start spreading out, if you do become some sort of an interstellar species, you kind of have to be united as a planet, right? You got to go, look, all this bullshit about this country and that country, let's let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, I don't want one world government because I don't trust the government, But if I did trust the government, I'd be like, one world government's the way to go. Everybody should have the same resources. Everybody should have the same access to healthy food and water and clean air. Like, it should be the same for everybody. It shouldn't be that you can make an iPhone in China because they can make it for 15 cents because people are working like slaves.
Exactly.
It shouldn't be like that. It should be like the whole world has the same rules. But the problem is you can't trust the government. So what do? Well, if you get to a point where everybody's so advanced that we don't have all of the same greed and lust and all the bullshit that ruins human society, if aliens get to that point, then it only makes sense that they would operate as a planet. But then they would have like their interest in ahead of these fuckers on that other planet.
So
you know,
along those lines, it's those things that you talked about. Those are the things that inherently make us human.
A little closer.
I'm sorry.
The hand moves. You can push it if you want to sit back.
Those are the things that inherently make us human. So the question would be, depending on which NHI you're thinking about, what inherently makes them them, and how compatible are we in what we're looking at? Because those could be some of the things that attract them to us or detract them away from us.
Well, what I'm interested in is, are there things just like us? Is this like, if you know, like there's similar plants that exist in similar ecosystems all over the world where ideally the seeds have never been able to get back and forth, but they're similar, at least in some ways. It's just a matter of climate, resources. These plants, over millions and millions of years, the same kind of plants grow. Similar kind of animals. There's rats all over the place.
There's a pattern to it.
Yeah, there's a pattern.
At atomic level, there's a way that things occur naturally, and they form different things. So bird, I agree. I think when I talked about it the first time we spoke on the phone, and said, yeah, there probably is a bird, kind of looks like a bird on another part of the universe, but maybe it has, two sets of wings.
Right.
Or two heads or something. I don't know. Just because
this ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is Super Bowl 59. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl 59. Scoring touchdowns is key to hoisting the Vince Lombardi Trophy, and you have a shot to score big by betting on them at DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Something similar, like, the birds vary so wide. You can get a sparrow, or you can get a fucking eagle or a condor. There's so many different kinds of birds too. But I wonder, is this the only kind of way life evolves, or are there planets that are just radically different than our planet and life forms in a completely different way?
Yeah, I would think that the true also is that there's exceptions to the rule, just like there are here on Earth. That we've got some really strange creatures that roam around, like people are starting to say octopi and stuff. They don't fit the normal way that things evolve around the Earth and stuff.
And there's no bones there, so you're not going to find any fossils anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you think about some of the things that we're being told now, 99% of all life that lived before is all gone now.
Right.
So if this is what's left, maybe some of those unique things that were out there, there's something similar, because one of the things that I ponder is there's got to be some grand design, because when we see these aliens, whether they talk about it's a gray, it's a Nordic, it's a draconian, or if it's a mantis, they're all standing upright. So is that a part of the grand design, that as intelligent as you get further up the food chain, you start to stand on your two legs and whatever? And then I think about, if it's a mantis, whatever, how did they build their ships if they don't really have opposable thumbs? And those are the things that we're always taught. These are the things that make us unique as humans, and we can build things, and that's why the other animals didn't. The only other animal out there is what the chimpanzee or the gorilla or something, primates. But obviously, nature finds a way, and it's not human nature; it's something other type nature, and they do something else.
Well, it could be genetic engineering too. It could be that they reach some point where they say, well, what's the best structure for a body? A mantis structure way better than a person structure. We break so easy. Mantis are insanely strong. You ever see a mantis catch a hummingbird at a feeder?
Yes.
It's nuts, man.
Yeah, taking out tarantulas and scorpions.
They're so little, and they just snatch that fucker up, and he can't move. Like, if you looked at them, like, the hummingbird's probably like 4 times heavier, at least. Probably more than that. And he just like, whoosh, gotcha. It's like that design, the exoskeleton design is superior in terms of, like, durability. And also lobsters and crabs and all these kind of insects like that. Do mantis regrow limbs? Let's find that out.
All I know is
because
that
like crabs do.
Yeah.
I know crabs do.
Yeah, lobsters and crabs, all I think of them as just armored spiders.
Yeah, they're bugs. I mean,
and if you think about when they said that the oxygen level was at 35% and some other stuff, they're saying some of these spiders were the size of small dogs. I'm like, yeah, that's not a place I'd like to live.
So they can. So praying mantis undergo incomplete metamorphosis. Sometimes, if their cage is too dry, a mantis may have trouble shedding old skin, will lose a limb in the process of molting. If it happens, it's possible for a mantis to regrow the lost limb, but only when they molt again.
Oh, okay.
So they molt again, then they regrow that limb. But they do regrow their limb. They regenerate limbs as long as there's at least a coxa remaining, whatever that is.
Yeah.
It won't regenerate right away, and maybe a tiny nub, and then they molt to death.
Wow. That makes sense, because the harder shell would prevent that limb from continuing.
Right.
To grow, yeah.
But it just seems like that's a superior form of a structure. So if you get to the point where technology is all done with the mind, right? We've developed artificial intelligence and quantum computing, and the being has been generated over genetic engineering to the point where it no longer has to have sex to recreate new versions of itself.
Asexual,
And so instead, the way they procreate is they do it through design. And maybe they say, look, it doesn't matter what you look like anymore. No one's fucking. Let's all become mantises.
That's a good point.
Right? Like, this soft shit on the outside, like, we're like fucking water balloons. We're so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if you're hard on the outside? And, we don't need to, like, use your fingers and thumbs anymore. We do everything with our mind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it gets to the point, like, this was the thing that I've heard about people that have supposedly worked on crafts, is that one of the most remarkable things is that there's no gears, there's no levers to turn, there's no buttons, there's no controls.
Mm-hmm.
That everything is done somehow or another where the being and the craft are one.
Yes. Consciously. Yeah. I've had discussions about that.
Have you talked to anybody that has said that any of the crafts have controls in them?
No, all I've heard.
Basic, yes.
Yeah.
Basic controls?
Well, I was talking to Jack Sarfati about it. There was a craft that did have some place where the hands were in there, but it was only to do some minor adjustments for the craft, is what he was describing.
It was like a physical change in the temperature. So if someone can put fear into you, why can't they put love into you? And all these, I'm not saying that it's not genuine, but part of being on the task force, you have to question everything.
Well, we can do that to each other.
Yeah. Yes.
We can do that to each other through threats. We can put fear into people. We can do that. There's a crazy documentary called Holy Hell, and it's about this guy who was a cult leader. One of the things that he would do to these people, he was a hypnotist too, but one of the things he would do to these people, he called it the knowing. And he would put his hands on them, and they would say that they would experience God. They had to be prepared for it. It was a thing that was very difficult to get. He had to prove you for it, and all these people wanted it, and they never got it. It was like a thing he held over your head, and then when he actually did it, even though this guy turned out to be a complete fraud and the cult disbanded, all those people talk about that moment when they had that experience with that guy, and they say it really happened.
Wow.
Because the human mind is weird, right? And if a person can do that to you by touching you, it just makes sense that some like super advanced being would say, like, what is the best feeling that I could give to this primitive entity that's studying me to let me know, like, don't blow me up, don't fuck with me, leave me alone.
100%.
And this is the best expression that you can have in life. What is the best expression you have in life? Is love, pure love. Like just pure, just untethered love.
Yep.
It would make sense. It would like put that in you so that you would protect this thing.
Mm-hmm. And that may be part of it. And I think that's what their desire is. Just like we, would try to put our best foot forward if we knew that we were similarly being scrutinized. And,
Sure.
We want to do that.
When we visit Uncontacted Tribe, we give them free food.
Yeah, but
we just like, we're here for you guys.
But see, that's where my fear is. That's why I came forward, is that I was hearing stuff that actually brought concern. That, in the way I kind of package that up, is that the military happens to be, unfortunately, the face of humankind here in this situation when it comes to the program. Because it's definitely not the public. We're just, errantly having people come forward with, I got abducted, or I saw this and I saw that. But in the military, that seems to be where there is an interface going on.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, is that too heavy-handed because they're not seeing the full human?
Right. They're only seeing the military human members.
Right. And that's why I kind of took the tack that I did instead of going through all the other channels. It's just, I guess it was like, let me try something. Let me talk to the people. Get to know the people, what they feel about this. And I'll just tell my story. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I took some spears, but for the most part, people are ready for this.
People definitely want it. Whether they're ready for it, we'll find out if it actually becomes bigger and more profound than what we've currently experienced.
Yeah, I got asked a question, and you said if you were going to go to Congress and say, "Here's what we need to know about the UFA experience," what would you tell everybody?
That's a good question.
And my answer was, we don't need you anymore, because so many groups now have caught on that if they attune themselves to whatever it is, they can talk to these things directly themselves. Now, whether it's good or bad, but because of the badness that has transpired over the years, more and more people, like you said you don't trust the government. There's people, they don't trust the government at all in this other thing. So they're like, let's reach out by ourselves. You got people doing, RV and out of the body experience and all of those stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You've got people that are being contacted directly. So now they're trying to say things. So, and also too, we're evolving. So as we're evolving and other things start happening, you have to start questioning, why do we need the government in the middle of this? I was always told, if you want to talk to God, you talk to God. The government's always been the middleman. So do we really still need him?
So when you're saying that all these people have figured out these methods, how to communicate with the aliens, what you're talking about is like people sitting down, this is something I'm hearing a lot lately, sitting down and supposedly summoning them, putting out like an intention and that they will come.
Yes.
Does that happen with you? You ever try it?
I haven't yet. So
why wouldn't you try it? If you think it's real.
I tell everybody I'm black and I'm afraid of the woo. Okay. But at some point, I know I'm going to have to embrace it because it is part of the experience. So, like, I'm good friends with Travis Taylor. And when we first started talking, he was like, okay, I'd like to talk to you about coming out to the ranch, you and some of your friends, your intel guys. Mm-hmm. And we talked about it. And then I kind of put it up in the room and said, hey, guys, if we had a chance to go out to the ranch, who would go? And all the white people put their hands up right away. And all the black people were like in the corner going, no, let's think about this. They're actually asking. And I sat there and I go, why is it that we're so, reserved about going? And I remember something that someone told me was, when the woo happens, you embrace it. But you don't run towards it because that whatever that experience is, it was probably meant for somebody else, and now you're interfering when you run towards it.
Right. So if you summon the UFO, like if they come to visit you, that's meant to happen to you. But if you're summoning them,
yes, you may be.
Do you really want that in your life?
Distraction.
Also, like, what do you? I mean, people say that if I could experience UFO contact, I would. Well, would you really? Because that might fuck up the whole rest of your life. Like, what if it does happen and then it never happens again? And then you have a wife and kids and a house and you're just sitting in your fucking living room trying to pay attention to this football game. When you're thinking about, I've seen a fucking alien. I've seen UFOs. They've come down and communicated with me telepathically. I know they're real.
Well,
it would ruin your whole life.
Remember that movie with Ben Affleck? I think it was called like Chasing Amy. And
Chasing Amy, I remember the name.
Yeah.
I don't remember
there
the
was
movie.
there was a
Not that Amy.
no, but there was something that was said in there that always made me think. After you have a first experience, and in this particular case, there was talking about your first orgasm. You're always chasing after that first best feeling that you ever
Right.
had. You're never gonna get there, but you're chasing it.
They
And
talk
that's the same thing with
say that
alien.
about heroin too.
Yes.
They call it chasing the dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those people that had a really profound experience with a creature from another world,
Yeah.
you can't really explain it to everybody else. So you're looking for something else to make it seem real, because you start questioning everything
Right.
that you know, and that's how I was. My first experience was when I was a kid in England, and me and a friend were just throwing a ball back and forward. And in the old days, people used to wrap the sneakers around the telephone lines.
Mhm.
So I just happened to see that there was some sneakers up there, and then all of a sudden I look off in the distance, and there's this UFO that looks like an iron, but you would iron your clothes with. The whole bottom part was glowing. The top part was just dullish gray, because England, gray skies.
Was
whatever.
the shape the top like an iron as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So it had like a hump to it?
It kind of had a hump to it. So I'm sitting there going, well, what is that? And he goes, that's got to be a helicopter, because it's just standing there. And I was like, but I don't hear any noise, And then next thing you know, we saw, I believe it was 2 F4 jets coming, because you could hear them. Those engines are loud. And these 2 jets come out, and this thing just goes. And this is when I was living in Nottingham, England, because I'm British by birth. All right. So, our parents were like, too much imagination, da 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 da. And I just kind of kept it in the back of my head. And then I saw things later, and I just kept questioning them. And finally, it was like, I'm really going to have to look into this.
So how old were you?
I was about 10.
10. So you said you were like 10 as well?
Yeah.
This is one of the things that I keep hearing about, this idea that children in their innocence, they don't have this blockade in their head to keep them from, they don't think it's ridiculous to think about aliens. They're open to it more.
We talked about this.
We're programmed as we get mature.
Yeah, but we don't want to be fools.
Right. So I believe, and this is just my belief, not anybody's, but I believe from the mid 1950s all the way up to the mid 1980s, I think there was a deliberate attempt by these entities to reach out to school children and go into the schools. Because remember the
The Zimbabwe,
right?
That one's crazy.
Right.
That's crazy, because all those years later, they all have the same story.
Yeah.
They all drew the same thing independently. They
All
pulled
the
them
way to
aside.
adulthood, they remember it.
Yeah.
And then there's the stuff in Australia, there's the stuff in England, there's the stuff in France. It's constant. I think
The Australia one's real similar too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think his name was Preston Dennett. He wrote a book. I hope your viewers read it or take a look at it. It's like the top 100 school sightings, and half of it is based on just the sighting. Another part of it is based on the actual thing landing and trying to communicate with the kids. And I sat there just thinking, were they doing that to prepare us for now, for when they do come back, so we're not so afraid? The kids are more open-minded. I'm not sure, but you have to think about those things and go, kind of art your
Right.
city whole
Yeah,
thing.
things that make you go,
So those were some of the things that we just started thinking about and going, well, what if? And then I hate to play what if games, because my favorite what if is, what if worms had machine guns, birds wouldn't mess with them. But you have to play that game sometime and just kind of draw it out, and then see if you have a hypothesis that can start repeating itself, and then you go, hey, there is something to this.
Yeah, well, the real question is, how long have entities been visiting us? And are the same entities visiting us over and over again? Or like the Zimbabwe incident, is that like the first time that species has ever been here? And did they just seek contact and didn't know that they're dealing with little children in a school? They just knew they were dealing with a group of intelligent beings that they could communicate with. They probably don't even have the concept of a school, right?
Right.
So if they're landing, I mean, they probably understand basic culture for human beings, but as they land and interact with people, this might be the first time they've this species is interacting with anybody. We don't know. I mean, we're dealing with
Yes.
hundreds of billions of stars just in this galaxy alone.
Yeah, and personally, from just my belief in it, is that we have millennia of these sorts of encounters all through manuscripts. Even George Washington's got his story. You know,
George Washington had a story?
Yeah, he met a green somebody before he actually went into a
Yo, pull that up, Jane. George Washington had a UFO encounter?
Well, yeah,
Or an entity encounter?
An entity. He just said that this was
George Washington also had lead poisoning. Shane Gillis has the best bit about George Washington. I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's fucking hilarious. About going to the George Washington Museum and seeing George Washington's teeth. And George Washington's teeth, well, no, they were slave teeth. First of all, they knocked some of the teeth out of slaves' mouths, and the other ones were from horses.
Oh my god!
And it was all in lead. So he had lead in his mouth.
I always thought they were wooden.
So his joke was all about like George Washington being fucking mad with lead poisoning, like fucking killing everybody. That's why he's at the front of the boat. He was out of his fucking mind. Yeah. It's a great bit, but the point is, like, George Washington was being poisoned by medical science at the time. They didn't know that lead was bad for you.
Yeah, it's
crazy. He kept lead in his mouth.
Yeah, but I remember.
I know, but like, makes you wonder, like, what are we doing right now that the future people are going to go, these fucking idiots were doing that?
Mm-hmm.
But George Washington, have you found his account now? So,
from Ancient Aliens about the Founding Fathers.
Good enough. Solid reference. Ancient Aliens. If it's not Ancient Aliens, it's legit. Yeah. Get Giorgio Tsoukalos to say it was wild.
So all those things that happened to those kids, we don't know if it was. I mean, we're hearing stories now that they can mess with your mind. We don't know if they're pushing these kids forward mentally. We don't know if they're dumbing them down because they know that these kids are going to be the ones that are going to make a difference. Because it all depends on what
they're all adults now, right?
Yeah.
Are any of them like real exceptional, or any of them like PhDs or something like that?
I have not gone to check any of that. But one of the things that coincides with that I think there was exceptional people usually have to do some exceptional things to get noticed. And I think even if you're exceptional, you may not have fit the right block to get noticed. So that someone would sit there and go, hey, what's going on in your past, whatever. And then there's a lot of these people, they just don't want to talk about it.
Right.
Because of whatever the stigma. But now that the stigma is being lifted, who knows? Maybe Elon Musk will come up and say.
The stigma is being lifted, but people still live with the haunting memory of the stigma being a part of their life. So I think people that have had an experience a long time ago, even though the stigma is lifted, they're still reluctant to talk about it. It's like there's still people that are in the closet. Like homosexuality is like way less taboo than it's ever been in modern history, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yet there's still people that have been in the closet for 20 years and they're trapped, and they just like fuck, and they can't be themselves. They can't get out. I think for a lot of people that have had these crazy experiences, they probably had some moments where they told people, friends, and they got mocked, and people called them liars. They felt like an idiot. Like, I'm just not telling anybody this anymore.
Yep.
Which totally makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same thing that's happening on X and other platforms, as well as just people coming forward trying to speak their truth, and they get shut down by people that have never been there. They're just opinionating.
Yeah, but that's just toxic internet. That's just the
100%. I agree with you.
That's just human beings online. They're just not good at it. We're not good. It's too new. We suck at it. We're real shitty to each other. Yeah. And too many people. It's like they're mentally ill. And what I mean by mentally ill is like if you're on Twitter 12 hours a day and you're constantly tweeting before you go to bed, you're mentally ill. You might not think you're mentally ill. Just like when you're an alcoholic, you're mentally ill. If you're a gambling addict, you're mentally ill. You're not well. Right? You're fucking trying to bet your house on a football game. You're out of your fucking mind.
You're addicted.
You're mentally ill. You're mentally ill if you're on Twitter all day just arguing with people. Mm-hmm. It's just the nature of the technology and the very crude way that people interact with each other, which leads you to think that as technology evolves and it gets to the point where we're communicating telepathically, like supposedly they can, it sort of eliminates the need to even know our language. They can just come and give us thoughts and express things in a pure way without the need to like decipher it through syntax.
I was pretty religious, and when I was growing up, they're like, God is omnipotent, God knows everything, God doesn't make mistakes and everything. And then I was like, yeah, that's not exactly true. But if you think that God is omnipotent and he's communicating with everybody, how is it that all the leaders of the church have different views on how we're supposed to talk to God? If God is
right,
why isn't he
It's a
just
personal
saying,
experience, really?
yeah,
And it's the same thing with I think the NHI is that, like you're saying, you'd like to put a pattern to it.
Yeah.
But maybe there's not. There's some, very random things that have happened in other encounters, but there's some of them that do seem to have a concerted effort, a prolonged effort for even millennia, because we do see like old stone, ancient, monuments and monoliths that do have these depictions of what look exactly like graves.
Yeah. The craziest one is it in Australia? The one that's on the wall where there's all these dudes with big eyes. I forget
Yes.
where,
there's a couple of places where that
There's a
is.
couple of those cave paintings that are like that. Yeah.
Where are those from? Do you remember?
I think there's some down in South America.
I saved one. I'll send it to you, Jamie, because it just I
I've
saw
read so
it
much
the other
stuff
day
like-
online and it freaked me out so much. I saved it on my phone. I was like, this is so crazy just to look at.
Yeah, and there's one on the side of a hillside or a cliff face. Yeah, that was
Man, that's white freaked you out.
This, well, because I just sent it to Jamie. We take a look at it right here. Jamie, you could run that through a Google search. You can find out where it is, or I'll do that while you put it up on the screen. It freaks me out because these people were starving. These people were like barely getting by, right? They have stone tools, and they took the time to draw these things with these like weird helmets on and these big black eyes, which is very similar to so many different encounters that people have. They all describe a very similar thing: a big head with giant black eyes.
So those are the typical graves. But I heard in South America there were people that they showed that picture to, and they called them the ant people because they said they came from underground.
Yo, well, they're definitely from another planet. That they're not here, and they haven't been here all along.
Yeah, isn't it the Anasazi and the Navajo?
Yeah. So yeah, these are Aboriginal drawings or Aboriginal paintings.
Yes.
Yes.
So this is from Australia, which is just
Australia.
wild.
And you get them all over the world.
All over the world.
Yeah.
And real similar all over the world.
Yeah, you got them in Ireland, Europe, you got them in the United States, Central America.
And the vast majority of those children that saw UAP, that came down to their school, if there was an entity that was there, it was usually the typical gray-looking ones that were there.
Well, the ones that they saw in Varginha, Brazil, are kind of similar, but they seem like a darker color. Like it was almost like a purple, right?
Yeah, with reddish purple or something like that. Yeah.
But they did have the black eyes and the large heads, and
they had horns.
They had horns.
So it was a very specific thing that they said.
The pictures that we're seeing for Varginha, this one had red eyes. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because a friend of mine contacted me, a mutual friend that we talked about.
Oh, okay,
He was talking about something known as the Dover Demon, and it's over by Dover, Delaware. And there was supposed to be an incident where a UAP came down and there was a creature, and it looked a lot like the Varginha creature with the red eyes and whatever. So he was asking.
That's what the Varginha thing was? Oh, that's the Dover Demon?
That's the Dover.
Yeah, that looks like a shoe-bill bird. That crazy bird.
Yeah, but he
Doesn't
said it had bright red eyes. And
Oh, fun. Imagine that.
See,
Imagine
like-
running into that thing in the night.
Right. So the question was,
Never sleep
glowing
again.
eyes.
Never sleep again.
all I know is I told Travis.
It does look a lot like the Varginha one, though.
Yeah.
That is, go back to that last drawing you drew, Jamie. Or you pulled up, brother. Now, if you can, will you pull up the image of the Varginha drawing? Because they had an artist who talked to little girls that saw that, and those women, and you know the really look at it. Come on, man, that looks exactly the same.
Yeah, and there's those bumps on the head, though. Yeah, you can see that. maybe
That's exactly the same fucking thing now.
Right.
Like literally exactly.
Yeah.
So I told Travis, if you ever get me to come to Skinwalker Ranch, I said, know that I've got a plan. And he was like, what are you talking about? I said, I will not be the slowest runner. However, I will not be the fastest runner because I don't know what's really going on there. I don't want to run from one thing into another. So I'm going to make sure I have an escape plan.
I went to Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
How'd they go?
Well, doing it for a television show, and we interviewed a bunch of people that lived there. And one guy, there was a lot of people that they wanted to be interviewed. And then when we got there, they chickened out. It seemed like there might be some drug use going on in the surrounding areas. A few people seemed like a little on tilt, but I think that's a good part of America. I think there's a lot of people. You could find some packets of people in America that are just doing drugs. So I wouldn't say that was what it was. But this one guy that I talked to didn't seem like that at all. He seemed very respectable. I don't remember what he did, but he was a very smart guy, blue-collar guy. And lived in this very modest house, and he had this story of this thing that flew into his yard and through his house. And he said it was a small orb, and he said it seemed to be communicating with him. And this guy didn't have any other bullshit stories. He didn't have any claims of just this one experience that he said was beautiful. He said it was incredible, that this thing seemed like it was alive. It seemed like it was communicating with him. And it went right through the walls, and then it went through the wall again and disappeared.
I've had a similar case. So every March I go to Seaside, Oregon, because they have a paranormal conference, and I'm not into the paranormal stuff, but my friends are. So I want to listen and I want to learn, because this is me trying to get over my fear of going in there.
You have a fear of paranormal, or a fear of being around the people that believe in paranormal?
No, of the paranormal, because of certain things that I've heard from when I was a kid. You know, you have to overcome some of those childhood fears and stuff like that.
Okay.
So when I was there, I was talking about my app and all this other stuff, and these two Asian ladies were watching me walk on the stage, and I was like, why are they looking at me like that? And I was like, is my flies down or something? What did I do? You know? And as soon as I stepped off the stage, I said, Mr. Logan, what are they? What are they? And I was like, what do you mean? She pulls out on her phone the most beautiful, pristine picture of an orb sitting in a doorway. And I'm like, what happened there? And she said, it was my birthday. And she said, all my family was there. And she said, but I got tired, so I was laying down. And she said, I heard like this electrical discharge going on. And she said, it came right through her wall. Started floating across her room. She said it got to her doorway. She screamed, and all her family came. And the son, I guess it was, took the picture of the orb. And I was so amazed by her story. I even forgot to ask her to give me a copy of the picture.
How long ago was this?
This was like 2 years ago.
So fairly modern phone.
Yeah, it was an iPhone. She was they were from Northern California, and they drove up to this thing. And I'm just like, so what happened? She said it actually sat there and did this like a heartbeat, getting bigger and smaller.
Whoa.
And then she said it just kind of went back out the way it came in. And she goes, what are they? You were on the task force. Don't you know about these things? And I was like, whoa, we're not omnipotent. We're trying to learn just like you are. And every year, I've been back there twice now, and every year I go, hey, if those two Asian ladies are in here, can we talk? And they haven't shown back up. But it sounded just like your story of what happened to this other.
Yeah, he was the only guy that was compelling. There was a bunch of other people that had goofy stories of bulletproof wolves that appeared out of mist, and like, okay. It just seemed like some people just wanted to be on TV, which is normal, right? You show up with cameras, people tell stories. And this is another show that I worked on once. It was called Game Show in My Head. And this is pretty funny. We told people, so there was the game show was, we would take a contestant. The contestant knew that they were going to pull pranks on people, but they didn't know what the prank was going to be. And so we had a piece in their ear, and we would put them out in the public. And my thing was that I had to tell them that they are a news reporter, and that someone had just seen a UFO and had an encounter with an alien right there in Hollywood, but the person who was the witness took off. Would you be willing to go on camera and say it was you? And everybody said yes. They all did. And people had crazy stories. They talked about being abducted and being on the ship and experience, and they were communicating with me. They just fully made up stories. And that was an eye-opener for me. I was like, wow, you put a camera on people. They just are so hyped to be on TV. They just bullshit you.
Yeah, they can.
That was
because the guy who was in on it was shocked too, because he was like, I can't believe that these people just started fucking lying.
Yeah, when you get aggrandized like that, that's where you kind of have people that do that. It's just to aggrandize or enlarge themselves.
Sure, everybody wants to, especially when you put a camera on people.
But then you get in with other people, like the whistleblowers I know, they've
Yeah.
pretty much given up everything. Like me.
But this guy was not interested in, much attention. He just wanted to tell us his story, and he was a regular dude.
Yeah.
Like we talked about all kinds of stuff. He had a big trout on his wall. He had a trout. Like when they make trophies out of fish, they don't really make trophies anymore. What they do is they take a photo and the measurements, and then they make like a plastic version of that fish that looks exactly like it. That's how they do it. But this guy had like a real trophy fish that he had mounted. I'm like, they don't even do that anymore. So I started asking him questions and
Game show my head.
yeah, that's it. But a long time ago. But the point is, this guy was a sincere dude. He was telling me how he caught the fish. When I'm asking people questions about stuff, I want to know how you think. When I'm talking to some guy that tells me he had an encounter with an orb, I want to hear what you talk about. Like, how do you talk about you at work? How do you talk about you with your kids? How do you treat your dog? How do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to like get a gauge of this guy. He seems super sincere. Just a regular good guy, very accommodating, like very friendly.
You would have made a good analyst.
Yeah, maybe.
Because the thing that we're trying to do is the all source analyst is to look at all aspects of what happened.
Yeah.
And sometimes people just go in there, the thing that really upsets me is when I was part of the task force was someone just handing me a picture and just going, so what is it?
Oh, right.
No context, no nothing.
Right.
You're just like,
okay.
Fake.
Right.
What the fuck that is.
So we put it through the image analyzer.
Right. I don't know if you've had any mental issues or,
Right.
I mean, someone showed me something that it was a button on a glass. And at first I was like, it looks really intriguing. But there was something about it that was just, it wasn't quite right. And I'm like, I think this is fake, but I don't know why. And then finally the guy said, button on the glass. I was like,
that's the thing that, do you know that feel? Have you ever seen photos of miniature cars?
yes. There's that autistic kid that does that.
I was just
really
looking at
good
that
pictures.
yesterday.
Yeah. But what I was getting at, there's something wrong with the car that even in a photo, it's not a real car.
Yes.
It's a miniature car.
Your brain is very good at that.
It's that's a real weird one because it doesn't make sense. Like there's a perception. You look at it like, oh, that's a miniature car. That's a fake. That's like a Hot Wheel because they're really good now. Like if you pull up a photo of like a miniature Mustang.
There's an autistic kid out there that's all he does. He gets miniature cars and puts them in a real background.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
So these are miniatures. Okay, well that's really good. That's really good.
Yeah.
That's a lot better than normal.
Yeah, but
that's really
the tires are not resting, flat like there's weight to the car.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So those are things as an analyst you look at in the image. It's just you're looking at things like that.
Yeah, that's the kid, 13-year-old kid.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's really good at it because these look, other than what you said, Jay, that you don't see the weight of the tires.
Mm-hmm.
But like, okay, that one right there, that Nissan. Click on that one, the blue one. Yeah, that's a Nissan GTR. I'm looking at that. I'm like, that's a fake car. I don't know why.
Yeah, that looks like a model.
But why does it look like a model?
It's got to be that driver's window.
It's the decals for me.
But everything looks pretty fucking good.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it looks good, but there's just little details that your mind is picking up on. Going, it's not quite right.
Right. I mean, there's something about it, right? And what is that? Something about it.
This kind of falls into the area too of when you do see a UAP, something about it is what's telling you that it's a UAP, but you're also looking in your mind's memory bank to say this is fake. This can't be real because it's not doing X. It's not doing whatever.
Right.
And then sometimes you end up going, it's just not real. I'm throwing it out of my head. And then all of a sudden someone either tells you something that makes you go back and go, oh my God, that thing did that. So maybe it was real. Or you see something about it, something weird about it that just triggers you and you're like, oh, OMG. And now your whole thing, your whole view on the whole universe is changing because you're like,
yeah, that's one of the litmus tests I give people when they, because I have a lot of people that ask me, can you vet this guy? he says he's had an encounter, and then I kind of go through the experience because the one that I had in the desert, there was a telepathic kind of a thing that happened during that conversation I had with that gentleman in the desert, and there's parts of that people have only really experienced it. They actually know about, like the residual data or information that's left behind in your own mind, because you're sharing a mind space and things like this. And there's certain things that when I ask questions of people that, sometimes I can tell right then and there, you weren't there, that's not my experience. But the people that do describe it, and I know that they're telling the truth, there's certain characteristics about that communication type that you only get when you've been talking, no kidding, telepathically with someone.
Right. Well, especially you as a person who's had an experience.
Correct.
You have something to gauge. There's certain things like in your field, like if you ran into a dude at the airport that was a faker, there's a lot of guys who put on like fake military outfits and pretend and then they get questioned by
Stolen valor.
Yeah. It's weird. But people are weird. People will make up crazy stories. So like when you're dealing with the craziest of crazy stories, which is UFOs have been in contact with me. I'm special. They chose me to talk to me.
I don't feel special at all. It was accidental.
Well, that's probably because it was a real story.
So when he first showed up, I was one of the first people to get his.
he knows my whole history, man.
When he first showed up, first thing I read through everything. I was like, I'm gonna have to run a background check on this guy.
Right, he might be kook.
Right, and then I was like, so I did the basics, and then I called up David Gresham. I was like, boy, do I have a doozy for you. I can't do anything with this guy because I there's not enough here for me to do a thorough background check. But boy, you got to listen to what this guy has to say. And from there, David took it on, and I was like, he came back to me and goes, well, this guy looks to be the real deal. And I was like, holy crap.
So we're kind of teased that then. So let's get to your experience. Why don't you tell everybody what happened?
Just doing my job at Nellis. We had two things we did. We did the telephone monitoring. Like
where's Nellis?
That's in Nevada. So working at Nellis Air Force Base for the Det-3. And that's where the program, they have a shop that of 4 guys, I was one of them, that would go out and monitor for the program. So anyway, we're actually plugging into just like you heard, tapping telephones, all the ways we all telecommunications type. We made sure that we listen to radios, we listen to radio waves, all that, and we gather it all in. And what we were tasked to do is, say a commander at Wright-Patterson, we went to do, it's always a 2-week mission mostly, unless it's part of an operation like Desert Storm, and you stay for a month or 2, and then you change out teams. But 2 weeks is the standard. So we go 2 weeks to Wright-Patterson. We gather all the information we can on all the telecommunications means, and we also have an OSI team that's trying to sneak in the doors and get into the facilities they shouldn't be at, just to test the security. And that's all we're there for. And at the end of the day, on the last Friday, we go in and we talk to the staff. And then about 90 days later, we put in a final report and give that again back to the staff. And that's kind of how we rolled. So we're going up range for those kind of things. We don't do the telephone monitoring. We're going to go up range to the test range at Nellis. That was what we called red forcing. And what our job was there is we were also trained to do combat ops against our own pilots so that we could help them survive in a wartime environment. And that was done at the top of Black Mountain. And then we called that there was a little schoolhouse there. And then if you walk up another few yards, there's this big golf ball looking radars or satellite dishes. We're up at the very top. But anyway, that's where we were heading this one day. So we all packed up Beatty, Nevada, which is the Burrow Inn. I can tell you that's where we always hold up at. And we take off from there every morning to go do the AM and the PM push. That's what you call it when the war is on. You call it the push. So we had one in the morning called AM push, one in the afternoon PM push. So we were all heading up for the AM push in a convoy. There's 3 vehicles, probably about 3 to 4 people per vehicle. I'm in the lead vehicle with the ranking guy. He's driving, and I'm right behind him. And then there's another gentleman in the passenger seat across from the driver, and then there's a young lady next to me. And we're all going up. And the ranking guy had been there the week before. and he had seen the craft fly by, because that one's out there on the internet. You can pull down the video. There's a report that goes along with it.
There's a video that we can watch right now.
Right now, yeah.
What would he search?
Search for, what do you think? Nellis Test Range UFO 1994.
Dun, dun, dun.
So
Who filmed this?
this was filmed by the operators on the range, because we're putting these pilots in a risky situation by playing war with them, but we're training them. So if there is any kind of a mishap or a pilot or plane goes down, everything needs to be recorded. So they
This
have
is it right here?
Yes. So this video is being taken by one of these cameras that's up on the range. And along the bottom, you see that this is also trying to lock on to the craft so it can, follow it as it goes in and out, because this is the kind of way that you want to track if there's a craft that is having problems.
Mm-hmm. This is moving very rapidly.
Right. So this is what the ranking guy saw.
Can I pause it for a second? This tracking, is this manual or is this like some
This
sort of an
automated.
automated system?
It's an automated system.
So the automated system is having a hard time
Locking on
to it.
Yeah, if it locks on, you'll see a big spike, and that means it finally locks on. Right now, it's trying to, but something is stopping it from locking on, and they think it was the craft.
It's moving like crazy, side to side, all over.
There's
it.
actually a recording that goes with it where you.
Better mics.
Honestly, this
They don't have
is podcast
podcast mics?
working with it. But
I'm
anyway,
sure, but he's saying, what is that? I don't know. We're having a hard time locking onto it.
Right. This is the video operator. So the following week after this happens, this video is taken. The ranking guy who had been there the week before, on gate here, it goes up a little ways, and then there's a cantonment area. It's got a very small place where you can change your tires, get gas, just minor maintenance to get you home if you have a car that's busted. And then in the back of that cantonment area, there's two huts that look like campers, really, glorified campers. So the video operators are in the one that's off to the northeast of the cantonment, in the very corner of it. And the ranking guy just says, we all have to go in here. We're going to go talk to video operators. We have to do this. And this was because the week prior, everybody came back to Garrison, or back to our unit, and they had seen this thing, and they were all talking about this UFO. So we go in there, and there's a video operator. He has us all write our names down, whether we were there and saw it the first week or not. Then he makes us all sit down and watch that video. And he says, do you know what this is? And I'm like, no. And then he just said, okay, thank you. And then after everybody that was there saw it and had their name down, we were allowed to leave. And that was all that was required. And so I was like, well, what was that all about? But then as I'm exiting, this lady that had been sitting against the wall on the far part of this little hut that we were in, and she grabs my arm and she just says, there's somebody on the range. Don't. And I'm like, whatever. So we all hop out and get in the vehicles and then start taking off towards Quartz Mountain, because right at that cantonment area, there's a hard right. There's a hard right that goes off to Quartz Mountain. And about half a mile to a mile down that road, it's all dirt road up, by the way, there's this guy. Looks like he's wearing a uniform like we are. Got battle dress uniform on. So he sees us and he starts to look like he's running. And he's got this really weird run, like his arms are kind of flailing behind him. It's like he was running against the hurricane wind, and it was like he was going to fall over at any time. And I was like, yeah, it's a bit windy today, but it ain't that bad. So it looked really strange. And then I began to notice his skin tone looked like he might be hypothermic. And I'm thinking, oh crap, this dude's been out here. It's freaking freezing out here, because it was a very cold day and the wind was blowing. It was, those cold days where it didn't matter how many layers you had on. And so as we're getting closer, I'm talking to the ranking guy. Hey, we need to slow down. So anyway, I'm thinking this guy's probably in big trouble. I need to pull off my jacket. I need to give him something to get me warm. real quick. So I'm starting to do that, and we're approaching. And by the time I get my jacket most of the way off, he's right there at the the corner of the front of the car. And
so he looks pale. Is that what you're saying?
You look like an albino with a very bluish kind of undertone. If you could imagine,
So you're assuming like you're immediately associating that with like he's freezing.
Yeah, because that's all I can equate it to.
Right.
And then as I'm starting to open my door to try to administer aid to this guy, the dude in the front passenger seat screams he's got no ears, and I thought that was pretty rude. I was like, the guy's in trouble.
Does he have a hat on?
He's got a hat on, and he's got BDUs that look absolutely clean, pristine. And when you're uprange, you do not wear your cleanest uniform. You're in a dirty environment. You wear your scuffed up boots. You don't take them with you.
So he's got clean battle dress uniform.
Everything.
United States military.
Very
uniform.
out of place. Yeah, it looks very out of place when I finally do it. But anyway, I step out onto the roadway, and this guy screams that he's got no ears. And I just think it's really rude. And then I close the door and I look up and he's got no freaking ears. And his eyes are twice as big. And I just am like, yeah, what the hell did I just walk into? This guy's not from around
How
here.
far away from him are you?
Away from me to
just a few feet.
Yeah, just talking distance.
Okay.
And I'm starting to freak out. But then he starts to talk to me, and it's not my language, but it's coming to the understanding is like coming into my mind about every word he's saying.
So he's actually saying words.
He's saying words, but it doesn't sound like anything I've heard before.
But you're understanding what he's saying.
But I'm understanding. So I know there's a telepathic thing going on here, and it calms me down at the same time because I'm having to respond to him. And he's like, hello, I'm having trouble with my craft. I need some repair material. Do you know where I can find some Tritium? And this is what he's talking to me about. And I'm like, you mean titanium? Because I didn't know anything about Tritium at the time. But titanium, he's like, no, it's not it. And I'm like, well, at this point in my career, I had just left the program. So I knew where Dreamland was. And I pointed to the mountain range because you can see for days in the desert. But I pointed towards the mountain range and I said, Dreamland's just over there. And this wave of emotion hit me like disgust. Like, I am not going to talk to those barbarians and murderers.
Wow. So he was saying that to you, like his reaction to going to the military base.
Exactly. Yeah.
He
did not like it. He said, I am not going to talk to those people. And then I was like, well, shoot.
And it was barbarians and murderers?
He literally, that was what he called them, yes. And mentally, that's what it was. But the emotion.
Tritium, is this a real thing?
Well, that's what, I've had a lot of friends, there's analysts also that were on the top secret network that were trying to help me understand what material.
We were throwing everything at him. We're like, is it this? Is it this? And he's
then
like,
finally,
yeah.
That's the one. When they hit Tritium, I was like, that's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said.
And what is Tritium?
It's a type of, well, can he bring it up on the?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because it should pop up on Wikipedia pretty quick. But it has some properties that probably
Tritium. Are you saying Tritium?
Yeah, Tritium is, that's the stuff that's in Loom. Like they're basically radioactive isotopes that stay lit. So like if you get this watch, you need the light, and the light charges the loom, and then when it's dark out, you can read the hands for like a few hours.
It's the thing that they used to put on the end of the guns, right?
Exactly, they still do.
Yeah.
A lot, like Sig has.
So look up Tritium also. Put
Tritium
in
is
there.
I did that. No, that's not giving me much.
So Tritium, chunky glow in the dark glitter.
These are all like these are game websites.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so it's Tritium, then I maybe mispronounced
But
it.
Tritium that's that radioactive isotope.
Mm-hmm.
That's the stuff that emits light.
Yeah.
So emits a weak form of radiation.
Yes.
A rare radioactive isotope of hydrogen with a.
And I'm like, I don't know where to get.
Oh, look at that! It's used in boosted fission weapons and thermonuclear weapons. Oh, great.
That sounds pretty good. Right?
I wonder what the fuck it's doing on your wrist.
This is what the best image that we have of what he could have looked like.
Oh boy! Can you send that to Jamie?
Yeah, I don't know Jamie's number, but I will find a way to.
Yeah. Is that an iPhone?
If I had my phone, I would, but it's out there. I think.
Yeah, airdrop it to Jamie. Do you know how to do that?
There was
How
that
dare you
one.
not know how to do that?
And there's a
Your guy
three-dimensional.
works with UFOs. You better know how to do that.
Well, there's a three-dimensional image of the craft as well that is really spot on from what I saw that day.
Yeah.
Because not only did I see this guy running towards us and talking to him, but off the shoulder on the north side of the roadway, that's where the craft was just resting on the desert floor. And I got a really good look at it at that point. And this guy did a 3D rendering of the description, and it's spot on as I've ever seen. It's almost perfect.
So he asks you for tritium. You tell him dreams. This is what it looked like.
This is what the guy looked like. Pretty close to it.
Yo.
The nose was a little bit rounder on the end, but that was a really good rendition. But yeah, his eyes almost came out to here on the temple.
Wow. And that would freak me out.
It freaked me out. I mean, honestly, I'm not an easy guy to get freaked out, but that really put that, like you just saw an alligator pop up out of the water kind of thing.
Right. So when you tell him go to Dreamland, it says, I'm not going to go where those murderers and barbarians are. And then what happens?
And he said, no. So I was like, well, where else can I possibly point him to? I'm like, I don't know any metallurgists or whatever. So I'm thinking to myself, and I relate to him. I said, well, I'm taking college classes down in the city of Vegas, Las Vegas. At the community college, but I have a geophysical professor that I'm taking a class from. Maybe he has a metallurgist friend, and he's like.
So you're thinking at this time though it's a metal.
I am, yes.
Right, because you're thinking it's some kind of like titanium, some type of.
Right. And there's also
This is the 3D image of what the craft looks like.
That is almost as spot on as I've ever seen. That is about it right there. That's almost exactly what I saw resting on the desert floor.
And so you're trying to find different people that you can connect this being to.
Yeah.
And what is it saying to you while you're?
He thought that was a good idea, I think, or he was like, And they made him. He had that kind of and he wanted to take action. So he doesn't really even say goodbye. He just kind of turns and off he goes back to his craft. And I'm thinking, well, okay. And I get back in the car and. Sometime during that conversation with this entity, I remembered looking over at my friends in the car, and they had the weirdest look on their face, like they were all zonked out, totally zombie, like they couldn't even, they were just drooling on themselves.
Were they just because they were flabbergasted, or was it because something was going on?
Well, I figured out that maybe it was done by this entity because none of them seem to even remember the incident. Only a few people seem to remember that we stopped, that we had talked to somebody on the roadway, but it was mainly the people that were in the back of the convoy.
So they didn't see it up close like you
did. Like we did. The people
so
that
how
were
far away would they be?
They'd probably be a good 2 car lengths behind us.
That's still enough to detect whether or not it's
big. I was very muscular back then.
And you're standing in front of this thing.
So they'd have a difficult time because this guy stood about a good half foot shorter than me. And so they probably could see his arms from time to time, maybe catch a glimpse of his face or something. So they probably didn't get a very good view because if you're looking at me, I'm standing right next to my door.
Mm-hmm.
And they're behind me, kind of almost obfuscated by just the angle that they're looking at him. So all the windows are tinted in those vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't just see through the windows right to whatever's on the left.
And the people that were in the car with you, you feel like something happened to them that like froze them?
They did look like that, yeah. Like I said, just a look of just utter like, like
the guy who said he has no ears. Does that guy have a recollection?
That guy they can't find.
They can't find him.
No, I've tried. I was asked by the UAP task force, David Grush, to reach out to these folks, the people in the car. I got a hold of one, got a hold of him on LinkedIn, and we started talking. And just hey, how's the wife, how's the kids, that kind of stuff.
How about that UFO in that?
And as soon as I did that, the guy just disappears and ghosts me. And I don't know what happened. But he was the ranking guy in the car. The guy that was the passenger, nobody can seem to find him because they did try to verify the people in the car, and I gave the names. And the young lady that was off to my right, I don't know if they contacted her, but I've heard from other people that were part of this background investigation about my story. They found 2 people that verified my story. And I don't know who they are. They've been told to keep their mouth shut by somebody, and I'm kind of pissed about that. But I think James Fox knows who they are, and knows exactly who told him to shut up as well. But
what was that incident where James Fox and you were
Well,
on a show? What's that?
I shouldn't have said that James Fox knows the guy who told him to shut up, because I'm not sure if that's
You think you
that's
might
true.
know. So this thing, does it tell you why it needs a tritium? It just says it needs it to fix its craft?
Yeah, well, along with that, this is the other part that was telepathic. When he mentions this metal and the part that is,
But it's not metal, right? Do we think it's not metal, or do
I
you
don't
think
think
maybe it's a metal that we don't have?
I think it's something or an alloy that we don't particularly make a lot of, and or just can't make. But when he spoke about this, the telepathic image was almost like he opened a Sears catalog in my head that had all the specs for this part that he was needing fixed. And it was the strangest thing. It like described some of the nano channeling of electrical and electromagnetic stuff that was flowing through it that caused these toroidal energies to emanate on both sides of this piece of the equipment.
So you, because it was describing it to you, you all of a sudden had access to all this information, like
Yeah,
you
he just put
downloaded
it
it into your
in.
head.
It was like me, if you and I were telepathic and we were talking about a science project.
And he just
I could
uploaded all the information.
Yeah, and I could just give you all that instead of talking it out. That's what he did.
Did you then try to talk to someone and relay that information and like download it?
I've had, well, once, because in the forum, we have scientists and stuff like that yes, were very interested to get me in a room and talk to me about this. I had people from DARPA wanting to talk to me, people from threats departments all over the place that wanted to know more. And even when I talked to Jack Serafati and Gary Nolan about this stuff, I was telling them things before they even opened their mouth about, like when I talked to Gary Nolan, I just said, you got that part. You know that it has that nano size atomic level layering that can't be reproduced unless you actually physically are putting these atoms one at a time next to each other. And he's like, yeah, that's it. You know. So I'm telling him this, and he already knew. But that was the first thing. And so that's why I knew that what I'd been given in my head, he was giving me that high sign that, yes, that's exactly what I analyzed, is that piece of material I had. It sounds just like what this guy described to you and gave to you telepathically, that there's these really minute little things that create toroidal forces. They're doing things at a very small level. And then when I talked to Jack Serafati later, and he's got all these fantastical physics equations about how things work. And I'm looking through his documents, and no, I can't do the math, but I can understand what he's doing with it. And I just flat out asked him, I said, so the smaller you get, because there's always that resistance level when it comes to, putting in energy and then losing it due to, atrophy and all these other, right before it. Anyway, the whole thing was just that when you get smaller, it actually reverses itself. Is that now you get even more power out of things if you have a small enough energy source that works at it's kind of like miniaturizing a fusion device of some kind.
And so did you talk to someone from DARPA? You said these people wanted to talk to you?
I emailed back and forth. I gave them what information I could. But
They didn't want to interview you? They wanted to just email?
At the time, that's the way it went, yeah. I've had a couple of meetings, though, with at different places that I can't discuss. But they did talk to me. Yes.
And is that information still in your head?
Yeah.
So does it seem like a memory, or what does it seem like in your head?
To me, it's like a very clear, like this is. I've already done it.
Yeah. Is that available online? Can someone see that?
I don't know if I put my draw thing, but
does it remain in your head like normal memory? Like you learn certain things in school.
Oh yeah,
and they stay in your head.
The telepathy it felt absolutely normal. I mean, there was no headache, there was no dizziness, no buzzing.
What I mean is the memory the same as a regular memory?
Oh,
or
yeah,
is
yeah.
it clear?
No, I remember it as just being part of the conversation, just like a normal conversation. That's what it feels like.
But it just somehow or another in that conversation, he put this information in your head.
Exactly.
And then it just leaves?
And then he leaves when he realizes that, maybe there's some other venues, maybe me mentioning that there might be a metallurgist on staff somewhere that maybe that prompted him to think, oh yeah, maybe I should go research this or that, and then maybe I'll find somebody that I could talk to. Something like that may have happened.
Did
but
you
I
get
don't
a
know.
sense of where this thing was from?
Yeah, there was a star map from that day, but it also relates to the lunch hour after we started going back up to Black Mountain. I had a very strong compulsion to go eat my lunch outside, even though it was deathly cold. And I don't know what prompted me to do that. Again, maybe he was giving me a telepathic message, but after I walked about 150 feet down the road, the dirt road, from the top of Black Mountain, I don't remember what happened after that. All I have are two images that keep on flashing back. I remember seeing the schoolhouse from about 150 feet above, or 200 feet above the schoolhouse. I remember looking at the rooftop. And the only other memory is I've got this star map in my head. And David Grush made me reproduce that on a PowerPoint slide. And I handed that in to him because I have no idea what it was. But he's like, do you understand what this is? And I was like, no, I have no idea. He's like, do you know what star constellations are? I said, I know what the Big Dipper is. That's about it. And he's like, this is the constellation Leo. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. And so he's like, yeah, this is a really close rendition of that. And I'm like, well, that's kind of cool that I could reproduce it just out of my head. And not even know what the heck it was. But I did know it was a star system.
And for some reason, you just felt compelled to draw this particular star system.
Well, just after David Grush asked me to, yes.
And was there a specific planet in that star system?
Yeah, the red star. That's kind of like, there's a part of the Leo system that has like this, like very sharp turn into it. I guess it looks like a nose or part of a triangle, and at the tip of that is the red star, and it's reticuli, I think. But anyway, that one seems
to what you always say about aliens, Zeta Reticuli.
Yeah. And then the strangest thing about this is what I'm talking about when it comes to telepathy. When you're sharing that mind space, there's some residue memory there, because Dave kept pressing me on it, and he said, "Can you tell me about the red star?" And at first I'm like, "Well, no." And I was like, and all of a sudden some memory came back, and I was like, "Holy crap! Yeah, that's where he's from. That's his home star system, and he came from there. That's his home." And then we just went on from there. And he said, "Did you know that they've actually just now discovered a few years ago that there's exoplanets around that star?" And I was like, "No, I had no idea." So all these things started coming together at that point. And that's when they started saying, "Okay, well, we're going to do some more vetting." And within about a month or so, they were bringing me to
like after that day. So you have life before you experience this creature, and then now you know that this is a thing.
It's a thing, and it changed me. How do you explain this? If you could imagine the entire human race, you and me, you don't have to talk to me, but you can feel my presence. You can feel who I am, my personality, and share in all of that. And then imagine that by millions. The entire planet, you can actually commune with them. It brings with that a level of civility in the control of your thoughts, because right now we don't read each other's minds. So our minds are like, "Oh, look at that girl. Oh, look at that, the sports over here. There's a football game on." We're so distracted. But this guy's, when I was engaged with him telepathically, it was like civility to the maximum. It was like very courteous. He waited for me to say it. He talked. It was like just like we do. We have certain etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, there was this part of him that he left me with that was part of the community of the consciousness that he is able to feel all the time. And that has never left me, that there's a community of consciousness out there that when they've been living for so many years with this sort of ability, it has changed them for the better, because their minds are under control finally. Their emotions aren't running them, like we were talking about addictions and things like that. They don't, I would imagine. But there was such a, ever since then,
it stays with you. But what is your experience trying to relay these thoughts and this experience? That had to be weird, and it's very hard to believe. I mean, I believe you, but it's one of those things where, you know, you talk to an alien? Like that's most people are going to think you're ridiculous.
Well, yeah, and honestly, that's why I need people to back me up on it, because this is the thing that we're trying to do with the whistleblowers. We all kind of know each other, just like Lo would tell you, or not Lo, but just like Logan would tell you. Just that I call him Lo for short sometimes. Just slip up.
Understandable.
Anyway, we get to talking about stuff, but we don't know what's going on daily with each other. It's like I've brought whistleblowers forward to Congress since I went forward, but I don't know their lives. I don't talk to them every day like I do some of them. And it's a strange thing, but the more we seem to be coming out now that we've got these few weeks now where we've got folks like, you know, Jake Barber and folks like that coming forward, now I'm starting to piece things together in my mind, because now I'm hearing his side of the story, because I didn't want to be part of the retrieval. Well, guess what? He was on it. And he's telling that part, and I'm like, oh, no wonder they did that to me. And, oh, that makes sense. You know, now I'm making those conclusions now because of what he said. But then if you try to put us all in a room, we're all deathly scared that, you know, some jerk is going to come out of the Department of Defense and shoot us all, or do a drone strike on us. They kill us all, just have done with it, and then get on with their lives again. So you've got this problem here with us coming forward in a group.
You're really worried that much that someone would try to take you out?
They've already messed with my clearance. They've already shown me that they can break into my car on the NSA campus. They're letting me know they were trying to intimidate me.
Because they don't want you talking about this.
Exactly.
But do you know why they don't want you talking about this?
Yeah.
Why?
It's because they know that what they have done, that there are some parts of it that were really bad decisions in the long run. And they don't want anybody to crack open any part of this, because they know it's going to cause questions to happen. And they're going to get put on the spot. Okay. So you finally are coming clean on the fact that we've got MHI here. But we've got other whistleblowers that have these concerns. That's what they're going to have to face.
And when you say bad decisions, like what do you mean by bad decisions?
Well, think about it. If Roswell did happen, what they do? They chop up some, you know, think about it. You'd have etiquette if it was a Russian craft that fell. You'd catalog every part of that crash site. Then you'd repatriate the dead body.
entire business on ICP. It is the crypto cloud. It is on chain. It comes with security features. It comes with all of these benefits, right? So it's more than just a token that you can trade. There is actually a utility behind this ecosystem. Yeah, we all know that like this network is about kind of redefining the way that the web is built in a more secure and kind of shared way. And so that's the big thing for the IC. What we need is these different narratives that someone's used to take off. And so, like, I see the growing Bitcoin smart contract ecosystem. I see the growing narrative around cybersecurity, the growing narrative around AI, and then the overall network to be AI and the cybersecurity narrative, because AI is going to be able to accelerate the number and the size of attacks, things like that, right? So we see AI should actually be even bring over people because we're building out for AI, but it'll also bring people over because it'll increase the number of attacks elsewhere, and folks will start looking for better security measures to replace this into the narrative. And then, you know, you just have the general ease of use that can be around with things like Caffeine AI, and then they're building similar tools for stuff too. But if you kind of look into that, you'll see that it's going to be more difficult for those tools to scale to them here because of the simplified stack. And so AI will actually have to orchestrate around fewer processes and fewer external services and things like that. And you won't have to worry as much about like securing your application too much on the backside if you get something that's sensitive, you know, securing sources, sensitive information. And then like the stuff like caffeine. I mean, I really also think that like what you see in the current like App Store market, where everybody gravitates towards these handful of applications that are built by a few different companies and most utilities, you'll see services like caffeine make it to where instead of having to go to somebody else's app framework to use for your simple utilities and group gatherings and things like that, you can just spin up your own little dummy app for you to use over the given instance or utility, and then wind it down after it's necessary. Yeah, and real quick to comment on like the security thing, and I will also like for sure I do think that's another great use case for caffeine. And you can host a website for like a couple bucks. You don't even have to use like a full ICP to get like enough cycles into a thing if you're interested in a blog. But for security, one of my uncles, right? He is like an exec at a private like plane work, sales company. So they sell plane parts and like other things. And they were just hacked, right? And held ransom essentially for millions of dollars. And that's an ongoing issue
think it's high time lab stack it's something related to WordPress, which I think it should be coming towards the internet computer. So the thing I'm concerned around that is because a lot of websites in modern web is written on PHP even still. So I think LabStack should be coming to internet computer. It's essentially a lot of Apache and MySQL and PHP. So I think that should be coming to the internet computer anytime soon. And in addition, for cybersecurity, I truly agree with Carl's view. ICP should be able to do something like that. Essentially, we have good tech, but the problem is people are not quite aware of these things. For example, I've seen many CD KMLs. They have been explaining products, they have been sharing. For example, I've seen a couple of videos. I don't have any problems with environments, but I've seen many other KMLs. I know I'm kind of technical. They share their projects saying on chain. The problem is only the tokens are on chain, but they are not even the correct POV to the audiences. I think there's a part where KMLs are also required rules. See if that comes around to fruition or not. And do you actually think that in the long run, if the security narrative plays out like I kind of think it will, like a lot of that stuff ends up coming our way anyways, because what they're using is insecure enough to drive hacks and vulnerabilities and things. So what I've seen in terms of hacking and those things, like the computer claims to be sufficiently secure. But the problem is there will be still flaws around smart contracts. I think you guys remember what happened with Bill. So that is something which should be in the concerns when talking about the cybersecurity aspects. But still, the IC should be sufficiently secure until folks write high quality maintainable code. What do you think about, so like, when AI starts playing a bigger role in writing the code? What do you think about the idea that a lot of folks write high quality maintainable code? What do you think about, so like, when AI starts playing a bigger role in writing the code? What do you think about the idea that a lot of the experienced and skilled developers find holes in like reviewing and editing code that's put out by AI? So maybe we get the ability for like kind of the freedom for those skilled developers to actually focus on the code as opposed to just churn it out. So interesting that the problem is essentially there's no such issue. The problem which I've been seeing is related to the code side is developers are essentially needed to deploy maintainable code, but if you're talking about applications developed by Caffeine, actually it's still on the way to building images, and we see things in written and shipped into the internet computer. There's no way to explain all that. Just about to right now. Yeah, no, and I'm generally speaking for the idea that developers can kind of refocus more of their attention on reviewing and editing code as opposed to trying to configure it themselves. So if you don't like, can you ask the question again? There was a glitch in my side. Yeah. So I was just saying that I was more so expanding on the idea that skilled developers probably in the space can focus more of their time and attention to auditing, reviewing, and editing code because the AI can kind of reset. So the thing is, we should have assume that the AI is safe and kind of safe for, else the problem will be exploitation, whatever the AI does. For example, from what I've seen in AI chatbots, ChatGPT, and I've even used DeepSeek, but they still have flaws in terms of writing security-related things. So I can assure that software engineers are going to be replaced anytime soon, even in Web3 and outside of Web2. So we still have the concern. We are absolutely correct. We have the concern in terms of having maintainable code and secure practices in terms of auditing. But the problem is with AI is they are kind of overrated at the moment. That's the problem. Hope this answers your question. Shall I answer this question? Yeah. The way I see AI helping developers, it just makes some smart developers more smarter. It will make them that's right. Right? And also, there's a problem with AI is that it is just like a person who is giving a lot of amount of data. It just process it and bring it to you. But on the creativity part, like in many codes, like let's suppose you get an amazing idea and you want to just put it on a code. But that is something you need to do by yourself, right? Being a programmer. So that part would never be, it is like irreplaceable, to be honest. And secondly, I see if AI comes up and if a decentralized AI comes up with ICP, so that would be more genuine, more authenticated, because I see that it is community driven and everything is getting verified, and the information and the data which is there in the ICP records is correct or not. So that would be something which is, yes, a plus point. I was listening to spaces and I get to know that the data which is fed to ChatGPT, it is coming from one or two websites which are having lots and lots of data. So again, that is again a very big problem, because the information is coming only from one platform. But ICP is informal and anyone can verify that. And things have to change, right? It's not about the in that stage, in terms of development, So, I completely agree with the statement. But what I have been trying to point out is it will take a lot of time for that scenario. Errors may still not achieve enough. Yeah, Trevor, go ahead. No, I don't want to change the subject. I have a question. So, Kyle, so your slight experience with agents, being close to Dan and Sean, and what's your take on the possibilities of AI agents being used to DDoS or to swarm and being used maliciously? So, swarms are definitely a thing. Personally, I haven't given that thought. I'm sure there's people out there doing some stuff to get to that, which obviously would be bad. But as far as swarms go, look into Project 89. I do know so basically Parzival, he was also part of that Outpost Project 89 is doing swarms. Interesting project. Might And sorry, I'm gonna plug my business partner here in Beaver here. But basically, back in the day, Aaron and his team, before I worked with them, did a documentary called Billion Lives. They ended up getting some censorship there from big tobacco and the manipulation kind of going in through there. They've seen it even more so at the start of COVID when they were launching We Don't Know Nicotine, and unfortunately the world was starting to close down with COVID. They were supposed to be all like theater careers after, having film festivals and all of that. They were getting heavily censored on Facebook and other platforms. There, if you kind of look back on what they've done with a Billion Lives, they were getting hundreds of thousands and millions of views, sometimes like 50,000 retweets or whatever on certain things or reposts, and like it was crazy. Like they had massive success globally with that, and going on like CNBC, The Street, and like all these different things. You can look it up, and the first film was eligible for an Oscar, and did extremely well. And then when they tried to launch, No Nicotine, they started building a lot of buzz around nicotine and how it's used for medicinal purposes. And nicotine on its own technically isn't medical. Like it's like no worse than a cup of coffee. But when it's paired with cigarettes, that's you're inhaling smoke and cars going into your lungs and all that. So they were getting censored for essentially being like tobacco propaganda, and that wasn't the case. Like nicotine on its own is actually in food, like it's in tomatoes and other nightshade vegetables. So it's pretty crazy to think that nicotine on its own is tobacco propaganda, and that's why they're getting censored. Just because there's a lot of misinformation about it. So I think forms could be used for good, and kind of that specifically also kind of ties into like DeSci, where research just doesn't get manipulated, and there's the people like Bloomberg that's manipulating kind of both sides to profit off of it. So yeah, I think it gets interesting, but storms can also be like a very bad thing. I totally acknowledge that. I hope for the case where it's used for good, but I know there's bad actors out there, and I don't know other people's intentions, necessarily. So it's weird. I mean, I kind of love that. That's like I think that's why we need some regulation. And then if we get good regulation, it's just another reason to favor good on-chain companies, and we have that. I agree. I think it's really important. I think that just kind of like, I think it opens our eyes for why ICP is a place where AI can live, essentially, and be governed. That, like, like, over the last 2 years, I've just been more, like, I've seen more confirmation and conviction as seeing AI can roll out. But, I do also know there's a little people out there that are just here for price action and stuff. And I can lie, I get frustrated sometimes too. But I just wish it were more lucrative here currently for projects. That's mostly the reason. But, I still think, we're in a place where, things are moving how they should. So I just have to keep trusting the process. I understand that. I think that goes off to those of you who are trying to actively build and make living in this space, because it feels like it's 2 years difficult. And it does feel, but I still press my fingers and hope I'm right on this, but it does feel like we're getting to where we're turning that corner, and it's why everybody who's been more about it. Yeah, I think it just inspires more people to build, like, and I don't necessarily think, I don't think Solana is going to zero. Like, I'm just going straight up, like, I don't think that's happening. But I projects, continue to scale and do great things. But I'm not hands. I'm not. This one's gonna go real quick. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back over to you. So, guys, it's Spidey. I just want to make sure that if you starting out a question was answered. And mostly, I think what I was talking about there was not developers would
I'm doing very well. Thank you for the opportunity. How are you? Excellent. Do you mind if I share with you my project? No, it's just what I do with my life. Excellent. Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk. Thank you for having an open mic. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've dedicated my life for more than 3.5 years since the pandemic of being live on YouTube 24/7, 365. Essentially, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, things like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I don't feel are being discussed in the mainstream, so I do my best to be a leader in these aspects of society. Additionally, I want to end world thirst through the use of things like desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater onto things that we discuss on my stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We discuss free speech and alien disclosure. We discuss things like faster than light travel, life extension technology. I don't know about you, Alan or Rich, but when you guys were probably born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80, and I'd like to increase that to age 100, 120 perhaps, through the use of types of technology like stem cells, human growth hormone, nootropics, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies. I think all of these are really great ideas that aren't generally being discussed. Additionally, you should know that I am a major advocate for just the little guy in general. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to the Economist magazine. It overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. I don't know if anybody's ever told you, Alan or Rich, but there may be the opportunity at a much longer life than you may have expected through a use of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer for later download as an Android. Go ahead. If I may ask, what's my agenda? It's beautiful. How's the weather where you are?
because we just come in and just, it's like some guys get together, we're just here just to, we're not trying to do all that. But yeah, if you want to hang out with us, just chat, but yeah, you're welcome to, okay? I mean, love to get to know you. We gotta get acquainted. This is
I understand. I don't have an agenda. I'd love to get acquainted with you as well.
okay, cool. That was welcome RJ. Welcome to Night Shift RJ. It's good to see you again, brother. It's good to see you again, brother. Even and part of the road here. It's been chilling tonight. Got this neighborhood cat that was like hanging out, sitting.
Who the fuck gives a shit about your neighborhood cat?
When I first spoke, look over and say, oh, hey, this cat. It's kind of like to their business and just chilling.
Dog, no one gives a shit about your cat. Dog, there's a reason why there are 3 people in your fucking room. Because you guys suck. Open to it.
I still go for like 30, 45 minutes to the hotel thing, right? But I always make an excuse that I'm gonna go back to my room, that I'm always worried because, all those drugs that are sitting out there and everything, on the tables. Always like one of those things that gets popped. And then just went to the hotel room. It's like getting get my expect to wait at least 10 minutes. If you're sitting in Ethereum, you expect to wait 10 minutes.
I have to listen to every single second of Smashing Pumpkins 1979. Oh, good job. Good job, fucking loser. Open discussion. Open. What is this bullshit? Elon Musk, your app sucks so much dick. I didn't use it for an entire year, and it has had 0 fucking improvement. How the fuck does this person have? How are they able to have such a long fucking description? Oh, it's from the community. Yo, I wonder if I can do a community thing from here. It's doubtful, folks. Subscribe today. Fuck that shit.
The bodies to where they came from. We give them back to the Russians in honor. And here we are. We've got a civilization just crashed there in Roswell. And look at what kind of crap we did to them. And we took all their stuff like it was some kind of a treasure trove. And now we own it? Hell no. You're talking about a craft that was manufactured in another part of the galaxy or something that they can't explain. Nobody knows where it came from. And here they are treating these people like they're just some kind of a lab experiment. Let's chop them up a little more, you know. And then, you know, if they ever got approached by the people that came to look for them afterwards, I wouldn't want to be the person that answered them. No, I'm sorry, we chopped up your buddy.
We had an interesting talk about this. Yeah. There's a video of some gray kind of strung up, and they're asking him questions and whatever. And I was asking him, I said, if you were in NHI and you saw that, and this is what the humans are broadcasting, sorry, and this is what the humans are broadcasting, I said, I'd be like, yo, they got Jimmy. Look what they're doing to Jimmy.
Right.
Yes.
It's on. We're going to Earth. You know,
right.
We're going to go get
But
Jimmy
that
back.
video of the alien, that's fake, right? video where they're
I truly
interrogating
believe it is
Super Ray?
fake because, like we've,
It looks so fake.
everybody says
Looks like a puppet.
they
Yeah.
talk. Yeah, they talk telepathically, and here he is. Oh, here's this voice coming out and whatever.
Yeah.
It's but we've always assumed that they've got the same some type of emotions, a lot like us, but maybe they're much more controlled, much more refined.
Yes.
You know, kind of like how we could. Not that I'm
Kind of
saying
like us now versus us 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, when I had the telepathic experience, it was very difficult for me to distinguish what emotions and feelings were coming from me as opposed to him. It was very obvious when he felt disgust about going to ask about things, because I was like, well, I'm not disgusted at him. And I had that ability to go, it's not me feeling that. It must be coming from him.
Right. But it was your emotions.
Right. But everything else felt like we were sharing literally not only the thoughts, but the emotions that went along with it. It was a true sharing of a mind space. And he felt just like me. His inner voice is just like my inner voice. His feelings are just like our feelings. He feels sadness. He feels all the things that I do.
What is the general consensus in the people on the program about Roswell?
They don't like talking about it. I think that was where they probably are trying to bury it even amongst themselves, because they know they made some very bad mistakes about that first confrontation that could have been a lot better than it happened.
So the general consensus is that this is a real event.
Yeah.
And they don't like talking about it, but does everybody sort of agree? Or are there people that are dissenting? Do they have dissenting opinions about whether or not
I've never heard of
crashed UFO?
dissension. I've heard people say they don't want to talk about it.
They don't want to talk about it, but that it wasn't ours.
Right. They know, well, the only thing, this is again, when we talk about the intel analysts and everybody else that was on that forum, it's totally weird that you can go through all these different things as an intel analyst and say, okay, it's not China. All right, it's not that. All right, let's look at Russia. Anything? No, it's not Russian. Is it one of ours? Well, who the heck is it then?
Does anybody talk about it? Is there anybody that has shared information about Roswell to you?
Yeah.
Is there anything that you can talk about? No. It's all top secret.
I just gave the person the confidence that I would not mention.
Got it. And Logan, have you had personal experiences other than the one when you were a child?
Yeah. But I didn't know what I was seeing. But, you know, like after the program came out, I mean, not came out, but after James Fox finished editing everything, he said, well, you haven't seen everything put together, so here you go. And, you know, tell me if you don't like the way you look or whatever. And I'm going through it, and he starts showing, I see the stuff about Calvin, the Calvin Scotland image. Have you seen that one?
Yes.
So that image was taken, if I remember correctly, in August 1990.
Pull that image up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You could just type in Calvin UFO, whatever. So I had just cross-trained from, that one. I had just cross-trained from maintenance into intelligence, and I was going to my first intel assignment. And I'm flying from Philadelphia to Frankfurt, Germany, to Rhein-Main Air Base. Somewhere between Iceland and Scotland, this thing is zipping around in the clouds, doing this ziggy-zaggy thing. I don't know what it was doing, but it was doing this. The sun was just coming up, and I'm eating a Philly cheesesteak, and the other guy with me is eating a hoagie, and the other guy that's standing up over the top of where I'm like, anybody know what that is? And they're like, dude, what is that? And then all of a sudden in my head, I'm like, oh, this is my first intel assignment. I'm going to get clued into some cool ass shit. But I don't know what the hell that is. But I'm just thinking.
It looks just like that.
It looks just like that. And the way it was moving in the clouds, it was like, because the shadowing was like going from like that color to like dark and then light again as it was moving in. And it would go into a cloud on one vector and come out on another vector. And I'm like, what is that? So didn't know what was going on. So I called James back. I was like, dude, where is this? Talk to me. We're all excited. And he goes, explain to me everything. And what happened was I get to my unit and I talk to them and I go, we have a weapons tactics guy. He was, they're the best of the best, and they're leading the group. And I was like, so what is that thing out there? And he goes, I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, this is in January 1990. That picture is August of 1990. And what I didn't realize was that the Belgian wave, I don't know if you were familiar with that, a whole bunch of triangular devices were seen over Belgium for almost a whole year. So they just call it the Belgian wave.
Great.
Police officers saw it. They launched F-16s after them, whatever.
Are there photographs of that at all?
No, but the general that's in charge actually gave a briefing to everybody and showed what the F-16 radar was seeing. And I guess every time they tried to get close to it, it would just pull away just far enough, that they couldn't catch it. And then when they would try to cage it in the radar system, it would move to the left. It was fun. So I just kind of was like, yeah, okay, I'm stupid. Maybe it was part of my imagination, but what I saw as a kid kept coming back into my head. So Desert Storm happens, whatever. And I'm at my base, and British AWACS shows up. And they're looking at me, and I still had my accent, my British accent. They're looking at me going, what are you flying with the Yanks for? And I go, what do you mean? They said, and I told them my family thing. They said, why don't you come fly with us? I'm like, sure, let me ask my boss. My boss says, you ain't got nothing going on. Go fly with me. So we're flying around, and finally I go, hey guys, what's that thing in the sky that does the ziggy-zaggy thing? Do you know what I'm talking about? And they're like, And I was like, no, don't play with me. And they're like, come on, Logan, And then finally they pull out this tape and they plug it in, and it shows Europe, all the aircraft flying around. And you see this thing go through the middle of it real fast. Like all the other aircraft, the sweep of the radar, you're just seeing these minute movements. This thing is like, it's gone. And I was like, who's that? And they go, you don't. I was like, look, stop playing with me.
Right.
Kind of find out, they said, well, that's your SR-71. And I was like, well, that ain't him. And they're like, okay. And then he looks at the other guy and he said, show me the other one. And they show me this radar scope again. And this time there's a target in the middle of, not in the middle of the screen, but off to the side. It was like, it could have been like East Germany or whatever. But every sweep of the radar, he was somewhere else. And I was like, that guy, I was so excited. I said, that MF right there. Yeah, who's that guy? And they go, I was like, look, stop this. I don't know. And they finally said, we don't know either. They said, we just assumed it was you Americans playing with us.
Yeah,
we
that's
don't
what
know.
happens a lot of times.
Yeah, we don't know.
Our
who this guy
adversaries
is.
think that too. Everything's America if they can't explain it.
Right.
Did you see the Trump administration address the drones today?
We heard about it, but I didn't see
Yes, I had a friend tell me they made an announcement, but we were getting in the car at the time.
Yeah.
Essentially, they said it was all ours, and there was some sort of scanning that was done that was approved, and the other ones were hobbyists. And there was some
Hobbyists?
sort of test that they were doing, but they were saying that it's ours, which is very.
I actually had a person that was up there, and she said one of those things came down low and slow over her house. And she said it had the sound of a helicopter. So she was like, her and her husband are like, oh, it's a helicopter. But then all of a sudden they realized, she said, Mr. Logan, were you ever aircrew? I said, yeah, I was in special ops and I flew on helicopters and da-da-da-da. And she goes, when it came down low, it had the sound of a helicopter, but you couldn't feel it. And I go, huh? She goes, when you can feel the rotor washing, it's hitting you in your chest, like boom, 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 boom. She said there was none of that. She said it came down slow, low over her house. And then it went back up, and then she said it looked like it went back into formation with something else. And she said, that's not any drone I know of. And she said it sounded like the actual noise of the helicopter and several of the other noises from the drones were all pre-recorded just to make them sound like they were conventional aircraft.
Yeah, and those are the same things I've been hearing too, because a lot of people were shoving videos at me a lot in their descriptions of things. And some of the stuff, looked like maybe it could be a spotlight from a helicopter, and then when the light moved, then you could finally see the helicopter behind the light. Then there was these other ones. I was like, this is really weird.
My friend Mark saw one. Mark Norman, how did he describe it, Jamie? He said it was triangular, right?
I just remember him saying SUV sized.
Yeah, he said it was the size of an SUV. He said it was triangular. He said it moved really fast.
So when they initially came out, they said, "Oh, they're all manned." Right? I think it was John Kirby who was the speaker, and I used to work at the FAA. So my first thing was, well, if they're manned, you just call them up and say, "Cut it out."
Right.
Simple.
Right.
But it kept going on, and then later on, there was a report that DHS said, "Oh, one of the drones has come down in a mall parking lot," but DHS is assessed as just a regular drone. So when you hear that, what are you thinking? DJI Mavic, something small, whatever. Someone on X is on a train going by that exact same spot, and they show a drone next to 2 police cars, and this thing is as big as the police car. And I'm like, so I have no way of confirming if that's what it really was.
Right.
But I have no reason to believe that this particular person was leaving. He goes, I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm passing that mall right now and take a look. And it's like maybe a 30-second clip or something, and you see this thing. It's as big as the SUVs. So
what does it look like?
It looked like kind of like a gondola with like large blades on the 4 corners. And
so it looks like a very large conventional drone.
Very large conventional drone. And so I'm sitting there thinking, was this a test that nobody knew about? What is going on for this and nobody got any answers. So
the other thing that is they stay in the sky for like 5 hours at a time.
Right. That's what puzzles me is that takes industrial sized power generation.
Yeah. What are you using? Like, what is that thing using? Jamie, can you see right? Cold fusion. Can you find the video of the disclosure today? It was
While he's talking about the disclosure, the one thing I do want to mention is when I talked to the AWACS group, I thought it was kind of interesting because I said, "So, how many know about this?" And he goes, "The whole squadron knows about it." And I was like, "What?" He said, "Yeah, but we just don't talk about it because people lose their jobs over this." And I was like,
"I've heard that as well."
And I was like, "So this is an AWAC," and I said, "Am I to assume that if you're a British AWACS, then American AWACS can see it, French AWACS can see it, NATO AWACS can see it?" And he just kind of, yeah.
And everybody doesn't know what it is, and no one's talking about
it. And everybody just says it's got to be American.
Let's hear what this lady says.
And before I turn to questions, I do have news directly from the President of the United States that was just shared with me in the Oval Office from President Trump directly, an update on the New Jersey drones. After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news.
The part that gets me is the hobbyists being included in that. It's like,
well, they definitely were hobbyists too, because there was hobbyists in Austin around that time. There was a ton of drones. And just like people were like, "Whoa, it's a drone party!" Everybody with drones is just flying around.
So, okay, well, that kind of makes sense.
It kind of makes sense because there's so much drone activity.
Here's the thing that I got to look at it from an analyst point of view. The first thing that came up, I was like, so they knew this the whole time. Why couldn't they have said that from the very beginning?
It's a different administration.
Right?
Right.
And then 2, why were they required to have a SCIF briefing on drones? Nobody's ever answered that. At one point, the Congress guys all went into a SCIF and got a SCIF briefing on drones.
And then they didn't have a press conference about the results.
Right.
Which would have been written. Could it be that they wanted to see what happens when you fly things over a metropolitan area and you fly a bunch of drones over highly populated parts of the country?
There's only a few reasons why I would say that you include both federal and hobbyist drones in any kind of an activity. And there's only
the hobbyists are including themselves, right?
Yeah, and that could just be that they're accidentally there. But the feds, what were they doing?
Yeah.
And why would they have a SCIF?
That's my point.
Explain a SCIF to people that don't know what we're talking about.
A SCIF is a place for information above secret, and it's a special compartmented intelligence facility where we can go in there and talk about things that are above.
And there's no recording devices.
Right.
You don't
No
have
phones, no
phones,
nothing.
no
Just
nothing.
right. But the thing is this. I mean, most of us that are in the intelligence community or whatever, we're going to look at it and say something's not quite right here, because this is something domestic happening over the U.S. So would it really require a SCIF? You know,
especially if it's authorized.
right?
Correct.
You know, so would it really require that level of security to go on and have these guys talk? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the federal presence, to me, dictates the fact that if this was innocuous and unclassified, like you're saying, why was there not a press conference that described it and said the hobbyists are out there flying too, and they're just kind of interfering with our lanes where we go and fly normally between one place to another? That never came out. So why was the SCIF even mentioned? That's something that they did release in the press, is that they were receiving briefings that were in a classified environment.
And then
Why?
there's still
Why?
there's still the problem with these drones popping up all over the world, especially over military facilities, and that part's not been addressed. It's just the other stuff that they,
Right.
hey,
That was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base had to get closed down, right?
Wright-Patterson, Langley Air Force Base. There's others, and then there's reports of stuff in Australia. There's reports of things at other places in the world.
Let me ask you this and tell me if this makes sense. If you were the government and you knew that there were non-human intelligence that were operating vehicles above our cities, would a way to sort of obfuscate that, to launch a bunch of our drones as well and have some shit that you could explain and then tell people, don't worry about it, it was just drones, it was our drones. Like, see, here's our drone. Here's a drone that crashed. Look, it's got propellers, normal drone. Yeah, it's big, but it's normal.
You have no idea how
you're
many
obfuscating.
people have said that already.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're
you've
going
heard
in the
that.
right direction.
Yeah, you've heard that one. You've heard the other theory. They're looking for a dirty nuke.
Right.
They're looking for
That one scared the
HVT.
shit out of me.
Yeah, I did too. Honestly, I thought that's what it was about. But and then they have looking for HVTs, like anti-terror, or looking for terrorist groups, because I think at that time it went through the press that there was over 1,000 of these, jihadists that were in our midst. We don't know where they're at.
Right.
Kind of thing. Maybe they're looking for those. Those are just some of the theories that you come up with this kind of a scenario.
And then there was the congressman that said, "Oh, there's an Iranian mothership out there," and we were like, "What?" In
the ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of this stuff was making any sense. And then you have to wonder, where was he getting his intel? Because if it's that crappy,
right,
those people need to be fired.
Well, you got to take another thing into the calculus, and that is, wasn't this worldwide? I mean,
Right.
didn't we got reports from China even
Right.
that this stuff was happening,
Right.
and they don't just have hobbyists flying stuff around in their
Maybe they don't.
Right.
Maybe they have a much tighter control over their media, so they don't have to obfuscate. They don't have to.
Yeah.
Trick
But see,
us.
that's the one part that I find very confusing. Is this like, if it's happening in Europe and China and all these other places, what really is going on?
You could have just did a NOTAM and just said, "Hey,
Yeah.
we're going to be doing the test in this area. Don't want to scare anybody, whatever. But we're just going to test in this area."
If it's just ours.
Yeah.
Right.
And then-
But if it's not ours and there's a bunch of shit flying around there and we want to confuse people, wouldn't you have a bunch of conventional drones and fly them low
Yeah.
over cities so people could clearly
Could have
see
been
them?
done a totally different way and not had all this hubbub going on. So yeah, you're right.
Why would you, if you knew the truth, why would you leave the Americans afraid of what's flying over their head?
I think they're still. Look, assuming you guys are completely accurate about all this, if they have had this information for a long time, I would assume that there's a lot of pressure to never release it. I think there's probably lying to Congress about budgets and allocation of resources for these programs that are all top secret. Like, how have you done this? What have you done? Who's responsible? Who made that call? Is that even legal? And who are you that, if you've been in contact with non-human intelligence and you have retrieved crafts, who are you to keep that from the rest of the world?
Exactly.
And speak for the American government for that if you're not official.
Right. Right. Especially if you're not officially. I mean, you don't have the clearance to do what you're doing.
Right. I mean, they're making decisions for the entire human race,
Right.
not just America, but the whole race. And that's what my beef was when in the film, when James Fox asked me about that. Well, why are you doing it? Kind of a thing. And I was like, well, I feel like this is the right of every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth to know the truth about we're not alone. That has nothing to do with the weapon systems and the classified parts that I know of. But the fact that we're not alone, shouldn't that be something that everybody should be invited to make their own decision on?
Yeah, I would imagine that. But I would also imagine if you wanted to keep your job, and if you have a high intelligence clearance and you're working for the government and you're a long time career employee of the government and you want to keep moving up the ladder and keep your fucking mouth shut.
Right, and that's what people have to make that decision on their own. That, you know, have they seen enough malfeasance to want to report it or not?
And they're going to throw their whole life into a tizzy if they do that.
And that's what happened to me.
Yeah. And what has it been like since then? Have you gotten support from more people than you thought you would, or have more people thrown you under the bus than you expected?
I actually feel more support than I expected. I've made it through. It's not been easy financially for me. When they messed with my clearance, I haven't gotten the job since. I've been out of work since August of last year. So that's not been fun.
Was there a reason why they said they messed with your clearance?
No, they just made it sound like, oh, it's just an administrative order. Sorry. Yeah, we still have your clearance here. Everybody that wants to employ me, I've had quite a few employers want to hire me. And they say, yeah, we can see your clearance over here. It looks like DOD is trying to reactivate it. But month by month by month, it just sits there. And they won't pass it to the employer. Somebody is just sitting there going, oh, another request for Jason. That's what's happening.
Because you stepped out of line.
That's what it feels like to me.
Okay. Logan, have you experienced the same kind of situation?
No. He's in a different class than me. He's an official whistleblower. Me, I just stepped forward to say that I don't think we need the government to do this. I think we as the public need to do this. And I created an app to do that. I was hoping that...
What is your app?
My app is called Phenom. It's an app to report UAP, paranormal, encrypted like events. Mm-hmm. And the idea is that we can get multiple people to see the same thing, record it, and then look for the outliers and get people like Jacques Vallée and Dr. Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff and others, the Graybeards, to look at it and say, okay, here's what we can figure out. You know, Gary Nolan and all these people. Let's get them the information that they need. And then after we get them the information they need, let's get it out to academia so we can have kind of like a more organized approach to finding out what's going on. I wanted people to use my app on the drones. Some people did, but not enough. And I had a little bit of a problem because when I put it out on Android, there was only one other app that was close to it that was in the same name. Go back there's like almost 10 apps with the same name, so people didn't know what was going on.
They're getting confused. But anyway, to answer your question about the support, yes, I do get a lot of support. There's people like Stephen Diener, there's Digby Furneaux and Tom Thompson, there's UFO Sarah that's on X. There's a ton of people that I can mention, not let alone how much support James Fox has thrown at me. That's what's getting me through this.
How many different versions of these life forms have been discussed with you?
On mission, I can say 3 I know of. 2 mainly, tall whites, grays. Those are the main.
And are the tall whites like this one that you encountered? The one with the big eyes?
Yes, like that.
But that wasn't that tall, you said.
Right, but apparently, have you seen the video from Mr. Hall, the guy that was supposed to be the weatherman and actually interfaced with the tall whites?
No.
Yeah, I totally believe.
I've seen too much.
But anyway, he says
it goes in and out of my brain.
Well, I can verify the fact that what he said about his position there as a weatherman, that he could walk around anywhere he wanted to, because that's what the base commander told me when I got my orientation drive-through on Dreamland, and he mentioned the weather site, and that person can walk wherever they want to.
And what did they report?
Well, just Mr. Hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that the tall whites go through a growth cycle. They're kind of normal height, but they're very long-lived. They live like 800 years or more. But when they start getting older, then they get very tall, like 7-8 foot tall, and then they begin to, their bodies begin to not function properly and they die. Kind of like somebody.
Oh, like a giant.
Exactly. Yeah, and they're viable organs just can't pump enough anymore.
Kind of large dogs that die early because of their heart problem.
Right. So the guy that I saw was probably a young person, probably only like 70 years old or something like that, which is kind of like an adolescent to them or a young adult.
Oh, okay.
So,
What are the differences between placentia, placentia, and placenta? She just called it fucking vice president. It's really nice.
He is also the CEO of Technology is not simple, but Meeting now, girl. I'm gonna change the title to Carbon X Sapper Creed. I'm gonna call you Ivy that day. I want to call you Ivy that day. Mr. Carbon X, sir. I am 16. Same. I don't know if they're smart enough to do that. And quite frankly, I don't even know if all those physicians are smart enough to understand whether they want to just leave it. I'll come back in all day. Yeah, man. Please don't get it. So, but anyway, school is going to preside for its election. It's not going to be sitting in the so to see things that told me to know very much about it. But he's got a team of people around him who have been coaching, and I think if we get it set up in Brazil, that'd be polished up, make it public before they do it, and all you say that they're going to do it quietly. Yeah, it just makes sense to do it quietly, doesn't it? I'm a dummy. Right doesn't work very well anymore. Anyhow, yeah, I mean, it could be that, or it could be just, still very early, to the presidency, and he hasn't really started announcing that, although his team of consultants in the background has already started, from my understanding, accumulating crypto assets. And the media portrays that they've accumulated X amount of millions of Bitcoin, but they're not actual Bitcoin. They're like some sort of wrap Bitcoin onto the network, either the Ethereum network or the Solana network, I think. So it's not true Bitcoin. From my perspective, my understanding, what I read. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like this time is still going to be pain. It's going to be crazy cycles. So, just, buckle up. I think it can happen. I think we're going to go up before we go down. I think because Trump brought out his Trump coin and the Mania coin, I think that told the world that he doesn't know much about it.
Kicking ass, taking names. How you doing, big dog? Let me see if I can get our friends in here. Just a moment. These people on Twitter Spaces are so mean. I cannot emphasize. It's like 50% of the time. When on other platforms, they're usually nicer. No, I shouldn't say that. Discord people can be dicks too, but it's very difficult to just shill yourself. Firstly, you have to get into the call. Then you have to request. They have to accept you. And there's a whole like vetting process. Then if they let you speak, you get interrupted. You gotta overcome that. And it's worth it. It's worth it just because for every 10 times you get shot down, that 11th time can get you some influence. It can get you a donation. It can get you followers. I've been focusing on getting, like, I created 25 accounts that didn't have any followers, and I've done my best to expand that to be like, I just want each one of them to have 100 followers. If they have that, then they become kind of pretty strong accounts. So I've been working on that. I did this thing that's actually pretty fucking smart. Do you have a second to look at the X app?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Go to Twitter, and then do you know how to get to Spaces? It's on an iOS device. It's on the Spaces. Excellent. Now type the word in the where it says search for a space. I don't know. Type the word chat. CHAT. And then just scroll down. And you should see like current ones that are going on. And then you should see another section of upcoming, exactly. And just look in there. Do you see it? Oh, cool. So it's working. Okay, great. Now type the word Bitcoin, BITCOIN. Excellent. Type the word Elon, ELON. Exactly. Type XRP. XRP. So basically, this is a new strategy that I've never utilized before, but these don't expire for a month. And you can do 10 per account. So I basically just flooded upcoming events, like, I don't know, with 100 different upcoming events with like the main keywords of Twitter that will literally sit there for a month. I've never seen anybody utilize this type of technology. And I'm an outside the box thinker. And I think that, I mean, if anything, it's like, okay, read Rabbi Rothschild's profile. Okay, I guess. I mean, what else am I going to do? Why does this person have so many fucking events coming up? And I just think that that's an interesting way to market myself. Yeah, and they last for a whole month, which is the coolest thing because, like, if they only lasted for a day, it's not worth it to me. Just they take a long time to do. Not that long, but they take too long for me to. But for 31 days or whatever, I'll fucking do that. Or 30 days, I'll fucking do it because it's like a constant reminder of anyone who uses the platform of what I'm doing. And oh yeah, no way, absolutely not. So I think that that's kind of an interesting strategy that I've utilized, and I'm trying to think if there are other ways for me to utilize this strategy that may work for me. But I mean, I have enough accounts right now that I think it's fine to just let it be. But I have enough events. I think it's like I've got all the major, like Bitcoin, BTC, Ethereum, ETH, X, NVIDIA, NVDA, chat, and I've never seen anybody utilize this kind of strategy. I don't think anybody's thought of it. And if they have, I've never seen it. Now, the one thing is, a lot of times I don't look at these. Like, I just look at what's going on right now. But on my main account, I'm at 150 followers. And my goal is by the time I wake up to have 175. I would love to say 200, but that's a little too, because people who do the follows for follow backs and shit. But I got that going. Okay, so how's my shilling been going? You know, a lot of these people, I don't know what it is. I don't want to paint with too broad a brush, but a lot of people, they really like to do this. They like to get drunk and they like to go on Twitter Spaces because it's so anonymous that you can just go in there and shit on people. And a lot of people, I think, get stoned to do it too, but they're usually a little nicer. And it's just difficult. When I go in there, there'll be like, let's say 100 people who are listening and 10 people who can speak. And I get in there, so there are 9 other people who can speak. Well, there are actually 10 people and usually like 2 or 3 hosts. So there are like 13 people who can speak. And I'm doing my spiel, and if I at any point waver, they will interrupt me, and they'll be like, well, I don't like this. This guy sucks, or whatever. Or somebody will be like, you know, I don't want your agenda. It's like, dog, I don't have a fucking agenda. I'm not here to fucking brainwash you into my cult. I am just talking about future technology. What's so wrong with that? And I can't let it get me down. I mean, it's just part of life. But they can be so negative. They can be absolutely so negative. But for every negative person in there, I get a guy like last night. This guy left, came in, and he, like I said, he donated to me. There he is. I called you, dog.
My phone was there if you called me.
I literally just called you. Okay, I'm calling your twin. Maybe I'll avoid calling you boyfriends because it's kind of offensive to gay people. So I'll just call him your twin, which I guess would be offensive to twins, but I'll call your friend. I'm calling him right now, requesting. I'm calling him right now. He used. I know there.
I don't have a problem with gay people, just for anyone watching in the future.
No one thinks you do, Zoo. I'm calling Riser right now. Usually when I call him,
the date is 2025 and Trump.
Agree with that. Okay, so here's what happens with Riser. When I call him, I blow him up, I spam him, and then he comes in like he's got me muted. Okay, I'm gonna send him a message. Zoot is here.
And for any trans people watching the YouTube, be happy in your own skin and don't feel like you need to take chemicals philosophical because we don't know what's in those chemicals.
There you go. Zoot, how was your day today?
Good.
Excellent. Come on. Fucking
Good day.
how'd your bag do? Did it do well?
I got a 2X this morning. cases like that, but yeah.
That's good. All right. Come on, Riser. I'm going to give Riser one more minute of me blowing up his shit. No,
My portfolio is not on mine.
I did this yesterday, and he came in right away. So we'll see. It says that he was active like 15 minutes ago. But
I need to go to California, right?
Okay.
I realized that having an Australian accent is like a cheat code to get in California. Really?
All of the songs. You voice and English says, let me close my eyes and call you Liam or Heath. That's all they want.
I disagree with that. I think that, well, the reason why is we have Australian people here. It's not like he's an alien.
No, it's not alien, but it's definitely.
There's only 40,000 Australians in California.
All right. Well, I mean, that's a lot of people.
It's not super common, but it's no, as far as English speaking, places around the world, yeah.
Yo, Tim.
How many Australians have you met in California?
3.
Okay.
All right, so you ready to play?
So you met like, yeah, very small percentage of the population.
Yeah, I mean, generally though, I'm not around the general population. I'd be around my community, but yeah, a big one. I gotta say, like a huge amount of people that I've met are from South Africa, not Australia, but it's a similar accent.
Were they Jewish Australians or just
Random Australians. South Africans are Jewish, but the Australians were not. All right.
South African accent is very hard to understand.
It's extremely hard. I lived in Hollywood for a while, so I met people who were actors from all over the world. One thing that cracked me up was this girl from South Africa. See it, African?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like all the O's are I's. If you want to do the accent, you gotta change all the O's to I's. Sit, African, and the A's to I's too. Everything is an I. All the vowels are I sounds.
That's exactly right.
Can you understand an Australian accent?
Yeah.
I can understand Australian accent.
The most difficult English accent for most.
South Africa. South Africa, they go fast too. They start talking. These guys fast as like the Latinos.
I don't feel like I have that strong in Australians.
You do.
It's not an Australian accent for sure. I mean, it's definitely not New Zealand. I don't know. Again, I've only lived in places that are America is considered a cultural melting pot, but I've only lived in big cities that are like the quintessential melting pot. So I've met a lot of people from different parts of the world, English speaking and non-English nations. I can tell you're Australian. Like my friend lives in Melbourne. He doesn't want to think. Sometimes he sounds Australian. And it's like, bro, you're born in Perth. You grew up on Perth and then you live in Melbourne. It's you're not from somewhere else. You're on that continent for sure. But it's not a bad thing. I think it's cool. I think it's a better accent than wherever it is I speak. Metropolitan English.
In the United States, it will be of value to you. I just don't want you to think women are going to throw themselves at you because of your accent. No, I know Caspian Sea did, and I just wanted to say that. I mean, there are other aspects about you.
How's it going to be a value?
How is? I mean, you just sound attractive to women.
Yeah.
Okay.
Zoot, are you ready?
I was messaging Brooke something.
Doug, no one gives a shit about that. They care whether you're ready or not. Zoot, I'm going to ask you this question again. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Caspian Sea, I'm sending you an invite as well. I'm going to whoop.
waiting 5 minutes. Just never sent the invite, so I thought it would happen.
I'm going to whoop both your asses. The worst, the absolute worst hole in which to start.
Really? This is the best option still.
All right, Zoot.
Are you fucking kidding me? Did I fuck up or not? Caspian? Oh, that was a good job. Thank you. Robot, I have a feeling you're going to do a very good shot here. You're a fucking dick, you know. I have a feeling that the hole is here.
That could have been big if that would have shown up for you.
If it's under the window,
Free fucking points, boys. Free fucking points.
Oh, no. Are you fucking kidding me?
Caspian Sea's taking a point. Zoot is done. Caspian Sea's stealing a point right here.
I got fucked.
Oh, yeah, you got fucked majorly.
I shouldn't have helped out Rabbi.
You're absolutely right, Caspian Sea. All right.
Well, I shouldn't have gone the stupid way.
One of the greatest shots in the history of this game. Just absolute perfection. Short.
I fucked up.
No, you didn't. Oh, yes, you did, son. You're letting me run away with this game.
That's the 2 point. That's the 2 point.
Oh. Oh, man.
That could have easily been the 3 point. Rabbi.
Caspian Sea's taking a huge risk. And it pays off.
Dumb fucking rope. Alright, you ready for a good?
Okay, I don't understand what Zoot was trying to do there. Caspian Sea has a chance. Beautiful shot. Zoot has a very difficult shot. Oh, that was right on the line, though.
Hey, bro, I don't know, like, why. Was there a point where you were living in a caravan?
Like in my car?
Not a caravan.
What's a caravan?
A trailer.
No.
Someone said
Get there.
Someone-
living in caravans. I'm strangling. Okay.
They said I was doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, so that was close. No. I don't know if I've ever been in a quote unquote caravan.
We're not armed.
Yeah, I've never, not to my knowledge.
That'll be cool though.
Yeah, I've thought about it. I've thought about buying one.
Yeah. I can call that. I don't think it's a good investment though.
Thing is, you have to pay rent on them. If you had a piece of land, then I guess it would work better.
You have to pay rent. Buy it outright.
Well, you have to buy rent on the property.
Go for the yes one. Yeah, buy land.
That's what I just said. If you own the land, then it's a good investment. If you don't own the land, though, I don't know how good of an investment it is.
I don't think it's a good investment if you own that.
Uh-oh.
Unless you're planning to build on that land, otherwise you could have bought it land. I mean, the value comes from the block of land, not a caravan.
Right.
No one wants to buy a caravan and block of land. They just want a block of land.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
That's the fucking shot.
Yeah, it is.
You can live in a trailer park.
Yeah, but then you have a monthly rent, like I said.
Then you'll have the most streamed hours in a trailer park.
I mean, I don't know why I'd want that. You know, as I think of it, I think I have been in one mobile home. When I think I bought some weed from somebody in one. They're nice. I mean, I guess anything with a roof over your head is nice. But I have never lived in one. But I have thought about buying one. I mean, it's about the only way that a young person can basically pay for a home in 2025, or when I was looking, probably 2015. But especially,
Just like, you know, if I got a block of land and move out to the country, then might not be a bad idea.
that's how I felt.
The only problem is I don't drive.
Well, look who fucking decided to show up after I whooped both these motherfuckers' ass. Asses. Look who fucking decided to show up.
This fucking Caspian away. Oh yeah.
They were asking about you recently.
Been in hibernation.
I'll buy a caravan with New Zealand.
You can't rent a caravan as an Airbnb.
Where does it say on Airbnb you can't do that?
rent a fucking minivan, you're gonna buy a fucking minivan and put it on Airbnb.
No, he means caravan, as in like a mobile home. I didn't know what the fuck he was. I didn't know what the. No, okay. I guess maybe I'm saying mobile home incorrectly. I mean like a house on. Like I guess not an RV, but like I guess it'd be known as a trailer. I don't know though. I guess I've never. Yeah, I already clarified everything.
Yeah. You're coming, Karen.
Champion. Okay, are you ready, Riser?
Where's the fucking invite, dude? I've been waiting on this invite for fucking 30 seconds now, dude. Wasting my.
Dog, I called you, said that you were available like 20 minutes ago. Dog. Zoot, what are you doing, big dog? Zoot, remember that? Hey, I want to say this right now. I propose a ban on all quitting mid-game.
You haven't even been a victim of this.
Yeah, it was last night. Yeah?
Dude, quit looking at fucking Winnebagos and join. How are you?
I am, you know, I remain the best friend of ours.
That's how I am. Well, fuck you.
Dude, you just fucking screwed up your shot. Never mind. You did screw it. They still fuck you up.
Zoot.
So it's possible to get a hole in one on this.
Yeah, it is. Zoot, rank my shot.
Oh, that was good.
That was very good.
Really good.
Caspian Sea took right after me. Riser, terrible shot. Why are you doing that, dog? Why would you do such a terrible shot?
Just took your time, you aimed the shotgun at your foot, you thought about it, you realized there's a gun and then you pulled the fucking trigger.
This is dangerous. Zoot, this is dangerous. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. I've never seen anybody take two shots on this hole and not be.
I can actually get it in next
You're going to hit my boat. You're going to hit my boat. This is something. 2 in a row. These guys.
What are you guys doing? Like I told you, you guys are twins.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, you can do it. You have the ball.
Oh, Zoot, that's a good shot. That's a very good shot.
Just if this goes in.
Oh, Zoot, stealing points from Riser.
You're done, Riser.
Zoot is stealing points from Riser.
What? You just did the same method I used.
Get in.
What?
Get in.
Hey, rather not. Why did you just do the same method I used? Honestly, I think that's the only method I've ever used.
Okay, now I can just focus on destroying whoever's winning. I'll go out of my way to.
God, you know you're coming after me.
Oh, don't take the cow and the tree and go in the water.
Have fun, guys.
Holy fuck. Embarrassing.
Too hard.
That was embarrassing. I always go first for this map and just fucking knock it into the cow, and then you have that one where you have the cows that want to try something new. It turns out my method doesn't work. But I'm gonna help Caspian. a gentleman.
No, he's not.
There's an overlap in my appreciation. What's your favorite movie?
How'd you like that shot, gentlemen?
What's your favorite movie? What's your favorite movie, Tristan? One of my favorite movies is Adventures of Van Munchausen.
Yes, she did. Has Robin Williams, right?
He was in that movie. Not a star, but he wasn't a
In that movie, did Zoot make his shot? Zoot, what?
It was only letting me from the building for some reason.
Okay. What the fuck was that?
A 7 out of 10.
That wasn't even close to a 7 out of 10, dog. You're on like your third shot. Oh, Riser. Oh, Riser tied me? Oh, fuck.
Casper says going to win. Yeah, it's me. Yes. And
oh, there you go. Oh, shit. Terrible shot.
Okay, everyone do better than that.
hey, wearing how far away is Canada? How far away from the USA on Rosin?
Like an hour. Seattle, right next to Vancouver.
Well, that was what's next to Vancouver? What's the closest state?
Washington, from where I live.
So it takes an hour to get to Washington.
From where I live, yeah.
How have you been there very often?
I've never been to Washington.
Have you been to the US?
Yeah.
Where else?
In Michigan.
So why have you never been to Washington for
I've lived here for 4 years and have no idea how to do it.
Just walk there, dog.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk an hour on the highway with my dog.
Fuck it. Can you catch a bus?
Catch a bus across the border.
Yeah.
Are you starstruck by the city of?
That was a good shot.
Actually, Seattle is even. I think it's like an hour and 45 minutes away. Like not even. It's just like a nothing town across the border. Not really worth it.
Why don't you just get a bus there?
Oh, come on. We're gonna drive there at some point and check out the beaches. Just haven't done it yet.
Doesn't know when it's raining in Seattle.
Yeah, but same.
Oh, baby girl.
weather as
Baby
Vancouver.
girl. That just locked up the championship for babies. Oh, maybe not. Riser might get me. Riser might get me.
Is there a lot of people that go to Vancouver from Seattle? Did you get a hole-in-one by the way?
Yes, I did.
It's right there.
Fuck yeah.
You need a passport to cross the border?
No, you don't need a passport to go across the border.
You used to not to, but yes, you do.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's how it works.
You just wink at them.
What kind of question is that?
Dude, cut Zoot some slack. He doesn't have borders.
What? No. It doesn't matter what country you're visiting from. You have to have like any country that you have to have.
I live in LA, right? So I think that what's going on.
Have you never been to another country?
Yeah, I've been on planes and taken my passport, but I've never been across the fucking border.
Wow, that took a weird bounce.
That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Are you kidding me? Zoom got it in with.
Yes, not. This one's one. This is uncle.
I think it's got some skill to it, at least to get out of the first part.
I mean, the thing is, once we figure out a way to do it, we're going to just do the same method. Yeah, there is.
Okay, Zoot.
The whole never changed.
Oh, I get what you're saying. You might be right. It'll take. Thanks,
I thought you
Zoot.
were gonna go to like the middle one.
Okay, Rabbi can not wait.
Yes, I can. Oh no, you're right.
There you go.
You're right. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, Zoot.
That was a 10 out of 10.
I didn't hit any of the balls.
I can fuck up Riser's game. I can make it impossible for Riser to win.
Yeah,
I want to quit off. Hey, no, the worst part is when you do a shit shot, how it takes so fucking long and it teases it torments you because everyone sees how shit the shot is and you're just waiting for
on ice.
No, just give him an easy putt.
So you need
Rim job.
So you need a passport to cross borders if you're driving. Gotcha.
Yeah, but you used to not. You used to be able to go to Canada and Mexico without a passport. That changed after. That changed in like 2000. That changed in like 2008. In fact, I think it was January 1st, 2008.
You have your passport?
Do I? Yeah.
You've been to Mexico and swim, huh?
No, I've been to about 10 miles away from Mexico on stream. I've been to San Diego. Oh, Caspian Sea.
Did you go to Solana Beach in San Diego?
Yep.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I mean, I just went by it.
Is that a nice place?
Yep.
Wonderful.
Champion, gentlemen. Champion. Undefeated. Sue, you are so fucking inquisitive, especially tonight. What's your question?
I just want to learn a bit more about California.
Way to do so by asking Riser about his travels to Seattle.
Yeah. He's on the other side of he's on the other side of the country. Sorry, continent.
Country.
Continent, sorry.
Country. We're on the same side of the continent.
Okay, isn't the other side of the continent?
No, I mean, that would be like Mexico to Canada. Side of the continent, opposite sides of the country. Champion, gentleman champion. All I know is that I'm undefeated and I'm ready to lose.
Perfect game?
No,
Oh, you had 15 perfect.
I'm ready to lose. That's all I know.
Let me ask you another question. How many accents are there in America?
Of your main ones, there's Boston, New York. There's like a Maryland type. There's, so that's 3 of your major ones. There's in the South. There's like a Savannah. And there's a Tallahassee. Well,
Would every state have a different accent?
a little bit. I mean, not. It's not extremely discernible, but I can sometimes tell if someone's from an area based on their accent.
Water bump.
Can I remember them all?
Is it hard to remember them all?
No.
Oh,
Well,
water bump. So when you make,
I never attempted to try, but I do. It's not like important. I mean, I think that when I was in school, I knew them because we had the medical tests or something. But I couldn't tell you what they are.
Oh,
everyone make it. Everyone make it.
I can tell you what they are, and I think I can also do their capitals. Slow, perfect. Caspian Sea had a perfect shot. Fuck. Looks like I'm gonna lose this round.
No, Zoo, just get it in the fucking hole. Now's not the time for that.
We got water bump here.
No.
Wow, we did it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Show water bump here.
No, the goal is to give them 0 points, not water bump.
Who's winning?
Caspian Sea.
Crab line.
No, I mean for the night.
All right. The best one here on the same.
Oh, Caspian Sea's in a really good spot.
The big red ball.
You're a dick. You're a dick. You're a dick.
You're welcome, big dog.
Yeah, just give him a whole one. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do, Rosa? I'm gonna give you a whole one.
Oh, nice.
That was a great shot. 9 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
All right.
What the fuck is this?
You just gave away. You might have just gave away the game. You both get 1 point. You both get 1 point. Caspian gets 3, and I get 2.
This
How
is
about you fucked up?
dog. What do you want me to do? I'm trying to let somebody else win for a change. All these trophies.
Caspian? That was an 8 out of 10. To be honest. Yeah, that was a 9 out of 10.
I'm in agreement. That was a good shot. Caspian Sea has a huge lead. Rising.
Rise's shot is a fucking 10 out of 10. I'm not even joking. That is like perfection.
Rabbi?
I like my shot.
That's terrible. Terrible shot. I have a feeling that, okay. Riser, you should get it in next shot. You can bump me in, Riser.
Dude, this is such garbage. This is such garbage.
Just get Caspian the hole.
No, you did.
He's so far in front of
I can still tie it and get it in here. I'm all right.
He is so far ahead of it.
You could have made your
Out of
shot.
the ball in Caspian. I mean, you knocked your ball. Like, not even moving correctly. I had no shot to get me. Mario is Saturday. Mario is Saturday.
All the way, bump up.
Wait, is it Friday where you guys are?
It's gonna be where it is. It's close. It's gonna be in 15 minutes. Fuck. Riser, don't you dare. You fuck. Go down the hill.
No. Already well. Yeah.
You can fuck me. Oh, we didn't score at all? Oh, this is such horseshit.
I think we're mathematically.
Yeah, there's no way. Wait, this is the third hole? No, fourth hole.
Fourth one. Zoo is still got a chance, but
It's Zoot.
Caspian just made it pretty hard.
Dude, actually, you can fuck up Caspian by getting in between the yellow ball and the that's the shot. Zoot's got it. Zoot's got a perfect shot. Zoot.
Oh, Rabbi?
I feel like we all know how to play this.
Not what too far.
He hits my ball. Yeah, the only thing is that the truth is you didn't help me because Caspian's going to help my ball.
Now I made his shot more difficult. Oh, now he's healing. Oh, you can make it. Make it.
Zoot's going in the water.
Off the wall.
Off the wall.
On my nose.
Nope, I'm playing it safe. I'm playing it safe. Caspian, sorry, we need to go for the shot.
What the fuck is this? Go in the water.
I get it in before Caspian. Wait, do I have to delay it?
Yeah, hit Caspian back. Hit Caspian back. There you go. Oh, shit. Dog, you fucked him. You fucked yourself. Okay, so now I have to bounce it off of here. There we go. There we go. Means that, well, yeah, because I'm going to make this, which means that Caspian C and I tie. Oh, it's only hole 4. I thought it was the last hole. Oh no, Zoot. All right.
This is bad.
I want to see Zoot win.
This is a bad design. This is a bad design.
I'm in agreement.
This is complete luck. I actually have a feeling I know where it is. It's not where I'm going.
Great strategy. All right.
I have a feeling I know where it is.
Hey,
I know where it is.
Riser, remember when you were always like, hey, you never help us on this hole?
Fuck, I can see it.
What are you doing, Zoot?
Oh, that would have been amazing. You're trying to take out the tree.
No.
What if there's no hole? Alright, look at me contributing. Taking out
Dog, I took out 2 trees on my last shot and 2 trees on my first shot.
I took out 3.
What the fuck?
Just to be unlikely.
Fucking hell.
Hey, dude, don't take out any. Or yeah, take out the one furthest away from the house.
Oh, shit. All right.
I don't know where that's at.
Why is it my turn?
It's actually pretty good.
Oh, Rabbi, why would you do that?
Because I didn't want Caspian Sea to get the point.
Hey, Raza, knock out the tree, knock out the tree.
If you knock out the tree, then Caspian Sea's going to make it. There you go. Watered himself.
Oh, and my ball blocks him. Let's go. That is the most skilled shot you want.
Oh, fuck. If I knock out the tree, can't you?
Don't knock out the tree. Don't knock out the tree. Don't knock out the tree. Just be short of the tree, dog. Stop. What are you doing? Be short of the tree. Dog, what are you doing, Zoot? Zoot, we're never giving you the nuclear codes.
No water gun.
I don't know what to do. Because if here's the thing, you literally let him in.
Nobody let him win.
No matter what you guys do. You guys can either give you the shot or you don't give you the shot.
Riser, why the fuck would you do that?
I was trying to buff his ball.
Dog, you fucked it up.
We either gave him the win or we gave him the win.
No.
Fuck, that was the worst deciding point.
Oh, what a shot. Newfie is right. Caspian Sea gets his win. Even though we were actively sabotaging him. And Zoot somehow, even though we were helping him, fucks it up. I know which way Caspian Sea's going.
Guys, you can't blame yourself for losing so badly on that. Well, you think? Wait, like, you guys can't blame yourself for losing so badly on that course you were given, because that course was pure fucking rock.
Zoot, we gave you the win like 1,000 times.
One of the greatest shots of all time.
You both had very good shots. Wow, Caspian Sea didn't go his normal route and hits a.
That's perhaps an okay shot. I want to die right now.
Calm down. You are off the chain, dog.
You guys ready for the greatest move?
Not keeping on banger. Not keeping on that power. I don't think Rabbi will be able to get it. The arrows on the next shot. I don't even know if I can.
Put it down. Move.
Thank you for the tip, Gasket, as I was shooting. You got it. Zero off to the races. Okay, Rabbi.
Zoo, hit the fucking shot.
Let's start rude.
No. It's completely reasonable.
Taking that long on such a short cut.
Fucking, you guys know. Justin Say is gonna get it in.
Oh, we got fucked at the end.
No points for Rabbi.
No, I might be able to pull off a miraculous shot.
Love it. 7 out of 10.
Ready for this Newfie?
Oh, we can make it. We can make it.
Newfie! Wow, you guys destroyed me. 3-2-2.
I won.
Dude, whatever Riser does, watch what he does. He's got a good strategy. No, you watch. He came up with a good strategy. It is, but I don't know what's the percentage, Riser.
Figure it out. It took me years.
It took you years to figure it.
You can get a hold of it. Sure.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, where the hole is now. Yeah. But the tree is gone. Actually, no.
Look at this shot.
You need to hit the tree.
The shrubs behind the trees.
You have to hit the tree. I think if I did this.
Oh, that actually would have been good.
But I nearly said something. I should have.
You gotta go for it. Shoot. That's the way.
Daisy is a dumb
Dog. Zoo, you're getting wild today. Calm down, my man.
But I'm reading a message. Someone said, well, that is really offensive. That is a really offensive message. Listen. And it's about someone I'm not.
Oh, dude. Join the high IQ.
Shut up. Is he in your way? That's a really difficult shot. Oh, Caspian Sea, that was an excellent shot.
Just please make this. Dude, you have to make this shot or else you're completely screwed. Don't do that.
You could water butt me.
Closer to the sheep. Closer to the sheep. Oh.
What a fucking shot.
Oh.
Caspian Sea has a very difficult shot. gonna hit your ball. He did, and he still made it. He hit your ball, and he still made it. Zoot again with a huge lead. What did you say? Zoot, what are you saying?
I was asking your military things.
That's what I'm talking about. Newfie. Shout out to Newfoundland.
Oh.
That's okay. That's an okay show. He just closed his eyes and pulled the trigger.
That's how we do it.
Riser, the winless Riser. Riser's winless.
Yeah, full blast.
No way.
Yanking up the. Oh, wow.
Turkey.
Has to make it.
Get rid of the turkey. Get rid of the turkey. The good news is that people will fuck this up.
Wow. Caspian Sea. The man who was in second place has been diminished.
No. He's still in second place.
No, he's not. I
He's
am.
still in second place.
I am, dog.
It's a title.
Zoot.
Okay, you guys ready for the
Zoot, fuck it up. Fuck it up. He fucked it up. He fucked it up. Oh, wow.
I did not fuck it up.
That was looking like a fuck up, Zoot. Look at you, big dog. Black shit.
Fuck you, Rebel.
Oh, wow. Look at this shot.
That looks like a fuck up.
This looks perfect.
That looks like it's gonna
This looks fucking perfect. Oh, fuck. Bullshit.
That's a perfect loss. I think Caspian Sea short is like perfect.
Of course you do.
Wow, it's just wide open. Now it's done.
Short.
I think Raza has the. I'm gonna give Raza short.
No.
I hate this one so much. Delete it from the game. Delete it from the game. It's trash.
Zoot fucked up. Oh, he fucking at the last second moved it.
Fuck off. Are you fucking kidding me?
This is how it's done, gentlemen.
I've never seen this happen before.
I know, that's what's exciting about it. Oh, come on. Get away from there. Get away.
I've never seen this happen before.
Neither have I. Not this many times. Oh, there it is.
No, he's not from the...
Oh, huge shot. Huge shot. That's not what you want to do. That's a major mistake.
Oh.
The worst shot I've ever seen.
Don't help him. Why would you do that? You guys are just ridiculous.
I think Rabbi's gonna be credit here.
Oh, I think it's going in a fucking hole. This shit, I've got it counted. I'll take second right now. Come on, you little bitch. There we go.
Did I just lose?
I don't know. Depends on if he wants it or not. This is the early game of this one.
Yes, you did. Zoot with the big goose egg.
8876. Most games. 900.
Is this the last hole?
Okay, but here's the thing. This is not the one you want to go first.
Oh, great strategy. Such a great strategy.
What the fuck was that, Caspian?
Look at the cows.
Oh fuck, you are in my way.
All you have to do is knock out the course.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, thank God.
Even up quick now.
They just dropped off for no reason.
What a great shot.
It was a good one. Oh, we'll see about that. We'll fucking see about that.
We'll see.
No, I will get his ball out, Captain. You can get through. Too worried about his ball. Now you take up the dog pound.
No, because this is the greatest
Take
shot
up the
ever.
dog pound, Zoot. Zoot, why wouldn't you take up the dog pound?
Because it was on an angle.
No, it wasn't. It was a straight line.
No, it wasn't. It was on an angle. Fuck you. Why you guys gotta be so good? Fuck.
What a shot.
Caspian.
Just lightly tap the dog pound. Just lightly tap the dog pound.
It's actually not right. That was
really
Raza, I got good news for you. You gotta knock out Raza. Right.
Perfect. Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
You just put Raza. Alright, Caspian played in this game.
We'll have to give it.
Unless, if I do this miracle shot, it would be the greatest comeback of all time. Oh my god, I'm not good at it.
Wow. So good. I'm so glad you got it. Why, Raza?
I'm gonna bump this off this fucking wall. Just like this. Fuck.
The good news is, Caspian, you win, and I beat Rabbi. And Raza gets Squid Gamed.
Is it the last person who dies in Squid Game?
And then we're still testing.
Oh, I'm done too. Fuck that. Fuck that collusion. People tag teaming me. Everybody saw it. It was unfair. Bullshit.
And this was explained to him through some sort of telepathy.
Well, he would actually, as the weather, if you listen to that video, I really encourage you to do that. But Mr. Hall
Take care, big dog.
Also published some books on it, but he claims that when he was there
Bullshit.
at this one place that, I can verify it's there, that on the other side of that mountain or that hillside,
bullshit.
That's where the trail goes off into where the tall whites are apparently have been given an annex of land to live, where they don't get bothered. I mean, it's a part of the military complex.
Is that on Google Earth?
Dog, we're not sweating it.
There is parts of it, yeah.
Can we look where the tall whites live?
I tried to, I'd have to get my laptop out, but yeah.
What does it
Yeah.
look like?
We're ready for it.
It does look like there's some circular patterns. It does look like there's some possibility that there are some like doors inside.
That was
the
some
mountain
horse
that
shit,
is-
kids.
that-
You want to
that
know
looks
how to
like
get
camouflaged
fucked?
to look
It's
like
play with these
it's part of the
assholes.
mountainside.
So the idea is that that's a base for them when they visit us.
Yeah, because apparently, according to Mr. Hall, they come here for a 5-year stint, I guess, and they have to refuel, and then they have another ship come through, and the other one's refueled, and it takes off.
So they're closer in the evolutionary chain to us than some of the other
Yeah,
ones. Is that
That's my
a safe
assumption. Yeah. Now the other third type that got mentioned on mission was reptilians, but every time that they were mentioned, it was really quickly hushed up by whoever else was on the other end of the line. Shut up, don't say it. Is what they were doing.
They don't want to talk about the
They don't want to talk about the
reptilians.
reptilian presence at all. They would talk about the tall whites and the grays being in the lab environments. Not a lot, but some. But these reptilians, it was like nobody wanted to talk about it.
Was there any sort of an explanation that anybody give you of why they don't want to talk about it?
No, the only time I got any inkling was that when I, was out of the program and other people started to talk to me about all the different things. They're like, well, how many races are there? But some people talked about the reptilians. They're like, do you realize that these are evil? And I had to listen to that.
And the thing is, we don't know if it's because of their appearance. You would assume something that's reptilian is maybe a demon or whatever, and a Nordic, where the blonde hair, blue eyed is considered like an angel, or is it that's just our perception? But that's what you hear.
Well, every reptile here is evil. Right? You ever seen a Komodo dragon eat a goat? It's horrific.
Yeah,
They're fucking monsters.
Eat 'em
Every single reptile is a monster.
Yeah,
that's here. There's not one cuddly reptile you can hang out with, cuddles with you. He brings you your newspaper in the morning. No,
I thought that was funny because the lady's
Right.
like, my snake sleeps with me every night, and the guy says, no, it's laying next to you because it's sizing you up for eventually it's going to eat you. I was like,
one day it's gonna eat you. You have a monster that you feed. And as long as you keep feeding, it won't eat you. Yeah, people with like pythons or pests.
Well, to give it some credibility, I did do some research after that person talked to me, because I did see that there is a reptilian race that is very malign like that. And they even have, according to what I read, this one race has a penchant for blood for some reason. It's like a shark frenzy with them. They have
Like a real
It's a
reptile.
euphoric experience for them. Yeah, a reptilian race that does that.
It just makes you wonder about human history.
speak fluently. Right? But you don't want to come to space, you know. Be there. Be there. Number one, you know, showcase your talent. Yeah, be I don't want to come in there. Before you know, people will leave you. Nobody knows you. But it's just like that. People will meet you there. I want to. Okay. Guys, I wish you guys all the best. And I wish you all the shit off. Thank you, Christos. I really appreciate the opportunity to meet us today. If pharmacy is here, he's my boss. I would like you to give him the mic, please, if you don't mind. I can come up later. I want to give you my respect. Also, pharmacist, our boss, pharmacist is here. So, pharmacist, we want to thank you for coming and being patient. I hope you have this look in you. Thank you. But GM, the solution. And so, whenever I see your notification, you joining the space, I'm always, I'm motivated, helping immediately, especially when you and my very good brother Captain is your goal. It's an offer that I cannot miss, so I'll always be there. In as much as I did not reply this space immediately I joined because I was carried away by something, but that's why when you are making the alphas and blessings, I was like hit by the message, which is the honest truth. I had to correct my mistake by retweeting the post in this space and liking it. But that's by the way. Righteous man, I see you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to ask this question. Like most of us are seeing the sign, I'm seeing the sign. The truth is this, I have been seeing the sign even before season. But now, there is this issue. Some persons are having, like for me, I'm having the same issue. But I will digress a little before I hit the point. Like I've been trying to, make my next payment, which have been declining over some time now, and it's a bit challenging for me. Now, because of that, I have maintained every settings on my profile. I've maintained all the settings, both the PFP, both my, my bio, my background image. There are some persons that are having the same issue. Possibly, they are scared that if they make any change, they will actually have issue with their usage. What do you have to, say about it in order to get them more convinced or help them understand better to take the right decision? And this question is directed to you, and I go some solution. Okay, so you mean for someone to change his PFP or something? Is that what you meant? Oh, sorry, yes, let me tell you something, right? This platform is designed in such a way that you can do all those things. And there's no any problem because you can take to something like your PFP or your thing is generally they will just, take. Sometimes they don't even do it. Sometimes it's happen swiftly. I have changed a lot of things and it just happens swiftly. Right? They don't even take away the good things sometimes. The better thing is they want to confirm that you are human. You want to just know that you are the same person and you want to see that this is the same person. Not someone trying to change anything and it's a security measure. So it's a very straightforward thing, right? It's a very straightforward. Me personally, if I change my own, I have my own thing for me. So I put my background of my listing and put it and change it to be some sort of device and
Welcome. What's up, H2?
How you doing, man?
Kicking that second inch. I'm in the middle of a crypto space. How are you?
Oh, okay.
What's good?
What is that?
A crypto space on Twitter Spaces.
What's that do?
You don't know what Twitter Spaces is?
No.
Oh, it's based. Do you know what? It's basically like audio Discord on Twitter, but it's huge. It's like this. It's like the heart of cryptocurrency discussions on the internet.
Oh, that's awesome.
How are you?
Oh, you're well. So I'm gonna get on there.
Excellent.
So are you're involved in cryptocurrency stuff?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. That's what the sleep mask is. That's what all my betting is.
I'm building a cryptocurrency.
Very cool. What's it called?
COVID coin.
All right. There you go.
Isn't that a good name?
It's kind of outdated, isn't it?
COVID coin?
COVID coin?
Yeah.
Okay. I wish I could be more engaged, but I've got to listen to these guys. They're about to call me up to be able to talk. Once I show my project, though, I can talk with you. So maybe like 2 or 3 minutes. Just if you want to be patient.
All right, I'm gonna watch you from the other server.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you, H2.
There's one thing that came around I see like a lot of movies are here. Even though they know about science from Nigeria, they still don't get the aspect of like there's one thing we do bring in. I feel like classic was like I'm still going to talk with scientists who are classic bringing back in which is like side media movements. It's like the approach like you know to establish presence online to understand like quality content. So that we can know the real users, you understand, the real people are the main background to the crypto space. I can't put like thousands of posts. Like if you really talk like this, then we can just come down and comment. Let's fucking. So that's very, very bad for you. So hope I'm with you guys.
Dog, shut the fuck up and let me talk. Dog, these fucking... What the fuck? Why do you take so fucking long to just spit it out, dog? Oh, we all like being in spaces, dog. That's why we're fucking here. Dog, this is the worst. Doug, what is up with these people? Why do they talk for so long? Doug, these motherfuckers talk so long. I want to give them unlimited water. And they're just like, I want to talk about thanking everybody and my wife. Dog, shout out your wife. Let me fucking talk. Dog, Princess isn't here and she doesn't give a shit about you. Rabbi's here. I agree, dog. Actually, this guy's making some good points. Yo, Righteous Man. Now you're starting to speak my language. Dog, Palm Assist is back? Not fair. Dog. Great. I'm glad you reply. I'm glad you're a reply guy. How about being a bye guy and letting Rabbi speak? These fuckers talk for so long. Oh, shut the fuck up and just whatever, dog. Are you telling us about future technology? No, you're talking about some bitch who isn't even here named Princess. Does your wife know about Princess? Fuck no. You're hungry? Hey, guess what? I got 6 fucking ways to revolutionize agriculture. You believe this bullshit? Wrong password. Dog, shut the fuck up. This isn't even fun. These assholes talk for so fucking long. You're the one who got your fucking account banned, not me. Let me fucking talk. What's this bitch's name? Yeah, we're careful, dog. Thanks for the fucking heads up, dude. Yeah, we know that only your wife is fucking following you. You already said that. Princess isn't even following you, stupid schmuck. You're welcome, dog. Doug, no one gives a shit about this motherfucker. Let me talk. You don't have shit to contribute. You don't need to bring up shit. I'm telling you right now, motherfucker, if you knock me down, we're going to fist. Dog. God, these motherfuckers talk for so fucking long. No one gives a fuck, dog. No one gives a fuck. Doug, shut the fuck up. Do you hear yourself and how much you fucking talk? Tier 1 marketer my ass. Stupid. Dude. Dude, these fucking... Dog. Dog, we got shit to do. Come on, you fucks. Call on me. Dog, everybody knows community's everything. Hurry the fuck up, dog. Dog, shut the fuck up. Yo, just read that shit. What in the fuck are these people's problems? Dog, we know how Twitter works, dog, okay? Come on, you sluts. You are the worst people at fucking running a Twitter space in the history of mankind. We know the host is busy. Call on some people, you fucks. Yo, no one gives a shit about your notifications. You fucks. Oh, fuck. 10 seconds with these motherfuckers is like 18 fucking hours. You guys are the worst. You guys are the worst. You're never going to get fucking desalination plants. You're never going to get vertical farming. You're never going to get hydroponics. Your fucking greenhouses are up the fucking ass, and you can't even fucking put food in them. The worst. These motherfuckers are the worst. The worst. These motherfuckers are the worst. Oh, other people were before me? Fuck you. Doug, you guys talk for far too fucking long. Dog, shut the fuck up. This is just the worst. These motherfuckers talk for so fucking long. We know that your fucking wife followed you, and she's your only follower, and she's gonna continue to be your only follower if you don't let me fucking talk. God, these fuckers are so terrible at running Twitter spaces. The worst. The absolute fucking worst. Dog, shut the fuck up. These assholes are so bad at fucking running Twitter spaces. The worst. They're the worst. In the history of mankind, they've never been worse
fucking people to run Twitter Spaces in these fuckers. The worst. The worst. Dog, shut the fuck up. These people are the worst at running Twitter Spaces. The worst. I've never known anybody who is worse in a Twitter space than these motherfuckers right here, folks. Dog, shut the fuck up. Dog, I'm done with you. Fuck. Been at this for too long. This is like Elaine with that fucking Subway sub sandwich thing. Denim vest. Motherfucker. You guys are the worst. I want you all to know, you guys get an award for the worst, the absolute worst Twitter space hosts of all time. The worst. These motherfuckers, I could give it to a whole fucking continent at this point. Dude, no one gives a shit. Dog, shut the fuck up. We have 10 fucking minutes. Go. Dog, I'm your boss. Listen to me. Shut the fuck up. These are the worst. They're the nicest people, but the absolute worst Twitter space hosts of all time. Dude, no one gives a shit about you finding a girlfriend. They care about me being able to talk on this bitch. Dog, no one gives a shit about a play-by-play on how many followers you have. No one cares about your notifications. Dog, you guys are the worst. Dog, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Dude, these are the worst Twitter space posts of all time. They're terrible. Just awful.
Worst. Worst. Go. You are the worst Twitter Space hosts of all time. If these motherfuckers cut me off, I am throwing fists. This is the worst. Dude, there's a reason why I don't ever go in these spaces. Because this is what it turns into. Oh, I want to thank this person, and I want to fucking talk to you about my account status, and I got this notification. Oh, I got another notification. Dog, no one gives a flying fuck. This is the worst. Just go. Talk. Aztec, shut the fuck up. Worst person ever. Dog, you are the worst fucking Twitter Space host of all time. No one knows what you're fucking saying right now. You're the worst. You are the absolute worst. You are the absolute worst. Here we go, baby. Archived on the internet that I didn't. Dog, I'm so pissed off. Dog, it's really rude of you to keep people waiting for so long for this. Bye. You guys are the worst. The worst, folks. These motherfuckers are the worst. Ban me. Ban me from that fucking space forever. I never want to talk with those motherfuckers again. Ever. In 100 years, I don't ever want to talk to anybody else again. They're the worst. I waited like a fucking hour just to be able to get 2 fucking words on it. Worst stream ever. Don't be those people.
What is up with these fucking people and how they fucking talk? You guys are terrible. Terrible hosts. But 10,000 times better than something you can do. Okay, we get it. She knows how to say good morning. Dog, shut the fuck up. You have 15 people in this fucking thing and you can't let me talk? Just the worst. Just the worst.
It's crazy how there's like two different types of spaces. That's where I know that's it. But like, I just noticed it's like you've got spaces where it's like people are trying to like do their thing. It's not really about like sharing other people's like. It's not really like about you know what I mean? It's like it's about the thing that they're doing. Maybe they have some kind of routine. Maybe they like play music and then they do this or that. Who knows? You know,
Yo, what the fuck?
in general, like, it's kind of like a close where you might be trying to get up on stage and like share something. You might get like ridiculed, or you might get just not listen to it. They just blow up. Or I notice it was you get people who not me personally because like always commit on stage. I'm just joking. But it's like people.
Dog, you people suck too. Looks like people on this fucking continent don't know how to fucking learn Twitter Space either.
They're maybe even like, speaking it, maybe they are kind of like disruptive. The host like actually care about and maybe extract good could come to the situation and then then if they can move on, right? Which is me more healthy than like let's say the alternative. But like in general what I've noticed is that it's like a reciprocal relationship between the members of the people in the space and then the hosts of the space where it's like if you as hosts host like are accepting of others and like are willing to hear people out and then like doesn't mean you have to hear and listen to everything all the time. It just means like you don't have like predisposed limits. You don't have like predisposed like bias or prejudice against anybody. It's just like if it's going to go merit, you know what I mean? Around the idea that they have to the situation. But like if so you bring that to a space and you go to a space where they're accepting of that, then it's if you're in touch with how you feel about like how you're treated just during the time, then you definitely are just the right spaces. Yeah, so I think for the most part, but I think also too sometimes people can get caught in these spaces where the person speaking is kind of socially engineering people, and you can get people. I've seen this happen before. Where you say you have someone on stage, and maybe people are struggling with opinionated, don't care for this person, but a lot of people gravitate, especially people who need to be led. Some people have this weak-minded people who are maybe easily persuaded and looking for direction in their life. Maybe it's not even that. Maybe it's they're just having a life finding direction. And I think we've all been there. We've all been at maybe a moment in your life where you're looking for something.
These fucking Amber Alerts are redundant. Dog, these people talk too fucking much. I'm sorry to say it, but shut the fuck up. Just the worst. They are the fucking worst. Just the worst. Just the worst. Dude, why do these people talk so much?